This boy was the last student to take the admission test for the academy. He thought it was just a waste of time, since none of that looked like a real challenge for him. Ban had already fought those monsters many times before, and his special ability was to get stronger every time he defeated powerful enemies. He could even absorb different types of attributes. He was summoned to another dimension, where this school was created with the purpose of training the strongest warriors, so that one day they could complete the Tower of Babel. Ben Yuan still didn't really understand how the rules of this world worked, but he remembered reading a book as a child that told the story of that tower. He accepted the test and crushed everything with ease, as if it was nothing. As soon as he passed, he was teleported straight to the academy, with only a few minutes left before the ceremony began. People were shocked, because the deadline for new students had already passed, but soon they started laughing when they saw he was just a human. That's when Ban realized, in this academy, the students weren't humans. There were all kinds of different races, and to make things worse, he could see people's attributes, and they were insanely strong. A group of humans called out to him. They told him that lower races had to sit in the back. His spot was already reserved with the so-called inferiors. But Ben noticed something strange. These people who were supposed to be the weakest actually had monstrous attributes. That guy was dangerous. That girl was a monster. And the other one had stats even higher than anyone else around. Up until now, Ben thought he was the monster. But now he realized he would have to grow a lot more to reach their level. He introduced himself to a girl named Rachel. She was so cute that he couldn't resist her beauty. Then he greeted another girl, but unlike Rachel, she had sharp, intimidating eyes. The truth was, she was curious about the artifact hidden on the protagonist's arm. He revealed it was Ava, a conscious artifact. The girl's name was Doko Yeon, daughter of a Murin master. That made Yuan wonder if she used martial arts and controlled ki to cause explosions. Everyone laughed at his words. The girl blushed and admitted that he wasn't completely wrong. The blonde boy was named Slight, and it seemed that only he and Rachel were actually humans there. But before they could talk more, a strong light interrupted them. The ceiling above opened, and a loud sound suddenly echoed. Everyone's bodies were crushed by an overwhelming tension. Rachel, Slight, and Ban felt true terror. The pressure was insane. Yuan knew it was coming from the sky, but he couldn't understand what it was. This marked the beginning of the 25 for 57th ceremony for admission into the Union Academy. Congratulations to all. Later, the 4 special admission students are gathered in Professor Yumina's office. She asks if they found the principal's speech interesting, and an awkward silence fills the room. Breaking the ice, Yuan says it was amazing and asks, "That giant eye? Was that the principal?" The surprise on Yumina's face is genuine. Dako Yan thinks to herself that the principal's presence was hidden by powerful magic. How did this newcomer manage to see him? Yumina confirms that yes, that was the principal, an entity who rarely shows himself. And then, she turns to Yuan and informs him that he'll have a private meeting with the principal later. Next, she addresses everyone, formally introducing herself as the professor assigned to their special class for the next 5 years. Her message is clear. Their success is her success, so they should do their best. She advises them to be careful of the envy and hostility from the regular students, who would see them as outsiders who don't deserve to be there. Stick together, she warns, because from today on, you are a team that will climb the tower side by side. To finish, she announces that the academy has prepared a welcome gift for them. A bright light fills the room, and in each of their hands, a necklace with a pendant appears. "Is this a student ID?" asks Slight. Yumina explains that the pendant is much more. It's an ID, a pass to the facilities, and a personal teleportation device. To demonstrate, Slight accidentally fiddles with the pendant, and in the blink of an eye, he, Dakoyan, and Rutel disappear and reappear in the same spot, completely bewildered. Yumina smiles and adds that the pendant is the only way to enter the tower, so they should take good care of it. The 3 leave the room, confused as to why Yuan stayed behind. Dakoyan, ever observant, suspects the reason. It's probably because he was the only one who looked directly at the principal. The scene changes. Yuan is sitting, hunched over in an uncomfortably large chair, in a quiet and imposing room. He can only think that he did something wrong to deserve a private meeting. A powerful and calm voice echoes through the room, coming from a figure sitting in the shadows. "Ban Yuan," says the principal, "face me. There's no reason to be afraid. After all, this is not my true form." In the imposing room, Yuan kept staring at the floor, intimidated by the principal's presence. The calm, ancient voice echoes again. "It's all right. You can look at me." Hesitantly, he finally raises his head, and the scene completely confuses him. There was no one in the principal's chair. Instead, sitting on the desk, was a simple rag doll. The voice was coming from it. "Should I call you principal or chancellor?" Yuan asks the doll. The answer comes straight to the point. "You can call me master." The master then explains the reason for the meeting. He says he doesn't usually interfere with the students' development. If they're weak, let them stay that way. His only goal is to witness, with his own eyes, the one who will finally reach the top of the tower. Yuan processes processes the information in silence. For the master, it was a show, but for him, the tower was his family's legacy, something he was willing to risk his life for. What did it mean to everyone else? Why did so many gather there with the same goal? Breaking the silence, he looks at the doll and asks the fundamental question. What, exactly, is the tower? The rag doll is quiet for a moment and then reveals, the tower is a path to the divine, a kind of judgment. The answer echoes in Yuan's mind, as he tries to understand if divine referred to gods or something completely different. Before he could think too deeply, the master continues, stating that he sees in Yuan the greatest potential he's found in centuries, and because of that, he would make an exception to his rule of non-interference. The doll points one of its fabric arms at Yuan, and at that moment, the ID pendant in his pocket starts to glow intensely. What's happening? The protagonist asks, scared. The master explains that he expanded his privileges, giving him unrestricted access to any dungeon outside the academy, so he could hone his skills before facing the tower. Outside the academy? Yuan questions, but his question is cut off by a portal opening beneath his feet, starting to suck him down. As he struggles to keep his balance, the master gives him one last instruction. If your progress is remarkable, I will unlock more privileges. What privileges? He yells, already being swallowed by the darkness. The last thing he hears is the doll's voice. The privilege of exploring the tower alone. I'll be waiting eagerly. The journey is instant and disorienting. Yuan falls from the portal and lands on something unexpectedly soft. How is the meeting with the principal? A gentle voice asks. Looking up, he finds himself in the lap of a professor with flowers in her hair, which makes him jump to his feet, his face completely red. She laughs and says the principal always dismisses his visitors that way. She then takes Yuan's ID and her eyes widen. Unbelievable, she whispers. The principal gave a student permission to leave the academy. She explains the immense luck he had, the chance to explore dungeons freely and get stronger without the school's restrictions. Only then does he understand. It wasn't a punishment for being weak. It was a gift for being promising. The professor sighs with a hint of envy and, with a bright look, recommends that he visit a city called Ronica, famous for its beautiful temple. Sometime later, we see Yuan walking down a long stone road, with a huge city on the horizon. He remembers the professor's request for 1 or 2 bottles of alcohol as a souvenir and smiles. The exchange of information was worth it. His mind then drifts to the last conversation he had with his grandfather. In the memory, the old man hands him a small bag, asking if he was prepared. Inside the bag, a pile of gold bars gleamed. It's the legacy of our ancestors, the grandfather said with a smile. Gold has value in all worlds. Before, carrying so much weight would have been dangerous, but with his inventory, it was the perfect preparation. He takes a few bars, feeling the weight of his heritage and responsibility in his hands. Finally, he arrives in the city. Ronica is a vibrant metropolis where ancient architecture blends with fantastic technology. Flying cars and motorcycles cross the skies, and Yuan watches them in awe. Distracted, he's stopped by 2 city guards. Their initial suspicion turns into immediate respect when they notice the academy's uniform on his shoulder. They salute and explain that the peace in the city is maintained thanks to the protection of the academy and the chancellor. Seeing that he was a newcomer, the guards offer to help with anything he needs. Anything? Yuan asks, a mischievous smile forming on his face. He then points to the sky, towards a flying motorcycle that was zipping by. I want one of those, he says, his eyes shining. How much is it? Far from the academy, Yuan was tearing through the skies around Ronica, speeding his new flying motorcycle across open fields and diving off cliffs to feel the wind in his face. The feeling was pure freedom. The purchase had been an impulse, but an impulse that was well worth it. When he asked the guards about the price, they said the basic model cost 250,000 ranas. Yuan, having no idea of the value, simply pulled out one of his gold bars and asked how much it was worth. The guard's reaction was pure shock. That single gold bar, as he would find out, was worth over 7 million ranis. As he flew, Eve, his faithful snake-shaped weapon, materialized on his shoulder. Excited, he asks what she thought of the trip. He had infused the motorcycle with the concepts of demon and ghost, turning it into a living artifact, a sister for Eve, which he named Lilith. The two seemed to get along, and together they explored this new world. Back at the academy, freedom gave way to a splitting headache. Yuan was slumped over the table, while Slight stared at him with a furious look. I'm disappointed, the blonde said, placing a glass of water in front of him. The reason for his anger was that, after the group's first meeting, Yuan simply disappeared without a word. He apologizes, blaming the professor for insisting on drinking with him, but Slight isn't convinced. What's that? Asks Dakoyan, the white-haired girl, pointing to an emblem on Yuan's shirt. He explains, a bit sheepishly, that he was appointed class president. Slight seems to agree with the decision, but Dokoyan cuts him off immediately. I'm the strongest. The position should be mine, she declares. Staring directly at Yuan, Slight gets angry at her arrogance. You always act like you're the best, he retorts. The argument heats up when Dakoyan reveals that she knows about Slight's plan to try to climb the tower alone. Caught off guard, the swordsman stutters, while Ruchel, the pink-haired girl, watches everything with curiosity. Tired of the fighting and his headache, Yuan lays his head on the table. He analyzes his new team. Slight, a proud and ignorant lion. Dakoyan, a strong street cat who easily makes enemies. And Ruchel, a docile puppy. Sighing, he raises his hand to get their attention. The class president doesn't have to be the strongest, he argues. If that were the case, they'd make all the decisions alone. The leader's real job is to unite the group. After a long debate, Dakoyan finally gives in. She stands up and, looking Yuan up and down, accepts the decision. But know this, she says with a sharp look towards Slight, to get what we want, sometimes we have to accept unnecessary things. As she walked away, Slight was trembling with anger, and Yuan wondered how he would get those two proud individuals to work together. Taking advantage of the silence, Ruthel approaches with sparkling eyes. Hey, Yuan! Where did that cute little white snake go? Yuan's first mission as leader started with a challenge. During the first practical class, in a training field with other classes, a stone-bodied student from Class 1 started to challenge the professor. The regular students, who already hated the special admission ones for their preferential treatment, got rowdy, all wanting a chance to fight them. Yuan just put on a clueless face, but Slight was already expecting this, knowing the resentment the other classes held for them. In the middle of the chaos, the stone student, whose name was Erector, notices Professor Yumina's brooch on Yuan's uniform, a symbol of his status. Enraged at seeing a weakling with such an honor, he shouts, demanding to be the first to fight. The professor, finding the rivalry interesting, looks directly at Yuan. All right, the professor announces to the crowd, ban Yuan. You will be Erector's opponent. Meanwhile, in her office, Professor Yumina was reading the reports from the joint class in disbelief. A practical combat between classes in the very first period? It was a disproportionate and arrogant decision, and she wondered who would have designed such a hostile curriculum. Back on the training field, the substitute professor was announcing the matchup, and Yuan calmly raises his hand. With a charismatic smile, he tries to be respectful. Professor, with all due respect, my skills aren't suited for combat. The professor adjusts his glasses with a sneer. Nonsense. -3 points on your grade for flimsy excuses. It was clear the professor wanted to humiliate him. Thinking fast, Yuan tries another approach. I was accepted into special admission for unique skills, which don't involve direct fighting. The attempt to dodge only irritates the professor more, who yells that he won't tolerate disrespect. -5 points. Yuan raises his hand one last time. All right, I'll fight, he says to everyone's surprise, but give me a week to prepare. I guarantee I'll be ready. The statement is met with a shocked silence, followed by whispers and contemptuous laughter from the stands. To them, it was the confession of a coward. A young woman with blue hair and a witch's hat watches him, skeptical, doubting he could do anything in just 7 days. The professor, however, sees a golden opportunity. With a venomous smile, he agrees. Excellent. The fight between Ban Yuan and Erector is set for 1 week from now, and to ensure everyone can enjoy it, it will be broadcast live on the Academy's website. It was exactly what he wanted, a public humiliation. Yuan stares at his opponent, the stone giant Erector, and activates his eyes. The stats were brutal, 5 times more health and 10 times more physical strength than him, an overwhelming difference. Even so, in his mind, a plan was beginning to form. As he calculated, he noticed the worried looks from Slight and Ruchel. He needed to get stronger to keep up with these monsters. Suddenly, he sees Dakoyan stretching on the side of the field. She turns to Class 1 and announces with a cold voice, "You wanted to see the skills of the special admission? Fine. I specialize in combat. Who's first?" Yuan analyzes her and is stunned. Her stats were so absurd that his eyes could barely process them. She was a double S-rank powerhouse. The arrogance of Class 1 vanishes in an instant. The crowd that was once screaming for a fight was now in a terrified silence. Tired of waiting, Doko-yan points directly at Erector. With a predatory smile she beckons him with a finger. You, the one who was barking the loudest, come, I'll crush you. The stone giant freezes. Sweat drips down his rocky face. His target was the seemingly weak newcomer, not this calamity in the form of a woman. Yu-wan realizes that if that fight happened, his opponent wouldn't recover in time for their showdown in a week. Despite having no sympathy for Erector, Yu-wan runs to his classmate. Don't fight him. He's my opponent next week. Doko-yan looks at him surprised. I'm just defending you, she says. He thanks her for her concern, but states with conviction, I need to prove my worth with my own hands. Please, understand. An intrigued smile appears on her lips. I thought you were just a guy with a few tricks. Maybe I was wrong. Satisfied with his response, she turns to the crowd one last time. Anyone else? She asks, but everyone avoids her gaze. You bark like rabid dogs, but when the cage gate opens you run with your tails between your legs. While Yu-wan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, the humiliation inflamed the hatred of the regular students. From the stands, a new powerful and arrogant voice echoes across the field. Who are you calling a dog, girl? Everyone turns to a blonde man with imposing horns, who exuded an overwhelming aura of power. It's always the weak who travel in packs, he says with a disdainful smile, growling to protect their little group. Small dogs are a pathetic sight. Dakoyan's attention turns completely to him, and a new, much more dangerous confrontation was about to begin. The horned man smiled with a palpable arrogance, sure that no one there could challenge him, but Yu-wan saw something more. That man's power was in a completely different league, even among the prodigies. Who is he? Yu-wan asks. Slight answers with a tense voice. That's Ortama, regent of the Kitui's dimension. He belongs to one of the 10 great families that rule the highest-ranking dimensions. As Ortama came down from the stands, even his own companions looked nervous. He approaches the substitute professor and demands that the fight be made official. The professor, with a malicious grin, pulls out a recording device. He's going to stream everything on the Academy's internet. Slight explains. Slight's surprise is twofold when Yuan not only understands what internet is, but also pulls a device from his inventory and accesses the Academy's channel. Ruchel and Slight huddle together, amazed to see the screen. On the live feed, the professor's smug face makes his goal clear, to publicly humiliate the special admission group. But Yuan looks at Dako-yan, who was already in the center of the arena, and knows things wouldn't go as the professor planned. The two combatants face each other, their auras already distorting the air around them. Make the first move, Ortama says with disdain. Dako-yan holds out her hand in a dismissive gesture. You're the newcomer here. I'll grant you the first move. Insulted, Ortama raises his hand, and with a voice that echoes with power, commands, Kneel! A tsunami of invisible force explodes from him, a crushing pressure that doesn't just hit Doko-yan, but sweeps across the entire arena. In the stands, students fall from their seats. Slight feels the air being ripped from his lungs as if he were being crushed. Rochel, terrified, grabs Yuan's arm, trembling. That's a distortion of natural law, Yuan murmurs, and Slight stares at him, shocked by his perception. But at the center of it all, Doko-yan remains motionless, unfazed, a dark and menacing aura, a bloodlust. Realizes her power was even greater than he had measured. Your power is as ridiculous as those horns of yours, she retorts, her voice icy. In the blink of an eye, she disappears and reappears in front of Ortama, throwing a devastating kick at his torso. Caught by surprise, he barely manages to raise his arms to block. The impact drags him backward. You're not using the same trick twice, she warns, and the hunt begins. What follows is a massacre. Dako-yan moves like a shadow, fluid and lethal. Her attacks are a blur of punches and kicks that Ortama, used to fighting with his overwhelming power, can't keep up with. He tries to counterattack, but his movements are slow and predictable. She dodges with ease, responding with a clean kick to his chin that makes him stagger. She's dominating a regent, Slight whispers in disbelief. Yuan watches it all, not with surprise but with a cold analysis. His ability suppresses the opponent's movements, but it doesn't work on her. He's not used to fighting with his body. Slight turns to him, impressed. How could he notice these details in the middle of that frantic fight? Ortama felt more and more humiliated with every blow he took. Is that all you can do? Run your mouth? She taunts him, as she dodges another desperate swing. Pushed to the limit, Ortama's reason shatters. With a scream of pure fury, he unleashes his entire aura. His eyes glow with fire. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" he roars, energy exploding around him. "I will never forgive you. You will pay for this insult with your life." Facing the storm of power and hatred, Dakoyan just stares at him with the same cold, challenging look, ready for whatever came next. Facing Ortima's blind rage, Dokoyan remained calm, a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. "That's a concept someone like you shouldn't discuss so lightly," she says, as her own menacing aura begins to condense, ready for a counterattack. She prepares to move forward, but is interrupted. The sound of clapping echoes through the arena. It was Professor Yumina who had entered the battlefield. Her mere presence, the hostile auras of both fighters dissipated, and a vast field of flowers sprouted from the stone floor, filling the air with the sweet scent of spring. Surprised, the two combatants watched the petals floating around them. With a serene smile, but with unquestionable authority, Yumina scolds them. "The Academy does not encourage unnecessary fights. Save that strength for the tower." Furious and humiliated, Ortima clenches his teeth, turns his back, and leaves without a word. "You're very strong, Professor," Dokoyan comments with a rare tone of admiration. Pleased with the compliment, Yumina smiles and Dokoyan returns to her group. "What did you think of the fight?" she asks Yuan. He replies that just watching was a great help, but his sentence is cut short by a headbutt to his back. Startled, he turns around and sees Rachel, who is trembling with fear, using him as a shield to hide from Dakoyan. He calms her down, while the white-haired warrior watches them, oblivious to the panic her aura was causing. Still on the field, Yumina was publicly scolding the assistant professor, making it clear that his attitude was unacceptable and that a simple apology wouldn't fix the situation. Then, she gracefully walks over to Yuan, points to the representative's pin on his chest, and with a flick, adjusts it. "For a class representative, dignity is everything," she says with a wink. The gesture, so casual and intimate, provokes a wave of envious and furious glares from all the guys around. Yuan sighs. Instead of helping, the professor had just added more fuel to the fire. After the battle, the gossip spread like wildfire. The video the professor posted to humiliate them had the opposite effect. The recording showed Dakoyan's complete domination over Ortima, and the comments exploded. Soon, two figures became the center of attention. Dakoyan, now nicknamed the Silver Queen, and Yuan, the master of bargaining, who cleverly negotiated time for his own fight. His interaction with Professor Yumina at the end of the video only fueled more theories, and the special admission students became the Academy's biggest celebrities. Reading the comments with his group, Yuan laughs. Beside him, Slight was trying to decipher the internet slang, completely lost. "It's not strange that they're talking about us," says Dakoyan, before dropping a bombshell, "but that guy Ortima wasn't the strongest in their class." She remembers the blue-haired girl with the witch's hat. There was at least one other person there more capable than him. Yuan admits he didn't notice, as he was too focused on her fight. The conversation is interrupted when they realize Ruchel is sitting apart, still terrified of Dakoyan and unable to get close to her. Seeing that the situation was unsustainable, especially since they were roommates, Yuan decides to act. He opens his inventory and pulls out a glass jar. "I think I know how to solve this," he says. It was a jar of special elixir jelly. As soon as he opens it, an incredibly sweet and inviting aroma spreads through the air. Rachel's head snaps up instantly, her eyes fixed on the jar. Yuan spreads the golden jelly on some bread and offers it to the group. Slight and Dakoyan take a bite and their eyes widen. "This is delicious," the blonde exclaims. Even Dakoyan's ice heart pose melts for a second. "It's amazing," she stammers. Smiling, Yuan turns and calls to Ruchel, who is already practically dribbling. "Come eat with us." Hesitantly, she approaches and asks for a piece of bread. As she takes the first bite, her eyes fill with pure happiness. The delicate flavor and the calming effect of the elixir begin to melt her fear. As Ruchel savors her bread, Yuan hands another piece to Dakoyan. "Consider this a favor," he says casually. Hearing the word favor, Dakoyan's expression changes. She stands up, with a sudden decision in her eyes. Before Yuan could react, she grabs him by the tie, pulling him close to her face. While he was still holding a piece of bread in the air, "In exchange for the jelly," she says, with a sudden seriousness, "I'll give you a private martial arts lesson." Before Yuan could answer, the world around him dissolved. They were in a Spartan training room, a reflection of the focused and disciplined environment of her mind. Dakoyan picks up a wooden sword. "Don't move carelessly," she warns. And with a simple swing, the blade cuts through the air, creating a small gust of wind. She settles into a battle stance, and in the next instant, an intense pressure emanates from her. She charges forward. The movement is a blur, a perfect thrust, so fast fast that it pushes the air in front of it, stopping the tip of the sword millimeters from Yuan's nose. He stares at her with a blank expression, processing what just happened. "This," she says, "is a thrust, a strike without a hint of doubt or hesitation." For him, it was hard to believe a human could execute something with such perfection. But in that brief moment, his power did more than just observe. It learned. A new concept emerged in his mind: penetration. As he got lost in thought, trying to understand why he had learned that specific concept, Dako Yan calls him back to reality. Focus. A thrust doesn't just have one form. She begins to execute a series of strikes in the air, each one subtly different from the last. How many times should you thrust? With what force? What should you imitate? There are countless variables, she explains. But the ultimate foundation is one where only a single thrust is needed. Never forget that. Her words and actions, which mastered a concept to its purest form, carried the essence of truth. She hands him the sword. "Your turn." Holding the wooden weapon, Yuan asks her not to laugh at his imitation. "If you copied me perfectly on the first try," she smiles, "my 10 years of training would have meant nothing." He moves, imitating the stance and the strike she had shown. The moment his thrust cuts through the air, Dako Yan's smile vanishes. She couldn't believe it. He had, somehow, grasped the essence of the strike just by watching it once. But Yuan wasn't satisfied. He felt something was wrong. Until now, he had focused on mixing various concepts. But her lesson made him realize his mistake. He needed to strengthen and deepen one concept at a time. Taking off his shirt for more freedom of movement, he concentrates. He repeats the movement, thinking, "Why penetration?" The answer comes like a lightning bolt, because the original user, Dako Yan, believes with her entire soul that the true essence of a thrust is to penetrate the target. With this thought in mind, he puts all his focus, power, and conviction into a single attack. The result is completely different. The strike through the air is immensely more powerful, as if he and the sword had become the very embodiment of the concept of a thrust. "Stop," she orders. Seeing the effort drain him, he falls to his knees, panting. As a flood of system notifications fills his vision, martial arts concept learned, swordsman concept absorbed as a sub-concept. He looks at his stats and his jaw drops. His attributes had skyrocketed. The swordsman concept, which had barely moved before, had risen drastically. His combat skills had literally doubled. "I never thought I could lose like this," she murmurs. Impressed, he, embarrassed, scratches his head and says he was just imitating, and that he only learned quickly because she was a great teacher. The compliment catches her off guard, and she turns her face to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. Satisfied, Yuan thanks her and offers her an elixir as payment. "Just one elixir doesn't make up for this lesson," she says, and he tenses up, not knowing what else he could offer. Seeing his concern, she smiles. "Don't worry," she says with a playful glint in her eyes. "I'll get my compensation over time. Be prepared." With the mood completely changed, she reminds him of the next class, and they teleport out. Yuan was still thinking about her enigmatic smile when the scene changes. In the academy hallways, Ruchel and Slight are walking distractedly, looking at a phone. Suddenly, Ruchel bumps into a group of students from another class with hostile glares and threatening auras. The leader of the group slams his hand on the wall, blocking her path. "Where do you think you're going, Kitty?" he says with a sneer on his face. The bully kept blocking the path, but Ruchel, though visibly annoyed, didn't let herself be intimidated. Seeing the scene, Slight didn't hesitate and stepped between them. "What do you want with my classmate?" he asks, his voice cold as ice. The aggressor glares at him, irritated. "Get out of my way, insect!" At that exact moment, Yuan and Dako Yan appear in the hallway, teleported. The sudden arrival of the now famous Silver Queen changes everything. Recognizing the warrior who had humiliated Ortima, the group of bullies backs off instantly, running away but not before throwing a veiled threat. This time, Ruchel hides behind Slight, thanking him for defending her. Yuan notices the restrained fury in his friend's eyes. This wasn't over. Moments later, in the classroom, an elderly professor was lecturing about the history of the Union. But for the group of bullies, the class was an opportunity to continue their harassment. Secretly, they start taking pictures of Ruchel, whispering malicious comments among themselves. The young woman tried to ignore it, but her sadness and discomfort were obvious. Both Slight and Yuan felt their anger rising. It didn't matter the world, Yuan thought. Human wickedness was always the same. Unable to contain himself, Slight suddenly stands up, catching the professor's attention. "Excuse me, but some students are disrupting the class." The old professor just asks for silence and, without paying much attention, resumes his explanation. Seeing this, the bullies mock Slight under their breath, calling him naive and accusing him of trying to show off. The provocation escalates when they ask if he and Ruthel were dating. That was enough for silent tears to start streaming down Ruthel's face. It was the last straw. With a dry snap, Slight breaks a pencil in his hand, ready to explode, but before he could get up, a firm hand lands on his shoulder. It was Yuan. "Calm down," he whispers. "Seriously?" Slight replies in disbelief. "Causing trouble here will only make things worse," Yuan says, showing his phone screen. "Just watch." On the screen, a live stream on Union Tuber was on. Slight gets it instantly, and a malicious smile appears on his face. He turns to the bullies and says loudly, "Keep laughing, please." The audience is loving it. Confused, they look around and see nothing. What they didn't know was that right behind them, little Eve was holding a camera in her mouth, recording every word and every laugh from the beginning. In seconds, the live stream's comments section explodes with hundreds of messages of outrage. "Great initiative." Doko Young comments quietly to Yuan, who just replies, "They messed with one of us. They weren't getting away with it." When the three stooges finally realize what's happening, it was too late. They try to hide and desperately search for the camera until one of them spots the little white snake. But before they could reach her, Eve disappears in the blink of an eye. The noise catches the professor's attention, who this time loses his patience. "Your names, and out of my classroom, now," he orders. As they were being kicked out, the professor grumbled that he would give them low grades. Yu-1 thought the punishment was light, but Ruchel, with a more relieved face, disagrees. "It was enough," she says, thanking the two with a genuine smile. "I'm okay, thanks to you." The moment of gratitude unites the group. Even Deko Yan shows a rare, subtle smile. They agree that things got easier with Yu-1 as class president, but the peace didn't last long. After class ended, the three expelled bullies were waiting for them in the hallway. Scared, Ruchel hides behind Yu-1. The group's irritation returns with full force. This time, the aggressors weren't empty-handed. They were armed. Facing the weapons pointed at them, Slight takes a step forward with a dangerous calm. "What do you want?" Facing the three armed bullies, Slight remained unfazed. Their leader demanded an explanation for the humiliation of the recording, which, according to them, had ruined their grades. Yuan glanced over and noticed the substitute professor watching from a distance, doing absolutely nothing, even seeing that his students had drawn weapons. It was contempt for the lower dimensions in its purest form. The shouting started again, but Slight, with a frightening calm, just stared at them and said a single word: "Barbarians." The offense was the trigger. The leader lunged forward, his sword pointed. "What did you say, you inferior creature?" In response, Slight unsheathed his own sword. With a casual, almost careless movement, a fan of golden light cut through the air. The bully's sword split in two, the blade flying off. The shock was total. Yuan, analyzing the strike with his eyes, saw the golden energy that enveloped Slight's blade and learned a new concept. Meanwhile, the aggressor was trembling with fear. Slight advanced, placing his golden sword on the boy's neck, who fell to his knees, terrified. "If you had asked politely," Slight said, his voice cold, "I would have talked." His personality seemed to have completely changed, becoming cold and authoritarian. As the bully's friends cursed, Slight turned to the professor. "What's the punishment for students who attack classmates with real weapons?" The professor, caught off guard, looked away and said the academy encouraged fighting practice. "But I never agreed to a fight," Slight retorted. The professor tried to turn the tables, accusing him of drawing his sword first and lying about not having seen the previous insults. Slight's fury exploded, and the golden aura on his sword intensified. Before he could do anything, he felt a flick on his cheek. It was Dako Yan. With a simple touch, she dispelled Slight's aura, bringing him back to reality. Stunned, he made his sword disappear, while the professor, seeing that he had lost control, left muttering. Dako then scolded Slight, and Yuan realized that the golden sword seemed to affect his friend's personality. Later, during a meal, Yuan reprimanded Slight for his impulsive attitude. Regretful, the blonde apologized, insisting he could control the sword. Dako interrupted the argument, reminding everyone of Professor Yumina's warning. If they continued to show off so much power, the hostility from other students would only get worse. She then turned to Yuan. "You're the representative. What's the plan?" Yuan thought for a moment. The problem was the academy's system, based on prejudice and birth status. He asked the group, "What does it take to win the favor of the masses?" "Power," they suggested. Yuan smiled. "Something else." Something we already have. He made a square with his fingers, imitating a camera. Looks. The plan was simple and brilliant. Create a channel on UnionTuber to show their daily activities, build a positive public image, and change the perception people had of them. The first recording was a training fight between Dako Yan and a reluctant Slight. To force him to fight seriously, Dako attacked him for real, throwing him to the ground and taunting him until he finally fought back with everything he had. While filming the spectacular fight, Yuan explained to a worried Ruchel that showing their true skills was the best way to intimidate future aggressors. The channel was an explosive success. The fight video went viral, and other videos showing the group in casual moments, playing games, having tea with Professor Yumina, Ruchel making funny faces while trying new foods, won over the audience. They became the biggest celebrities in the academy. The next step, a live stream of their first climb up the tower. On the scheduled day, a crowd gathered to watch them. Yumina praised the initiative, and the group prepared. Yuan, still in his school uniform, stood out from the others who were wearing combat gear. With conviction, he straightened his tie and stated that this was enough. Yumina teleported them to the tower entrance, where they were met with more stares, now of admiration and curiosity. He announced they would stay for 3 days and 2 nights, and, with a floating mini-camera recording everything, he led his team into the biggest challenge of their lives, wishing his ancestors could see him. Inside the tower, the rules were different. As Yumina had explained in a previous meeting, the floors, or rooms, constantly changed their layout. Death wasn't permanent. Defeat usually resulted in being teleported to the entrance, with the student pendant allowing a return to the same point. However, she admitted that there were areas where death was, in fact, the end of the line. On the first floor, they faced clawsithers, slimy monsters that were easily sliced up by Slight and Dakayan. Meanwhile, Yuan was trying to extract the concept of fire from a torch, but to his surprise, his power didn't work. Distracted, he was almost attacked, but Eve protected him, turning into a chain of spikes. It was then that Ruchel sprang into action, revealing a wild side with red eyes and sharp claws, tearing the creatures apart with ferocity. Dakayan sensed a more powerful energy gathering and alerted the group. Yuan used his eyes and saw an obelisk forming a summoning circle. Ruchel, destroy that now, he ordered. With a devastating blow, she shattered the obelisk before the elite monster could appear, getting its core as a reward. At that moment, Slight noticed something. Ruchel's hair, once light pink, now had multicolored streaks. Yuan explained that this was the manifestation of Ruchel's furnace heart concept, which burned emotions to generate power. Worried, the girl asked if she had been scary. Dako Yan, with her usual coldness, said that if she lost control, she would stop her herself, which only made Ruchel more uneasy. Yuan intervened, promising to help her control her power, and the group was transported to the second floor. The new scene was a green field. Yuan took the opportunity to analyze the core Ruchel had obtained, learning the concepts of acid and fusion. He fed Eve with the acid and infused the fusion into his own weapon. Monsters, and the form of evil spirits began to appear. Dako Yan destroyed one with a blast of energy, and provokingly suggested that Yuan take care of the entire floor by himself to speed up his growth. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the challenge. Stretching his arms, he summoned Eve, who, upon passing through a magic circle, transformed into a massive firearm. With a command, the weapon began to fire continuous barrages, annihilating the spirits in seconds. Slight watched, shocked, wishing his kingdom had such firepower. Dako Yan, though impressed, noted a flaw. The weapon was useless in close-quarters combat. As if to prove her point, a spirit silently slid up behind Yuan, opening a gigantic mouth, ready to swallow him whole. His friends screamed a warning. The protagonist, noticing their reaction, turned around and came face to face with the abyss of the monster's jaws, ignoring his friend's concern. Our main character made a sword appear out of thin air and faced the evil spirit. With a single vertical slash, he dispatched the monster that tried to attack him. His 2 companions, who had their hearts in their mouths, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Light, however, was left with his jaw on the floor when he saw the protagonist holding a sword. After all, he himself had strengthened his own sword with various attributes, preparing for when things got serious. As for the pink-haired girl, she had no idea the protagonist even knew how to fight with a sword. He, very humbly, explained that it wasn't quite like that. He said he was still far from being as good as Slight or Dako. Hearing this, the young woman smiled, finding his humility well-deserved and feeling proud of how much he had improved. But the protagonist didn't stop there. He kept advancing, alternating between shots with his weapon and sword strikes, destroying all the evil spirits that appeared in his path. The monsters just kept coming, only to be defeated one by one. Now, in addition to using Eve, he also wielded the sword with impressive skill. Every move showed everything he had learned up to that point. Smiling, the protagonist commented that, even though he wasn't the best, he was trying to evolve with every battle. After finishing off most of the spirits, he rested his sword on the ground and sighed, tired. He looked at the others and announced that there were no more enemies nearby, only the last one remained. With that in mind, he summoned Eve and transformed her into a chain, ordering her to bind the last spirit. With the monster immobilized, he said they could take a break before finishing the job. While they caught their breaths, the white-haired young woman bent down and touched the remains of one of the defeated spirits. That's when she noticed something interesting. The edge of the protagonist's sword had melted and disintegrated the monsters. She quickly figured out that he was already using the abilities he had acquired in the previous room. Light also couldn't hide his surprise at what he saw. Dako, for her part, didn't hold back on the praise, saying that his last attack had been excellent. She began to think out loud, commenting that his style was much better than just swinging a sword around without any strategy. Slate got all annoyed with the comment and asked why she treated him like an amateur. In the middle of the argument, the protagonist reached into his inventory and pulled out a cold energy drink can. He opened it and started drinking calmly, laughing at the two of them fighting. Seeing this, his three companions glared at him. They all got angry, wanting to know what he was drinking, and of course wanting a sip. He just pointed at the can and said he didn't have any more, commenting that this type of drink could be bought outside. No one bought the excuse after all. Unlike him, no one there could just go out and buy something. Upset, he put the can back in his inventory, grumbling that he would only use it again when he was very tired. This comment caught the attention of the white-haired girl, who decided to take the lead from that moment on. Realizing that everyone had rested, the protagonist hurried to destroy the last monster. At the same instant, a magic circle appeared under each of their feet. As they were being transported to the next room, the protagonist closed his eyes. He wanted to take a look at his own attributes. A window appeared in his mind, showing more than 10 different attributes. Seeing that, he got excited. With that score, he would already be at the average level of the academy. However, he realized that to be more efficient, he needed to focus on strengthening his swordsman skills. The difference in strength between him and a certain erector was about 200 points, and there was no way he could close that gap in a weekend. But since he was learning martial arts from his classmate, he thought he might have found a way. He knew it wasn't enough just to acquire skills, he had to evolve them. Thinking about how to improve, he considered asking his classmate to teach him a little more, but quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it would be unfair to burden her. While he was racking his brain trying to figure out how to get stronger, several gusts of air came towards him. The problem was, he was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the danger. For a moment, he still thought he was being transported to the other room. That's when a voice started shouting his name. It was Slight, and he was falling. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes and realized the situation. The four of them were in free fall, with the wind whistling around them. Faced with that scene, the protagonist panicked for a second. Looking down, he tried to understand why the hell he was falling from the sky. Rushel seemed even more desperate, fighting against gravity and holding down her skirt to keep the wind from lifting it. He looked down again, still not understanding anything. But this time, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. Down below, the ground was covered with sharp spears, all pointed upwards. Thinking fast, he summoned Eve, who immediately transformed into a chain. With a precise move, the chain wrapped around Ruchel, saving her from becoming a skewer by a hair's breadth. Relieved that it had worked, he sighed, but continued to hold the chain with all his strength. But there was a trap, right at the transition point. As he tried to make sense of the situation, he heard someone call his name. Looking back, he saw the pink-haired young woman, trapped upside down on the ceiling. Her suggestion was obvious. He needed to move, and fast. But instead of acting, he froze, shocked at the sight of her hanging like that. As soon as she finished her warning, he heard a huge noise. One of the walls was opening, firing a shower of spears in his direction. Frightened, he thought quickly. He couldn't let the girl he was holding with the chain fall. No way. Without hesitation, he gave a strong pull on the chain, throwing her upwards. At the same time, he had the idea of summoning Lilith, while still controlling Eve's. The young woman screamed in fear from the pull, but she needed to be thrown at that exact angle for the spears to pass right by without hitting her. The protagonist's quick move caused the spears to crash into each other. When the girl started to fall again, he was already there to catch her in his arms. She blushed a little at the closeness, while he asked if she was okay. Now the two of them were riding a hoverbike. Calmly, he apologized for the pull from before, explaining that the situation was complicated and he had no choice. As he spoke, more traps were being activated activated all around. He just smiled and, with agility, began to dodge the axes that were flying towards them, destroying them all before they got close. Suddenly, it was clear that Slight was different. He now had 2 pairs of dragon wings on his back. With his divine sword in hand, he walked among the destroyed axes, wondering what was happening. He remembered the meeting with the professor. She had said that the traps would only appear after room 20, but they were only in the 3rd room, and the difficulty was already at this level. Flapping his wings to float, Slight saw a flying motorcycle zipping through the room and wondered when his friend had gotten an item like that. The protagonist, riding the motorcycle, was annoyed. He sped up, dodging the traps that appeared at every moment. Behind him, Ruchel still remembered how he had held her just moments before. Now, smiling, she hugged his back, already more comfortable with the situation. Surprised by the sudden hug, the protagonist got distracted for a second, and it was enough for an arrow to hit the motorcycle. He started weaving between the columns of the room, trying to dodge the weapons that were being launched at them. The danger was getting closer and closer, until a slash of light blocked some spears. The protagonist stopped the motorcycle, and looking to the side, saw Slight floating. He wanted to know why his friend was just standing there, watching. Looking closer at Slight's appearance, the protagonist was surprised and asked, "What are those wings?" But the blonde kid also had a question. Pointing to the motorcycle, he wanted to know where it had come from, saying it looked like an item from Yuan's world. The protagonist then asked about Dako, worried that she might have fallen into a trap. But the situation was quite different. She was moving with incredible agility along the tower's walls. The protagonist didn't know where she was, but he trusted that she wouldn't fall into such an easy trap. And he was right. The young woman was dodging the spears like a pro, always with quick and precise movements, keeping an eye on everything. Now, without worrying about her safety, Slight asked what they should do. He remembered the manual which said they should. The protagonist asked Slight to run to the other side of the room, so he would have time to analyze the pattern of the traps. As Slight flew, the protagonist watched and noticed something. All the traps were chasing a single person, Slight. That's when it clicked. Maybe the traps were targeting whoever was moving. He remembered the situation with his classmate at the beginning, and finally understood. They needed to avoid moving thoughtlessly in that room. The protagonist put his hands on his head, frustrated that he hadn't realized it sooner. Meanwhile, his classmate was trying to warn him about another arrow coming his way. The arrow hit the floating motorcycle. Annoyed, the protagonist pulled out the arrow and held it tightly. He needed to warn the others to stop moving, but if they did that, how would they pass the level? Holding the arrow tighter, he finally noticed something. A reaction was happening to it. Looking closely, he saw that the arrow was being absorbed. This was new. Since the first room, he had been trying to absorb concepts, but it had never worked. Now he looked at his sword. Could his hunch be right? He wouldn't know unless he tried. So, he decided to grab the sword. His companion, not understanding a thing, just watched. Before her eyes, he started absorbing the sword itself, and they were both shocked. After the sword dissolved in the protagonist's hand, turning into a golden dust, he received a concept, but it wasn't what he expected. Instead of sword, he received the concept of cutting, which reminded him of the thrusting technique his companion was teaching him. While he was thinking about this, Ruchel asked him to look in a certain direction. When he looked, he saw Slight surfing on a wave of traps. After getting out of the wave, all annoyed, he leaned on his sword. All of that had happened because he let his guard down, thinking that only the weapons were dangerous. After falling into the trap, Slight's vision began to darken, and he realized that he could barely defend himself from the dozens of new traps that were appearing. At that moment, the protagonist didn't just stand there. He was on Lilith, his glider motorcycle, and had to leave Ruchel behind to go help Slight. Before leaving, he had already apologized to her, and the girl understood that he didn't want her to get involved. As the protagonist sped over the waves hitting his friend, he gained more points than his water concept. Everything happened as he expected. What touched him was water, but he received the concept of waves. Finally, he began to understand his power, and the reason he hadn't received the sword concept before. As he advanced on the motorcycle, Dako was jumping from pillar to pillar, analyzing the situation. She was surprised to look down and see the protagonist on the motorcycle, with waves of energy coming out of the sides. He was heading towards Slight because he had realized that the state of the substance at the moment it manifested determined the concept he acquired, just like the trap that had aimed at his neck earlier gave him the concept of beheading. With that in mind, he advanced toward the activated arrows and spears, all of them falling on Slight. He shouted to Slight telling him he would take care of the situation, and sped up on the motorcycle. It was at this moment that he hoped his all-seeing eye ability would deepen. The arrows were getting closer and closer to Slight, who was screaming for help. The protagonist closed his eyes, stretched out his hands toward the weapons, and activated his power. When he opened his eyes, a written word appeared on the tip of each blade, a concept he could understand. The intention of each weapon was revealed, and now they were all aimed at him. The little blonde guy was in disbelief at what had happened. He was saved. However, now the protagonist was the target of all those weapons. He grabbed one of them, but didn't want to take them one by one, afraid that the concepts would mix and lose their essence. So, he released a huge amount of energy, connecting the concept in his hand to all the other concepts of the weapons. When he finished the process, an intense golden glow appeared and surrounded him. The plan to infuse the concepts had been a success. On the other side of the room, the pink-haired girl watched everything. The remnants of the golden glow made the scene even more beautiful. Calmly, she stretched out her hands, letting the golden dust from the destroyed weapons land on them. With a light smile, it was obvious that she was satisfied with Yunwan's progress. He finally stopped the motorcycle, a few feet away from Slight, who ran toward him. The protagonist was happy to see that his friend was okay. Slight looked surprised at what he was carrying in his hands, and asked what it was. The protagonist admitted he didn't know. He just said that it appeared when he gathered all the weapons. While the two of them were talking, a new trap was activated. They immediately went on alert, but to their relief, the two girls appeared. With incredible and synchronized movements, they deflected the swords with their blows, preventing anything bad from happening. Rushel sighed in relief, while the white-haired girl took the opportunity to scold the two of them again. The protagonist was so impressed with the girl's performance that he didn't even care about the scolding. Slight, on the other hand, didn't like it at all. With the last trap controlled, the four spheres of light appeared again, and the room change began. While they were being transported, the protagonist just watched the duo fighting again. Slight questioned why she always wanted to act like a savior, arriving at the last minute just to show off. The protagonist found that inspiring. Even though they were always fighting, he knew that one would always save the other. In response, Dako just stated that she waited on purpose until the last minute to surprise everyone. They were transported to the fourth room. Now at least the protagonist could get a good look at the monsters before being attacked. They were giant spiders. Looking at the creature in front of him, he did really know what it was or what its power was. Slide explained that this was a unique monster, the tower spider, and that it could appear anywhere. With that, he drew his sword, ready to take the lead and protect his friend, since even after Yunwan's attacks, the spiders hadn't suffered a scratch. Dako, however, stepped in front of everyone, asking them to take a step back. Looking at the protagonist, she told to watch her next moves closely. She concentrated energy in her hands, forming a cannon-like attack. With a powerful shot, she hit a large number of spiders at once. The energy explosion left the protagonist speechless. Her attack was much stronger than Eva's bullets. It was then that the young woman told everyone to leave the final attack to the protagonist. Looking at him, she gave a smile and bragged, saying that she was a phenomenal master. A little embarrassed, he smiled back, drew his sword, and asked Slight to cover his back. He moved forward to face the spiders, grateful for the chance to finish them off. However, Slight and Ruchel, who were watching, were very worried, and for good reason. When the protagonist hit his sword on the spider's shell, the blow had no effect, and just made his hands tremble. He tried again with more force, but the shell was too thick. After the failed attack, it was the spider's turn. Its eyes glowed, and it jumped toward him. Sensing the danger, he leaped backward, narrowly escaping, but he didn't give up and advanced again, this time remembering to use a thrust. At least now, he managed to hit the spider's head, but it still wasn't enough to defeat it. The couple got excited to see that he was making some progress. Even so, the protagonist knew that he couldn't continue with such weak attacks. He was frustrated just thinking that the tower spiders were too strong for him. Suddenly, he remembered something he should have thought of before. The concepts he had absorbed in the previous room. He still hadn't used any. Seeing that this was the perfect time, he infused the cutting concept into his sword. As soon as the weapon received the concept, it began to release small lightning bolts and, with a simple swing, emanated a powerful aura. He decided to test if that would work against the spiders. The sword moved quickly, cutting the spider with incredible ease. The feeling of finally landing a hit was amazing. Slight was shocked by his friend's instant evolution. Even Dako was surprised, but she didn't comment to avoid drawing attention. After the attack, the protagonist felt that he had made a clean cut, but something felt strange. He began to wonder if he hadn't swung the sword with more force than necessary, and tried again. Seeing his determination, Slight and the pink-haired girl moved forward to help. Doko, after observing for a while, realized that he had done something to the sword that allowed him to cut the spiders with ease. She continued to watch as he kept cutting the spiders, trying to improve his skills with each blow. She knew that Normally, when someone strengthens their weapon, they end up just swinging it without technique. But the protagonist showed no signs of this flaw. She hoped that, even if it took time, one day he would understand the true essence of a cut for himself. Watching him, she ended up remembering her own story. After overcoming the 3 calamities, she was proudly called the greatest prodigy of the martial world. And now, she realized that she was watching someone as good as her, someone who made her own talents seem small. Unaware of all this, the protagonist just kept swinging his sword, focused on destroying the tower spiders. While fighting, even without knowing what his friend was thinking, the protagonist felt a shiver. Slight, seeing him look around, asked what was happening. At one point, his gaze crossed with Doko's, who, seeing him with drinks in his hand, ran after him. At that point, the 4 of them received an external message. It was the same message for everyone, a warning from the director to leave the tower immediately. The protagonist didn't understand why the rush. Meanwhile, Ruchel noticed that something was bothering Dako. The peace didn't last long. Ruchel screamed, warning that the enemy was coming. They all looked and were scared. 2 giant portals opened, and hundreds of spiders began to come out of them. Now they understood why they had to leave. And it didn't stop there. More dimensional cracks began to appear. When they tried to use their student ID, they noticed they had no signal. With the notifications not working, the group was completely trapped. Light already drew his sword, preparing for the worst. They knew that this was the dangerous situation the teacher had warned them about, one that could finish them off. The portals covered the room with spiders, which were on the floor, on the walls, on the ceiling, advancing without leaving any room to breathe. Rachel and Slight were the first to move forward to fight. Faced with so many spiders, the protagonist was scared. He had never faced anything like this. He remembered the meeting where the teacher, Yumina, revealed that there was a high chance of dimensional pirates invading the tower. She explained that, due to abnormal invasions, safe areas could become hostile, the number of monsters would multiply, and the difficulty would increase unpredictably. And now, they were living exactly that scenario. An explosion opened a passage in the wall. The protagonist, on his floating motorcycle with Rusho on the back, followed the others to a more spacious place. Seeing the spiders passing through the new entrance, Slight was furious. Rusho growled with anger, and the glow in the spider's eyes became more intense. Being well organized, they all invaded the room where the group was. "They don't seem to have an end," the white-haired young woman commented, before attacking again. Using her energy explosion, she aimed at a cluster of spiders and fired, eliminating several at once. Seeing her determination, Slight also entered the battle, and the 2 together began to cause a lot of damage. Dako and Slight were already getting worn out. Ruchel, too, after using so much power, already had most of her hair darkened. She barely spoke, just growled, driven by the will to finish off all the spiders. The protagonist knew that if her hair became completely dark, things would get ugly. Dako, noticing his concern, stopped attacking and approached. She commented on Ruchel's situation, and admitted that she herself couldn't last much longer without a break. Hearing that she was getting tired, the protagonist didn't think twice. He took an energy drink can from his inventory and handed it to her, saying that he would hold off the spiders while she drank. She took the drink, smiled, and asked if he really thought he could handle it alone. "You bet," he replied, taking a grenade out of nowhere, showing that he was prepared. He pulled the pin and got ready to throw it. "Check this out," he said. He threw the grenade, which flew over the spiders. A power surrounded the grenade, which exploded in the air, creating a wave of fire that swallowed most of the monsters. The explosion was so strong that the hot shockwave forced Slight to retreat and protect himself with his sword. While protecting himself, he saw the protagonist fly past on the motorcycle and asked what that power was. "I put a lot of effort into this weapon," he replied, asking Slight to rest. He knew that Dako must still have a lot of energy, but he couldn't rely on her alone. He kept advancing, not knowing how long the spiders would keep appearing, trying to buy as much time as possible for his friends. Suddenly, he received a notification. The blood poison on his sword had increased to 15, and the cutting concept had leveled up to 2. Surprised by the speed, he looked at the sword in his hand and noticed that it was turning red. Although he didn't know how the blood poison worked, he kept advancing, imagining he would find out soon. When he used the sword against the spiders, a large amount of energy was released along with the cut. Something surprising happened. The trajectory of the cut seemed to have changed, becoming longer. He noticed that the cutting concept increased the sword's strength, and the blood poison increased the attack's range. The problem was that, for this to happen, the sword needed to suck his blood. The protagonist was a little scared of the weapon, realizing that he couldn't use it too often. Light approached, confessing to be impressed that he was showing something interesting again. Seeing Slight and Dako arriving, the protagonist asked where Ruka was. The 2 of them said she should be around, eliminating spiders. He wanted to insist that the 2 of them rest, protagonist, but they said they had already recovered. As they prepared to switch places with the protagonist, Slight realized that the number of spiders had decreased. Hearing this, they looked at the passage and saw that the flow of monsters was diminishing. This could only mean two things. Either the battle was ending, or something much stronger was coming. And Rachel felt exactly that. A strange energy made her growl. She stopped in front of a specific place, just in time to see a portal, larger than all the previous ones, begin to form. It was then that the elite tower spider monster entered the room. The protagonist was shocked to see the enormous spider, several times larger than any other there. While he watched, Slate shouted for his attention. Should there be more than one elite monster? He asked. This caught the protagonist's attention, who turned and understood the reason for his friend's despair. There wasn't just one giant monster, but two. They were surrounded. Light became extremely nervous, asking what was happening. While he was freaking out, Dako continued to drink her drink calmly. Unlike everyone else, Rachel was getting angrier and angrier. Baring her fangs, she charged at one of the giant spiders, attacking without thinking twice. Slate got worried, but the protagonist said that maybe it was a good idea and that they should coordinate to help. They agreed to split up. Slate and Rachel would take care of one spider, while the protagonist and Dako would deal with the other. Positioned in front of his spider, the protagonist raised his sword. All that confidence seemed to have vanished when facing a monster of that size. Seeing his hesitation, Dako, who had already finished her drink, approached and whispered in his ear, "You said you could handle it easily with my help, didn't you?" She moved away, threw the empty can back at him, materialized her own sword, and placed herself in front of him to lead the attack. "Now we're going to pay the price for that sweetness of yours," she said, facing the giant spider. Startled, the protagonist wondered why she had drawn her sword. She was obviously showing her technique to him. Noticing his curious eyes, she looked at him with a sharp gaze and said, annoyed, "I just don't want to get my hands dirty, don't get the wrong idea." But that wasn't entirely true. After analyzing what he had learned for so long, she knew that he was still missing one move to master, and she was determined to show it to him. Just that once. A strong blue energy surrounded her. As she prepared to attack, she wanted the protagonist to pay close attention. Her eyes shone with the same blue tone as her energy, but in the brief moment she stretched her arm for the attack, the protagonist lost his concentration. The reason was simple. On the other side, Rutel had lost control and instead of attacking the spider, started attacking Slight. He tried to defend himself with his sword, but the girl was enraged. Neither of them noticed that their elite spider was advancing. The spider jumped and shot a web jet to trap the two of them. Slight was caught by surprise. Thinking fast, he threw Rutel away so she wouldn't get caught with him. With that, he was left alone to be wrapped in the web. The young woman landed on a pillar, growling at the spider, which growled back. With all this confusion, it was impossible for the protagonist to concentrate 100%. Noticing his distraction, Dako scolded him. "Where are you looking? Just look at me." He claimed that he was looking, but admitted that he was worried. The moment he said that, she moved her sword. With her energy, she performed the movement slowly, so that he could watch. "It's all right," she said. And then, the giant spider in front of her just fell, perfectly split in half. The blow Dako used was a simple movement, from bottom to top. With that single cut, the protagonist was able to see the gigantic distance that existed between his level and hers. The spider just fell, with its body parts scattering everywhere. After seeing that, the protagonist started receiving a bunch of notifications for new concepts. So many that he started to get a headache. He had just understood super advanced techniques, and several other concepts had also leveled up. The power he saw was similar to what he felt in Ortima's force field. Trembling with a headache, he wondered how someone could put so much will into a sword. The concept was so deadly and so alive that it gave him chills. With his vision blurred, the girl suddenly approached and asked if he had watched her blow closely. He complained that she got too close and she simply threw a violet sphere at him. With the sphere in his hand, he noticed that it was overflowing with energy. He was happy, but wondered if he should really keep it, since it was her who got it. Smiling, the girl said that it was his reward and that he shouldn't hesitate, he should just accept the gift. From a distance, Slight saw the two of them being all chummy and got furious, screaming at them to stop chatting and go help him. He had been stuck in those webs for a while and was very worried, because Rukel, who was in berserker mode, had already defeated her spider and was now completely out of control. The protagonist looked at the young woman, scared. Seeing Slight's situation, Dako just commented, "He's a complete loser." Our hero knew that if they moved forward, they would be defeated in a second by the out-of-control girl. He looked back and stated that the only person who could deal with the situation was Dako. She didn't seem happy at all about having to solve all the group's problems again. Meanwhile, the completely out-of-control young woman began to look at the others. The protagonist tried to reason with Dako, asking for help, since that was a completely abnormal situation. Being insistent and with a good argument, she couldn't say no, but she did notice noticed something. With that, she decided to move and started stretching. Seeing this, the protagonist got excited. Looking at him, she stated that she would keep the beast entertained, but in return, he should defeat the other spider. In the middle of the conversation, Dako interrupted what she was going to say and charged toward Ruchel, still provoking her with words to attract her more and more. She said she could have a real blast with that out-of-control girl, and the more she provoked her, the more Ruchel entered a state of blind fury. At least Dako got what she wanted. Ruchel charged at her with her claws, jumping off the dead spider. Dako simply dodged the first attack and jumped backward, continuing with the insults. With each of Ruchel's blows, she performed a simple move to deflect it. After several attacks, the girl hadn't managed to hit a single white hair on Dako. Now in the spot she wanted, Dako grabbed Ruchel's wrist and threw her to the ground. With the impact, a little reason returned to the young woman's head, but it still wasn't enough. Seeing this, Dako let her go and made a few more provocations, telling her to stop blindly attacking someone stronger and telling her to get up. She claimed that she would entertain her enough to keep her conscious. While listening to the young woman growling, the protagonist watched the two of them fight. Seeing that he was distracted, Dako scolded him, and with that, he materialized his sword to fight the spider. Even in front of that giant monster, Dako believed that he would be able to win if he had watched her blow correctly. He asked her what she was basing all that confidence on. At that moment, one of the spider's giant claws hit the ground, very close to the protagonist. He barely managed to dodge. Slight, from a distance, saw his friend almost get hit. Although the spider was very debilitated, it still underestimated his strength. Seeing that he was being provoked even by a spider, he got so annoyed that he gritted his teeth. Knowing what to do, he invoked Eva. This time, not just one chain appeared, but several along with various magical symbols. The chains tied up a large part of the spider, which showed all its dissatisfaction. Slight was surprised to see that his friend had managed to trap the monster. Dako also looked back for an instant, diverting her gaze from her own fight. The protagonist advanced with his sword against the chained spider, but not all of its legs were trapped. The ones that were free tried to attack him, but he dodged several times. With Ava's help holding most of the legs, and with the cutting and blood poison concepts on the sword, he was ready. He got as close as he could and, with hatred in his eyes, attacked the giant spider. The blow hit the target, but it wasn't strong enough to defeat it. Watching everything, Slight was skeptical, wondering why the attack had failed. Without much effort to deflect Ruchel, Dako watched the protagonist with her sharp eyes. He retreated a few feet, wondering why his attack had been so weak. Looking at the sword, he finally realized the blood poison hadn't been activated correctly. At that moment, the spider, which was already trapped, began to break the chains to free itself. It made sense for one of the abilities to have failed. After the spider freed itself, it was ready to attack. Immediately, it struck a blow with its huge legs, an attack that could have ended his trajectory right there. As the giant spider broke the chains and attacked the protagonist, raising a cloud of dust, Dako froze, leaving an opening to be attacked. However, when the dust settled, everyone could see the spider fallen on the ground, while the young man was holding his sword. Immediately after, the sword fell, and he also collapsed. Exhausted, caught by a mental exhaustion, he recalled what had just happened. As soon as the sword and the spider's leg met, he changed the angle of his attack at the last second. He was trembling as he recovered the sword, knowing that if he had taken the blow head-on, both he and the weapon would have been destroyed. He wondered how he managed to perceive the movement. For an instant, it seemed that a fraction of a second had turned into an eternity. It was then that a notification appeared. By dodging the attack, he had mastered the concept of flow. Understanding what happened made the protagonist struggle to get to his feet, praising his friend in his thoughts. As he approached the spider again, he understood that he wouldn't be able to perfectly imitate her swordsmanship, but he knew what he needed to do to improve. With his sword in hand, he faced the spider, challenging it. Sensing the hostility, it raised its legs to attack again, but this time, he swung the sword continuously, defending and deflecting the attacks. While watching, Slight remembered a swordsmanship concept called parrying, which involved deflecting or redirecting enemy attacks. If applied correctly, it could create an opening in the opponent's defense. Slight knew that this was just a tactical concept, and the reality was very different, but his friends seemed to be doing the impossible. Even without having experience, he was already showing an impressive ability. Watching how he dodged the attacks, Slight wondered if he had really never held a sword before. After deflecting another attack, the protagonist finally found the opening he was looking for. Using the deflection concept for frontal attacks and spinning the sword to defend against a side attack, he managed to continue advancing. Little by little, he began to see the path to victory, but there was another fight that was still dragging on, the girls. Ruchel was still out of control, but at one point, she was disarmed by tripping over Dako's feet, who calmly knocked her down. While she continued to watch the protagonist fight, thinking that it was unbelievable, she thought he would learn something from her technique. But it was he who was showing her something new. She remembered that there was a martial art that used flow as its essence, but few people dared to use it, as it was an ability that required capturing a brief moment, something almost impossible, but she was watching the protagonist do it repeatedly. Now, it was the spider that was being pressured. The white-haired young woman knew that using this technique continuously was risky and required an enormous effort. That's why most people, like Slight, looked for easier techniques. But she always wanted to master the martial arts, and now she felt as if he was offering her that opportunity. While Dako was entertained, Ruchel got up again. In the meantime, already with a little reason, she took a few flips while Slight asked to be freed. Dako didn't want to know about either of them, she just wanted to go back to watching the fight. She realized that just reflecting the attacks wouldn't be enough for him to win. At one point, gritting his teeth, the protagonist advanced toward the spider. Even being threatened by one of the legs, he continued his movement. Dako watched as he used the enemy's strength, spinning quickly and combining two abilities. And before her eyes, with the sword spinning in a horizontal movement from bottom to top, he managed to cut the giant spider. The blow was perfect and hit the target. The spider began to howl in pain. Watching the scene, Slight was speechless, while the white-haired young woman, slightly blushing, was thrilled with emotion, seeing the protagonist's success, who had overcome that arduous battle and now just watched the giant spider fall. With the defeat of the giant spider, its body slumped to the ground. Soon after, it was Banyu Wanstern, who also collapsed, defeated by the stress and fatigue of the battle. As the protagonist sighed, system notifications began to arrive, informing him that his external and internal concepts had been temporarily synthesized. He felt the great changes occurring in his internal code. At the same time, he heard the call from Slight, who was trapped in spider webs. The situation became complicated when Dako also asked for help to contain an uncontrollable wild beast. The protagonist felt overwhelmed. He had barely defeated an elite, and everyone was already trusting him to solve everything. Amidst the chaos, Slight explained that the webs required magic to be undone, while Dako warned about Ruchel's seemingly infinite stamina. Seeing the two of them arguing about who should be helped first, the protagonist had an idea. His solution was to absorb the concept of the web that was holding Slight. With that, he acquired the web concept and immediately used it to feed the little Eva. Using this new power, he created net-shaped chains and threw them in Ruchel's direction, immobilizing the uncontrollable girl on the ground. The protagonist then warned that it was impossible to break free, as the chains drained magic. As she writhed to escape, the chains pressed her body more and more, until the scene made both he and Dako blush. Embarrassed, Slight quickly covered the protagonist's eyes, who was upset that he was the only one who couldn't see anymore. Although the situation had been resolved, the room transition didn't happen. The chains, however, worked, and Ruchel's hair began to return to its original pink color. The protagonist realized that his student ID was active again and asked the others if they should leave. They all agreed, but were suddenly startled by a red shadow that appeared near them. The shadow, like an illusion, began to murmur that they had passed the test. Not knowing how to react, the group watched the shadow condense into a circle of intense internal energy. This circle molded itself into a red light and finally transformed into a woman, who offered them an opportunity to make a contract with the 10,000-eyed observer. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the teacher was waiting anxiously. Her look showed all her concern as she held the ID. Suddenly, a large teleportation portal formed in front of the tower, and when the dust settled, she saw her students, with the protagonist in front. Yumina ran to them, asking repeatedly if they were okay. The protagonist reassured her, saying that everyone was fine. The teacher confessed her concern, explaining that they hadn't left even after the evacuation notice. Faced with her question, the protagonist asked to go somewhere more secluded before explaining. Speaking on behalf of the group, he said that they were caught in an irregularity after the transition to room 4, but admitted that it was difficult to put into words everything that had happened. Yumina then revealed what she knew. She said that the irregularity was caused by an external intruder who had finished off a student. She explained that these intruders are dimensional pirates who hunt new students to steal their IDs, which prevents resurrection and traps them in the tower forever. Regarding the invaders' fate, she revealed that they managed to escape. The white-haired girl, Dako Yan, intervened, questioning if these events didn't seem like a test. She argued that if intruders could invade the essence of the academy, the tower, and nothing could be done, then the institution couldn't claim to be the best in the multiverse. The teacher, Yumina, disagreed, explaining the harsh reality. The academy protects the students, but inside the tower, they are on their own. If the tower chooses the invaders instead of the students, The Academy cannot interfere. That was the will of the tower, and should be respected. Exalted, Dako repeated the teacher's words with disdain. Grabbing her ID, she stated that she didn't like that situation at all and preferred to teleport than to continue the conversation. And so she did, disappearing in front of a helpless Yumina. Seeing what happened, the protagonist intervened. He asked the teacher to understand Dako's reaction, as something very bad had happened in there. Intrigued, Yumina asked him to tell her exactly what it was. He thought for a moment, looking for the best way to explain that, before they were burned, they had an encounter that made Slight and Rutil visibly uncomfortable, and that he himself didn't know how to express in words. Ban Yun-won revealed to the teacher that they had met the constellation. It was known that the constellation was made up of transcendental patrons or observers who were attentive to various dimensions. When they found someone who interested them, they formed a contract with those people. They were transcendental beings who exerted influence in this dimension. They could offer powerful magic as well as special abilities and powerful artifacts. However, they demanded a lot in return, but until then, no one refused. Everyone knew that, in a world where power is valuable, there was nothing sweeter than their tempting offers. The constellations would be attractive partners, which is why the teacher couldn't believe that the observers were in the same world as them. The protagonist revealed that the thousand-eyed observer had spoken. He also said that this observer had a strange voice and promised power in exchange for the fulfillment of his demands. The teacher, not really knowing the real story, found everything very incredible, with a radiant expression as she spoke. Even with the teacher so excited, the pink-haired girl, as well as Slight, were not excited at all. After the protagonist asked the teacher if that was really incredible, and she confirmed it, he asked a difficult and sudden question, but he wanted to know what the Academy's position was on this. At first, the teacher was surprised by the student's question, but stated that the Academy officially valued neutrality. When she said that, deep down, they encouraged the contracts, the protagonist understood that point. Hearing all this internally, the protagonist couldn't believe that a place like the Academy had no defense at all. Returning to reality with the teacher's insistent questions, who wanted to know what the observer's request had been. That question made Ban Yun-won even more tense, and he revealed that the request was an elimination. The teacher was shocked by what the protagonist had said. She was confused and wanted him to be clearer in his answer. It was then that he revealed the full story. The observer had promised to contract 2 of them if they agreed to eliminate the other 2. So, that was the reason the group was so annoyed. He told them that back in the tower, the constellation's strange voice had talked to them, making a weird proposal and swearing loyal love. The man reached out to the 4 of them, waiting for one of them to move first and quickly fulfill his request. Our main character remembered grinding his teeth at all that nonsense talk. He wasn't going to join, and he hoped Dako wouldn't either. Looking to the side, our protagonist noticed his friend was building up energy. The girl's deep eyes were shaking from the amount of power she was exerting. He told Yumina that Doko was asking them to leave her alone, but the professor got sad. She understood that the young woman had released her energy to force the constellation to leave. After he finished telling the story, the professor asked if that meant they couldn't enter the tower. Our main character was counting on the tower for his duel against a rector, and not being able to use it was super inconvenient. He thought he'd just have to train with the time he had left. He called the professor and said he was thinking of sending what happened in the tower as a report, along with the recording he had made. She said that was fine, but if possible, she'd like to hear more about it while they had a meal. But when he looked at the girl, he knew that wouldn't be possible, not after everything that had happened. The protagonist explained. Both of them were visibly exhausted, physically and mentally. She was devastated when she understood how her students felt. In the end, the professor praised the 3 of them for a job well done. Our main character was so grateful for her consideration. She promised to do everything she could so this situation wouldn't happen again, hoping none of them would think badly of the Academy. With that, she told everyone to get some good rest. Slight said goodbye to the 2 of them as he and Rutil left, using teleportation. Meanwhile, our main character asked them to give Dako his regards. He was about to leave too, but the professor asked him to wait for a moment. She said she had a question to ask and warned him she was going to be direct. Then, worried, she asked why the observer hadn't just promised contracts to 2 of the 4 of them, but instead had selected him and Doko Yeon. The professor's question shocked our protagonist, but in the end, he confirmed her question. Deep down, he knew the observer wasn't just trying to pit them against each other. He seemed to want to sift something from the sand, and the observer pointed to them, claiming they could definitely reach the top together, but only if they got rid of the dead weight. When they saw this, both the blue-eyed blondie and the pink-haired girl were devastated. That being, who had appeared out of nowhere and had seemed like an enemy before, was now trying to make their 2 friends fight. Our protagonist and the white-haired young woman were surprised by the proposal. The being was promising that, as long as they eliminated the other 2, all climbers would get more treasure radiant. and that they should take advantage of it, because that was just how the world was. After telling her everything and recalling things with Professor Yumina, he went back to his dorm, finding her sitting in a fetal position. He looked at his companion, wondering if Slight hadn't even bothered to shower. Our protagonist approached Slight, trying to break the ice, saying that the way he was sitting was impressive. He turned to go to the bathroom while his companion tried to say something. Slight asked if he was trying to humiliate him. Rolling his eyes, the protagonist was scared by the question, not knowing why his companion thought that. His companion apologized, saying he actually just wanted to vent a bit. He said the protagonist could insult him if he wanted, since he was nothing. All of this made the protagonist feel bad about being close to Slight. A few minutes later, for the first time since he entered that room, Slight lifted his head to look into the protagonist's eyes. He said he hated him, which left the protagonist not knowing how to react. Even though our protagonist also wanted to express his hatred, he had to settle for just thinking about it. So, he had to endure and wait, saying that he was naive, which could be useful. Despite everything, our protagonist decided to sit and listen to what his roommate had to say. It was then that he told Slight he could say anything he wanted. He wouldn't mind. However, Slight continued to sit there depressed, but decided to speak. He said he was important in his world too. He was one of the most talented, and from what the protagonist knew of Slight, he already expected him to be talented in his world. Slight's father had said he was exaggerating, as had his family and even his companions. They praised and commented on his talent, even giving him the sacred sword, entrusting him with unparalleled power. He said that thanks to everyone who trusted him, he was able to form a contract with the sacred sword. Bora asked why they were so worried about the protagonist, who still tried to tell Slight that he was talented. He didn't need to take the words of that ridiculous entity into consideration. While listening to what the protagonist was saying, Slight's eyes widened, since for him, the situation was different. So, Slight used the protagonist's words against him, claiming it was easy to ignore the entity, since he had been chosen. Light, deeply offended, continued his complaints. To begin with, they were divine beings. They were transcendental beings, much stronger and more recognized than humans. He couldn't believe the protagonist, Doko, could refuse so easily. Upon hearing that, the protagonist was surprised by the question. He understood more or less what Slight was trying to imply, and then lowered his head, stating he had rejected it because that kind of proposal was pointless. He also explained that there were many ways to stand out. Light, however, claimed he was only saying that because he had overwhelming talent. And he, to be honest, said that if he were able to receive a choice from a divine being, he would even hesitate, but with some reluctance. Our protagonist couldn't believe he was hearing Slight say that he wouldn't reject it so easily. He said he might have even made that choice, but the fact was he felt resentful and scared. Faced with that scary revelation, our protagonist couldn't say anything. After his shower, he sighed several times while drying his hair. He looked around and realized that now calmer, Slight had gone to bed. Feeling that he was calmer, our protagonist looked at him for a moment. He even thought he was asleep and decided to leave, but at that moment the young man called him. Light, now with a guilty expression on his face, apologized to our protagonist for crying like that. He also said that what had happened wasn't just his fault, and so he apologized, acting that way. Since his friend was calmer and apologizing, our protagonist gave a light smile. He said it was okay because they were friends. After all, hearing those words, Slight had to try hard not to cry. Our protagonist said he could listen any time, and then warned him that he'd have to leave for a while. After that, he opened his inventory and took out a mug of hot chocolate, planning to leave it for Slight. As he put the cup there, he said that things they wouldn't like would go away after they ate something sweet. After leaving the room, the protagonist thought for a bit. He felt that he had changed there since the first time. While he was still thinking, the white-haired young woman approached, and he didn't even notice her presence. She quickly approached him, her eyes shining, and said that he was back now. She also said she was relieved she didn't have to go in. When the young woman quickly approached him, he was startled. He asked her what she was doing in the boys' dorm. She told him to be quiet. She said it wasn't a crime if no one found out. Before he could say anything, the girl grabbed him by the collar. Now, sitting on a bench in an area of the academy, our protagonist asked her if she had come there just because the attached cafe was too crowded. She said she had only gone there after wandering around a bit aimlessly. However, she said she was curious about how the useless Slight was doing. Our protagonist told her off for talking like that. She questioned whether he wasn't just telling the truth, and the problem, according to her, was that everything came from his sword. She asked if Yuan didn't feel that too. She said that so much strength or the body instincts sharpened in combat, even Slight's special abilities, everything came from the sword. Shameless Shamelessly, she added a few more characteristics to her long list of complaints against Slight. She also said that he couldn't even understand the situation. Our protagonist, feeling frustrated, asked her to stop, but she finished by saying that in difficult times, Slight even lost his courage and spirit. She wasn't content with just talking about Slight. She also pointed out Ruchel's flaws. With that, our protagonist sighed. He didn't know if she just wanted to provoke her friend or show that she was worried. In the end, he just looked at the sky and asked if she was okay. That question caught her by surprise. So, he had to be more detailed, saying that she had been acting weird ever since she met the divine being. She showed her irritation even with the professor, and he asked if she was okay. The young woman was startled, blushing. In a moment of shyness, she asked if he had discovered that with his abilities. He just tilted his head back. Returning to his normal position, he took out a little more hot chocolate for the two of them from his inventory. Handing her the hot chocolate, he revealed that he didn't need abilities, as she revealed everything through her expressions. Dako didn't know what to do about the protagonist's concern. She calmed down, simply taking the hot chocolate. Then, she took the first sip of the drink, wondering if he was comforting her. After the first sip, she said the drink was sweeter than she thought, but our protagonist wanted to know what she expected from a chocolate-sec drink. She then remembered the observer she had met in the tower and revealed her thoughts to him. She wondered if her two friends thought the same thing. So many ideas revealed by her startled him. The beings they met in the tower existed only to destroy in search of desires. She questioned the protagonist if he thought both the being and she had the same thought. Faced with that question, the protagonist was startled again. Knowing he wouldn't be able to answer, she answered for him. In essence, it was the same thing. She thought that if the two weren't of any help, she would have thought about discarding them. Her words scared the protagonist. She realized that if she had been more radical, she would have been led astray by the idea of choosing only the best. She could have easily neglected Slight and the incompetent pink-haired girl. Doko blamed herself for the uselessness of the other two. She thought she couldn't have thought such things. Our protagonist, not knowing what to say, took a sip of his drink, looking for some inspiration in it. After a while, and listening to the girl reaffirmed that that was what she thought. For an instant, he decided to look at her and said that she was naive too. She blushed and turned her face towards him. She had vented her deepest thoughts. When she asked if he thought the other two had talent, it was clear that he believed so. Meanwhile, Slight, in his room, was looking at the cup while our protagonist was telling his friend about their qualities. Since he had a few tendencies to rely too much on a sacred sword. Meanwhile, Slight, in his room, took the cup of hot chocolate, since Slight couldn't keep up with the circumstances. However, the protagonist thought the same was true for Ruchel, since she had an incredibly strong ability. The problem was that all that potential was being foiled by her various internal struggles. If both of them managed to overcome and correct their weaknesses and flaws, he knew they'd become great fighters. So, he tried to convince his colleague that their talents would surprise both of them. The white-haired young woman tried to follow the protagonist's thoughts, but she didn't have the same capacity. In silence, she showed, by clenching her sides, that she didn't have the same confidence in her friends that he had. The problem was that she didn't believe in the others, but she decided to believe in the protagonist. With that, he was initially surprised. This encouraged him to hear from her if the two friends trained, they'd get stronger. The boy suddenly stood up, saying that if it was as he was saying, that if the duo managed to overcome the challenges and grow, she would admit that he was right. However, if the result wasn't to her liking, he would have to take responsibility. Our protagonist didn't like what she was saying about him having to take responsibility at all. However, the young woman left him behind with all the surprise and doubts he still had. While she jumped down, she warned him that if he wasted even a single minute of her time, it would be his fault, and he would be held responsible. However, she said goodbye and asked him to meet up with the other two naive people the next day in the morning. The next day, an intense battle was already taking place in the training room. Our protagonist watched the battle with a distant look on his face. Light even tried to advance against Dako while they were trying to fight with their bare hands. However, not even all his efforts prevented the girl from throwing him straight towards our protagonist. Light was trembling on the floor, looking for his friend in a completely opposite direction from where he was. Dragging himself towards him, Slight was crying while questioning the protagonist about what was going on. He insisted, because he was just the only one hit by that barbarian who insisted on hitting him so insensitively. When she approached the two, snapping her fingers, she scared them all even more. She said that they were doing physical training, so it was normal for some hits to be stronger. In a reality check, she reminded Slight that he wasn't like Ban, who learned things quickly. Light then said he would need his sword, but his friend, his trainer, didn't allow it. The blondie, upset, asked the protagonist to give him his sword. However, our protagonist insisted that he get it by his own means, since he was being trained by his colleague Dako. Looking at Slight, he wanted him to believe in them, at least that time, that it was all for his growth. Reluctantly, seeing that our protagonist insisted a lot, Slight agreed. Lowering his head, he stood up because he thought that might mean something. He was determined to trust and try, but the moment they were preparing to start again, the encouragement was just a foot approaching his face. It was his colleague Dako, who decided to catch him off guard, after having told him so many times not to do so. While our protagonist was surprised by how fast his friend got close to Slight, she continued to throw her hits to train Slight, who really needed all the reinforcement he could get. She thought he shouldn't just confirm with his eyes to feel the attacks that would come towards him. As long as he didn't understand what was happening, she would continue to attack him over and over again. She took the opportunity to hit him more times and, angry, told him to keep an eye on his posture. He needed to react fast, not just with his eyes, but he should feel where the attacks were coming from. While the young woman continued to throw provocations at Slight, our protagonist observed the fight with his all-reading eyes. He realized that currently, Slight's stats were unilaterally dropping in real time. Normally, Slight was a monster who could easily deal with a rector, but for some reason things had changed. Now that he had the need to avoid using his sword, his abilities seemed to not exist. Still observing the fight, he thought that if such a change had been caused because of the sword, then Slight's condition might be even worse than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the girl continued that intense fight. She wasn't just launching physical attacks, but psychological ones too. She needed him to understand quickly, always asking if the real Slight wasn't a person and simply a sword. Even if he denied it once or twice, he continued to be hit. But already tired of his friend's provocations, he began to react. A strange power began to hit Slight's body, like powerful flames, and he tried to take the initiative for the first time, trying to punch in Dako's direction. This left the girl totally surprised. It was an explosive energy in the young woman's direction, however. Doko dodged in time. However, one of Slight's attacks caused a great wave of air, leaving our protagonist with his mouth open upon seeing what had happened. Next to him, Rockwell also didn't understand how something like that had happened. Everyone looked, and the young blonde had turned into a woman. Her curves were accentuated and her hair was now long. The moment Slight stopped hiding and gave up, what he was suppressing was released. Dako observed Slight's appearance and got very annoyed. However, it was at that moment that the power around Slight began to fulfill and gather. It was an intense glow and a light that came directly from his chest, making him writhe in pain. It was so intense that he crouched on the ground while our protagonist ran in his direction. He couldn't do anything, as his white-haired friend stopped him, telling him not to worry because his friend was fine. She, watching the boy return to his original form, felt that he wasn't the real problem, but he wasn't easy to solve. Sitting on the ground, there he was, with a look of disbelief. Approaching and looking at Slight, Dako asked if he knew what his problem was. And at this point, the confirmation came that she and Ban were right. Slight thought he couldn't continue this way, but he asked her to continue fighting him. She gave him a strange look before accepting the request. She said that before that, the girl said she would need to apologize to Slight because she was wrong. Seeing the young woman apologize in front of him, he was embarrassed and even scratched his head, stating that she didn't need to apologize. Dako's next words truly came to hurt him, saying she thought he was naive and clueless, and not a complete naive, clueless person. At that moment, Ruchel pulled on Ban's shirt, stating that they should also train. At that moment, he didn't pay attention to the young woman. Our protagonist's eyes displayed a strong, golden tone. As he observed Slight, from him, two concepts were released, that of demonic spirit and that of sacred spirit. The protagonist didn't know how two such different powers could be in the same place. He thought that could be the cause. He wanted to talk to a colleague, but decided to do it later. First, he apologized to Rutil. The girl accepted the apologies, saying it was fine, but she would like to train. He remembered at the time how she was after having transformed. She also thought it could go wrong, but she thought he would figure it out. He quickly summoned his snake, knowing that would be the only way to restrict her in case the transformation came. Even so, he had some resistance, but the girl was firm in her conviction. She wanted to be able to control her own power, and thus be able to help everyone. Decided to accept her request. He went to the easel, where there were some wooden swords to choose from. After choosing one, he threw it in the girl's direction. She grabbed the sword with a curious look. Unlike the battle between Dako and Slight, our protagonist wanted him and the girl to determine their own rhythms. He didn't want the two to be the same as the other duo, and the pink-haired young woman understood his reason. And when the two were already with their wooden swords, our protagonist asked if they could start, while the young woman said she was going to do her best. Something came to the protagonist's mind. He thought that this was what he had always dreamed of for his life at the university, the peace of youth he had imagined. It wouldn't be a chaotic fight of strong blows without a goal. They were young men and women encouraging each other. Just thinking about that, our protagonist smiled with a slightly flushed face, realizing how lucky he was. The young woman, seeing that the boy was thinking, asked if they should start. As soon as the two decided to start, the cute pink-haired girl released all her powers, showing claws. 5 minutes after the beast showed her demonic side, the room was all dusty. Like a very scared protagonist who quickly called for his snake, Eva asked her to turn into a chain and hold her. The chains again wrapped around the young woman's body, draining her energy and leading to the exhaustion of her power. Shortly after, her power was dispersed, and she regained her consciousness. You could see how relieved he was. He now seemed to be falling apart. She ran to him, worried, asking how many times that had happened. He said he had gone through that more than 10 times. The young woman was sad, regretting having left him so devastated in the way he was. But he didn't want her to feel bad about it. He gave her a light head pat. He showed her a bright smile and reminded her that he had promised he would help. Still with his hand on the young woman's head, he stated that he was already prepared for that, and at that moment the duo was scared when someone approached. From the white-haired young woman's face, you could see how annoyed she was with the protagonist. You could see her look of contempt as she held Slight by the legs, angry, because while she was training hard, the protagonist was talking softly to the beast. He was surprised by her comment. Ruchel tried to defend the protagonist, and hearing that, Doko bent down and asked if she had obscure intentions. Then, she said that training with scattered thoughts was rude to her opponent. While the young woman, still sitting on the floor with her head down, feeling guilty, Doko took advantage to make her feel worse. After all that, our protagonist turned and saw that the young woman was depressed. Looking at the young woman so sad, he noticed that she was very soft when it came to Dako. He knew that Ruchel hadn't had enough time to take care of her mental health. Even so, she was trying to do her best. With that in mind, he stated to everyone that it was all fine. Dako was curious about what he was trying to say. Answering her, he revealed that he had recently made a request to the professor, so that when he left the floating island, he could take a rabbit, and the professor accepted. Dako, thinking that he would choose her, thought his request was great, but his words broke her expectations, telling the pink-haired young woman that from that moment on, he would take her with him. Not only the white-haired young woman was scared, but the blue-eyed blondie didn't like it either. Ruchel could hardly believe that he had chosen her. The next day, our protagonist went to a women's clothing store. He was sitting on a bench while explaining some things to people on the communicator. He had already said that he wasn't going to spend the night out, that he would definitely be back before dawn. Dako was furious. While talking to that duo, his eyes widened as he looked to the side. The pink-haired young woman appeared after changing into the clothes Ban had chosen, a white shirt along with a pink skirt. This gave the young woman a cute look, matching her hair. She then looked at the protagonist and asked him how she looked, because she thought she was showing too much of her appearance. He quickly put his hand to his mouth to cover his smile of joy at seeing her. After that, the two left the store and walked through the streets. She was amazed by everything she saw. The protagonist crossed the street, calling her to walk a little more, because there was more of a department store district. While she tried to follow the protagonist, she got lost in the middle of a crowd. When she managed to notice, several people had already appeared. She tried to hurry, because at that rate, she would end up losing him. When she thought she was lost, someone approached and held her arm. It was Ban, who pulled her out of the middle of the crowd. He apologized and said he had forgotten that it was her first time in a place like that. Ruchel blushed when she heard Ban holding her hand. He knew there were many crowds in the department store district. Quickly, he turned and hid, since his face was flushed. Therefore, he also didn't see that her face was flushed. The two walked in silence. At a certain part of the walk, they ate various street foods like meats and crepes. They also went to a candy store where there were stuffed dolls. She won a penguin from Ban. Sometime later, they ran free, scaring a group of white doves that flew, making the scene more beautiful. Ruchel was having so much fun that she was even blushing. The two were having a lot of fun. And lunchtime came. The duo sat down at a restaurant to eat, where he asked the young woman if she was enjoying the dishes, since they were all made of monster meat. But for her, it was all good. She thought it was absolutely delicious. And for him, who was eating that kind of thing for the first time, he could see that it was better than he had imagined. Ruchel was amazed. She couldn't believe she was eating meat and walking around the city. While eating, her thoughts varied and her expression quickly changed. He, who was eating a piece of meat in front of him, noticed the change in the young woman's face. Seeing that she looked worried, he asked if there was something wrong with her, if she hadn't liked the food, but the reason was different. She felt excessively excited after so many walks in such good places. He was surprised to find out why she was so sad. She was wondering if what she was doing was fair, as she didn't even know if it would help her abilities. Our protagonist pressed his lips together, irritated and quite annoyed. The next moment he thought it was important to show her the concept of worry, and he asked her to look at his hands for a moment, telling her that the worry she was feeling was taking shape. He said that, until recently, his ability could feel the fury in her, but now, he said it was different. Just by spending some time together, he could capture those emotions. Rukul agreed with the protagonist's words, thinking about the problems they had at that moment. He thought that, finally, she could see the symbol above his hand. At that moment, the protagonist closed the hand that held the worry, along with the other hand, dispelling the concept of worry with a big smile. He showed her his empty hands, stating that the worries had gone away. The young woman was amazed by the glow dispersing, like tiny stars before her eyes. She wasn't just excited about the glow, but also about the words she heard when Ban promised to always solve her problems. She, hearing his request, agreed, because she found everything he said fascinating. It seemed like magic, as if it were becoming reality. Our protagonist's head went back to remembering their last battle, when she attacked him so aggressively. The young woman then changed the subject, speaking more shyly. She said she wanted to meet the best. Our protagonist was curious to know who Rochel was talking about. Of course he was talking about Doko Yang. Rochel smoothed her hands in a calming gesture. She said that Doko could be scary, but it seemed like she liked Ban a lot. And he quickly disagreed with that. It was more like she treated him as if he were her possession, like a sword. Rochel started laughing when she heard the protagonist's comment. She found the fact that he was comparing himself to a weapon hilarious. He didn't understand why she was laughing, since he thought the analogy was strange. However, she said she felt relieved, surprising our protagonist. She gave him a beautiful, bright smile, while saying that she thought he was an omniscient wizard or something. Our protagonist didn't understand what she meant, or why she was getting so close while talking. She grabbed our protagonist's hand, calling him to leave, if he had already finished eating. Her smile was now much more beautiful than before, showing that her worry had really gone away. She said that, as a thank you for everything he had done for her that day, she would choose an outfit for him. The young woman walked ahead, all smiles, while he carried the purchases. Back at the academy, Professor Yumina was in a meeting in a dark room. With her, there was also the camera robot that Ban had given her. He seemed to be pressured, but she asked him to hold on a little longer because it would be over soon. Watching the recordings, one of the professors was furious that information about the tower was spreading. They were going to find out who had allowed them to climb the tower. He also didn't like inferior beings for their transgressions. A blue-haired professor asked if there was any way to prevent this information about the tower from spreading. Another professor said that there were no violations in the videos shown. Even so, there were still angry professors. At one point, someone asked everyone to be quiet. This person made a point of talking to Professor Yumina. He said that it was clearly an infraction, and wanted to know if she had already thought about how she planned to take responsibility for it. Faced with that professor's arbitrariness, she just stared at him, holding her emotions firm, unlike the robot next to her. Some time ago, Yumina watched the recordings made by the protagonist. She slapped her own face, realizing that they had really gone that far. When Ban had said he wanted to climb the tower and record a video, there was no reason to oppose it. She even thought it wouldn't work, as she already knew that external machines and artifacts didn't work inside the tower. And yet, Ban ignored common sense, bringing results. She ended the footage shown by the little robot. Yumina was sure that Ban still didn't know what was going on. It wasn't the fact that he had brought the recording from the tower, but the fact that Ban had created a tool that worked inside the tower. Something very difficult. The complications didn't stop there. He wanted to publish the video on his channel, because he knew that this theme would attract attention. That form of rebellion would make his group gain more favor from the academy students. And she got a little worried about that. The information about the tower, which they had worked hard to obtain, would be carelessly spread. She wanted to know if he wouldn't regret it. However, he stated that hard work was shared. Besides Tick, his filming robot, there was no other way to record videos. So, he would practically monopolize. He planned to edit and remove some subjects like the constellation, but before the video was published, he believed she used to be by his side and thought that his progress would be incredible, but it would have some repercussions. But he already knew that, and it was just as Yumina herself wanted, talking to him before. That incident would attract both big and small people. So, Ban stated that he wanted to stabilize his position and asked the professor if she didn't think she would feel safe taking care of them. She secretly smiled, not believing he was so admirable. Responding to the protagonist, she said that if he wanted to feel safe, he should avoid causing accidents. She had already created great expectations. She felt that the things Ban had created would generate something immense. So she remained silent, and the professor in the meeting asked what she was thinking about the things that Ban had done and accomplished. She decided that she would support him. So she asked the professor, filming and publishing a video of the tower was just a personal matter, so it was not their problem to discuss that. She made it clear that she wasn't understanding what he was saying when he wanted to hold her responsible. Professor Alex Cantoni had been the one responsible for pressuring the professor, acting against her students. He started laughing, calling her a beautiful liar, raising his voice, trying to instigate the other professors, asking if he was the only one who felt as if her point sounded like an attempt to defend the student. At that moment, the blue-haired professor told Cantoni to be quiet. She, Talia Liriana from the Artifact Creation Department, asked Yumina to tell her who this student was, stating that he was just a common student. However, another professor couldn't accept it, being from the Aura Combat Studies Department. He stated that there was a limit to selfishness, and that the information about the tower was centered on the academy. At that moment, she confronted the professor, saying that his words were strange. The reason no one had filmed the tower until that moment was because it blocks. Professor Cantoni interrupted Yumina with a smile, hiding his own interests, wanting her to explain the principles of the ability. Yumina remained silent, listening to that question. On the other side of the table, Salia also spoke up, claiming to have spent 200 years studying these subjects. She knew very well that artifacts created outside the tower didn't work inside it, especially filming equipment. It was common knowledge that no circuit could handle the waves demanded by the tower. The more she researched, the more she became convinced that external machines would never work inside. Hearing all those words, Professor Yumina completed the words, saying that her student had succeeded. This left Talia much more curious, saying that was what she wanted to know, who this boy was. She was annoyed, because he came from a dimension that didn't even have mana, and that made it seem like only he was special. The moment she finished saying those words, she realized something. The artifact that had filmed that recording was now with Yumina. The blue-haired professor revealed a scholarly look, determined, putting on her gloves and asking to hand over the artifact. Yumina quickly hugged the little robot, refusing to hand it over. She said she had been asked to bring the artifact to the meeting, but that was a feat accomplished by her student, and she couldn't let anyone do that. Professors one after another went against her. Suddenly, someone raised their hand, asking everyone to stop. That was the professor in the corner of the table next to her. That professor was the Academy's vice president and head of the Constellations Department. Putting his finger to his mouth with a smile, he asked everyone to be quiet, so that the heat of the discussion could pass, and everyone agreed. However, after a while, he himself broke the silence by calling Talia suddenly. The professor was extremely shy upon hearing the vice director praise, thanking her efforts for putting 200 years into the research, and recognizing that she was a person apt to judge. It seemed that the artifact made by the student was special. The professor stammered. After hearing the professor's confirmation, the vice director said that this should be a difficult fact for the professors to accept. When the professors questioned what he was saying, he made a point of explaining, summarizing the student in question had been recognized by the tower. After that revelation, the professors were stunned to hear such a statement, because the student had entered the tower for only one day. A professor tried to fight with him, saying that the statements were reckless, even though he was the vice director. But he didn't care about the uproar. Shrugging his shoulders, he said they could believe it or not. He also said that there was one more reason for him to be special, so he asked the student's professor to explain, asking if she wouldn't like to reveal something more in the videos so that the professors could understand. The situation got worse, as they were furious to hear that the professor was hiding something. The vice director then said that he would tell them everything. He said that he and his colleagues were the only ones to be chosen by the constellation. The professors noticed the anger Talia was feeling. She couldn't believe someone had climbed the tower for the first time. It was at that moment that Yumina told the vice president that she would make contact with the constellations, a student achievement too. Answering the professor's request, he asked her to respond truthfully to the question he would ask as vice president. Had her 4 students signed contracts with the constellations? She thought for a moment about why he was going so far. Still, she told the truth. None of them had signed the contract, which generated great curiosity in the vice director. Making a decision, Xenon informed everyone present that he would also consider Ban Yuan and all the other students in Class 11 as his students. Upon hearing this, the professors quickly asked him to reconsider. They reminded him that he himself had said that none of the students had made a contract with the constellations. The vice director, seeing that they didn't understand, made a point of explaining. For him, it didn't matter if the contract had been signed or not. The important thing was that they had been chosen by the constellations, which already proved they were exceptional, leaving Yumina surprised. After stating that other constellations also wanted them, he began to pressure the other professors. With that, no professor could refute Xenon's words, not even Alex Cantone. So Xenon continued by saying that he was the professor who guided the students chosen by the constellations, and if Ban Yuan were chosen, he would also be his student. In the end, he He faced all the professors with his golden eyes. Now that all the professors had accepted, the vice director followed his agenda and presented the new topic. The beautiful Yumina was lost in her thoughts, head down, seeming to understand that meeting wasn't to decide how to treat Ban. The vice president's words conveyed the president's intentions, and he continued talking about the students. Everything became more evident the more he spoke, addressing topics that confirmed his message. He was transmitting the president's warning, stating that the professors could make requests to understand the students' abilities. After hearing the vice director say that Ban was untouchable, the professors remained silent until the end of the meeting. After stating that he hoped they had understood and wishing them a good weekend, the vice director disappeared. Yumina sighed in relief, never imagining that her student would receive so many favors from the director. In that small moment of relief, one of the professors approached her, Alex Cantone, inviting her to have some drinks at a bar. He said he wanted to toast to the student's success. With that man's invitation, Yumina turned green with disgust, but didn't respond, just teleported to another place. The professors, realizing the reaction, quickly tried to console Cantone. The next day, several people surrounded the protagonist in the cafeteria. Many people wanted to introduce themselves. Everyone wanted to be Ban's friend, even offering him an invitation to the student council. The protagonist was scared by so many people and so many requests for dates. On the other hand, Doko met with the other two colleagues and they wondered what was happening with all that commotion. Light explained the situation and asked if Doko remembered the channel. He revealed that the channel had gone viral. By now, it was hard to find anyone at the academy who hadn't seen their videos yet. Hearing the explanation and looking around, seeing several people watching the video created by Ban, Doko thought Ban's ideas and abilities were truly excellent. However, Rachel, observing the scene, thought about Doko's reaction and what was happening. At that moment, the protagonist placed his tray on the table, asking what was going on that morning. Tired, he couldn't help but put his head on the table. Due to everything that was happening, the protagonist also wanted to provoke Slight, saying that he had several fans and should be nicer to them. They were surprised by a loud voice that caught Ban's attention. Someone was saying that it was a joke to make a fuss with manipulated images. Some boys were bad-mouthing the protagonist's group. They looked in Ban's direction, saying that he should wait, because the next day all his lies would be exposed. The antagonist then remembered that the next day would be the day of the scheduled duel with the rector. It would be the day he would face the stone boy, a rector. After listening to all the insults from those boys, he realized that they were the exact ones who would root against him in the duel. Light also agreed with the protagonist's assumption, while Ruchel offered him support. Wiping her mouth after eating, the white-haired young woman said that he should respond in the best way, especially for those who were watching and supporting the protagonist, and gave him a beautiful smile. The next day, the protagonist went up to the arena, and the assistant professor was there, informing him that the duel would be broadcast live. If the two agreed to the fight being recorded and broadcast live, they should sign the document that appeared in front of them. To their surprise, there were several precautionary terms for the duel. If someone became incapacitated or surrendered, the duel would be ended. Big Guy approached the protagonist, suggesting a negotiation. The protagonist, surprised by the request for negotiation, thought the man was a subscriber to the channel and had watched the videos. However, the stone man asked Ban if he was scared, stating that he could surrender. For that to happen, he would have to crawl between his legs and bark like a dog. Only then would he accept the surrender. Hearing that, the protagonist was surprised. Although the fight was broadcast to the whole school, there were only 2 classes in the arena. The troublemakers who were part of a rector's class were rooting for him, hating Ban. Ortima, who had been beaten by the white-haired young woman last time, looked at the arena with a curious look. However, his gaze was not on the people who were going to fight, but on Dako. She was with the other 2 trying to check with Slight what the reactions were like. He informed the girl that the spectators of the broadcast had already reached 10,000, and many were cursing Ban. Dako already expected that. In the best-case scenario, the people who liked him, thanks to the videos, would only be a few. So she wanted that now. While many people were watching, Ban would prove if he had the strength to reach the top. The protagonist was thinking about a rector's words about crawling and barking. This made him secretly smile. He never imagined he could actually hear something so pathetic. It was so ridiculous that it seemed to have come out of a third-rate soap opera, so he called a rector's attention, and he gave him a look that seemed scary, asking if he had prepared a lot to provoke him. Erector returned the same smile to the protagonist, asking how long he would be able to act so calm. The protagonist shrugged, stating that if he was acting calm, or Erector should find out by going against him. Saying that, the protagonist drew his sword and called Erector in a provocation. He was annoyed, grinding his teeth due to the provocation. Now he seemed to be boiling, asking the assistant professor to declare the start of the fight soon. Hearing him and granting his request, The assistant professor raised her hand up and said that now it was ban against Erector. Already having permission, he almost instantly advanced against the protagonist, relying only on his superior size to win. Erector's steps made the whole arena tremble, throwing his big fist in the direction of the protagonist, who remained still. When the fists were almost reaching Ban, he just moved. His legs moved quickly, while his eyes were focused. The protagonist internally praised Erector for taking the initiative, but his sword moved, and he passed by the big guy. While wondering what Erector could do being so slow, Ban's blow hit the opponent's face as if crushing a sheet of paper. With that blow, Ban knocked Erector down, taking the advantage in the battle for a few seconds. He thought that, to face that stone, he knew it was more efficient to use the reverse method. The protagonist and the others met in the training room the day before his meeting with Rutel. They all told the protagonist that, before using a technique, there were attempts and errors. Therefore, he learned that, when facing a new opponent with a new attack, he should be able to use the technique. Then, only then could he say that he was mastering the reverse method. After the theoretical method, he would go to the practical one. The protagonist had a sword to try to block at least one of the blows. Dako, he trembled with fear. But he knew that she was teaching that method, so that Erector couldn't even touch him. The protagonist, upon executing the technique moments ago, felt that this was true. Unlike Dako, Erector was much worse, who managed to get up, still asking what had happened. However, before he could understand, another attack was given in his direction, and Erector fell to his knees. While the protagonist observed the effect transmitted by the technique the moment before his attack hit, the protagonist had infused his sword with a wave of energy. Thanks to that, Erector's hard stone body transmitted the energy as a wave, causing aggressive damage and leaving Erector furious. He even asked how Ban was hurting him. The protagonist, crouching down to stay at the same height as the big guy, apologized and told him to stop complaining. Looking into Erector's eyes, he said that if he didn't want to continue, they could stop there. Those words made Erector even more furious with the provocation of such an insignificant human. He got up and went full speed towards Ban, but the protagonist was very quick to dodge. Erector was furious. He couldn't believe that a mutt from a lower dimension was looking down on him. Erector shouted these words furiously. The more he shouted, the more it bothered the protagonist's ears, who understood what was happening after those shouts. Several concepts emerged around Erector's arm. They were stretched upwards, becoming much larger. Erector's hand hit the arena floor, causing a loud bang. Even so, the protagonist internally mocked Erector, thinking he was too naive. He thought he should at least try a different method after failing the first time. He didn't want to know about any strategy. His eyes showed the fury he was holding. He tried to crush the protagonist with his big body. Luckily, Ban was quick to dodge his attacks. Erector continued to attack the same way, stretching his hand to try to hit the protagonist. However, the protagonist's sword cut quickly when it was fused with concepts. The big stone arm cracked, and now it was being cut by the protagonist's attack. Faced with several equal attacks, Fan had no alternative but to counterattack in the same way as the first time. Receiving great damage, Erector shouted in a mixture of pain and hatred. While the fight was happening, many people were watching and following the live broadcast. Among them, even the directors were keeping an eye on what was happening. Even being an irrelevant fight, he was watching. Just like the vice director, several people were watching and couldn't understand what was really happening. Light told the pink-haired young woman that everyone's reaction was expected. They didn't believe it even when they saw it with their own eyes. Now everyone had to accept that, compared to when he appeared at the academy, the protagonist was times stronger, and that was undeniable. The students of Class 1, the same as the rectors, couldn't believe it, because their companion was being taken out at the very beginning of the fight. Now they were wondering if the abilities shown in the channel's video could be real. Even the substitute professor was fearful to see how easily Erector was defeated. He knew that, a week ago, that boy was feeling weak, so much so that he asked for a week to train. The professor didn't know for sure what had happened to the protagonist in just a few days. While the professor dealt with the message he received from the professor's assembly, the protagonist thought about what to do. Erector was in front of him and couldn't move. For him, attacking someone who couldn't even make a move was something ridiculous. He stood for a while looking at him, hoping that he would get up to continue the fight. While he was in that cheering, he heard the professor, who had already raised his arm, saying that the fight was over. The professor's announcement caught both of them by surprise. It was the decision of the observing professors of that match, and he declared the duel over. While the professor was speaking, Erector's eyes were full of hatred, since the professor was considering him incapable of continuing to fight. Even with Director's revolt, the assistant professor warned that the duel would end at that instant. Even the protagonist trying to say something, The professor said that the objection of neither of them would be accepted. Ban still gritted his teeth when the assistant professor ordered him to leave the arena. Very upset, but having no other option, he left the arena grumbling. Drawing his sword, he was upset because he couldn't decide whether he would win or not. He was upset and frustrated, but at least he hadn't lost. The sadness in his friend's eyes was visible. As he was leaving the arena, sad, he heard a rector calling him an insect and asking him to wait a while. Even with the assistant professor saying that he was considered incapable, a rector didn't want to lose to someone like that insect. Looking Ban in the eyes, he wanted to end that humiliation once and for all, even going over the professor's word. With that in mind, he advanced on the protagonist first. That's when he made his arm all spiky, shouting at Ban about his intentions. The assistant professor was scared, shouting for Ban Yuan to dodge as soon as possible. He, however, smoothed his sword again, not willing to dodge. Even in front of Erector's furious eyes, he remained calm and still while the big guy shouted. He knew that the opponent had already been told to stop, but even so, he wouldn't stop. He thought he was superior because of the dimension. He thought he was untouchable and wouldn't need to follow the rules. With that thought, Ban infused some concepts into his sword. Observing everything, Ban knew that the fight had only stopped at the professor's whim, and now that man was moved only by his pride. So, he raised his sword and was willing to put an end to everything as quickly as possible. Now, with his eyes in a different color, and with a determination not seen before, he was willing. As soon as the opponent tried to launch a blow against him, Ban just retaliated. Erector's eyes were rolled with rage and pain, and the protagonist thought he had done the right thing. After so many insults, he wouldn't be able to take anything else in silence. Erector only stopped shouting when he noticed what had happened after that blow from the protagonist. Erector had lost his arm. The people from Erector's class put their hands to their heads, all with their eyes wide, unable to believe it. Not even Ban's friends believed what they were seeing. Everyone started talking loudly their opinions. Meanwhile, a system window appeared for the protagonist, who looked at it suspiciously to see what it was. The system message said that if he wanted, he could keep the strength of the monster from Erector's arm. Meanwhile, the assistant professor was telling the stone man not to move. He would be removed to the medical room. The big guy was fallen on the ground, trembling and grinding his teeth from so much pain. Now he felt the price of humiliation. The assistant professor was taking the initial measures, while the protagonist looked to the side. Now the protagonist was getting a sermon from the assistant professor, who had already said it was just to dodge. The protagonist tried to explain himself, apologizing since the incident happened so fast. It was difficult for him to associate. The professor was indignant, because the protagonist's excuse was silly. But while the professor was angry with the student, he received a notification that asked the professor to stop. The vice director would give him the answers he wanted. Then, the assistant professor showed the vice director's message to Ban. The message greeted him and warned him that the person speaking was the representative of the professors. He said that from that moment on, he would ask the questions and Ban should answer honestly. He wanted to know if he couldn't dodge. The professor's representative warned that their forces were so conflicting that even the professors decided to end the duel. Now, he demanded a response from him that could be accepted by everyone, and insisted on knowing why he didn't dodge the attack. The protagonist just stared with a closed expression, without any response. The protagonist thought that, even having gained the ability, he had never reflected deeply on what the so-called spirit words were. Now, with the question that consumed him, he felt a terrible pressure beyond the screen, and wondered who that person was. So he asked the other person on the other side how they had guessed, since he didn't dodge the opponent's attack and instead counterattacked. He believed that a student who disrespected the authority of the professors and acted as he pleased deserved to face the consequences. The person on the other side wanted to know if he was saying that the professors were authority. The protagonist agreed and continued by saying that besides, in an official part, where the rules should be strictly followed, this was necessary to prevent other students from disregarding the rules and trying sneak attacks. While exchanging the messages, the group of professors could hear everything that was happening. He continued by saying that if he had responded peacefully in that situation, the impression that he was weak could have spread, and that the rules wouldn't need to be followed when dealing with a student from lower dimensions. It wasn't just the professors or the director and vice director who could have access to Ban's words, but the whole academy. Several people followed the screen where he talked about the rules and about people from lower dimensions. He continued by saying that, even if he had taken the attitude in a short time, he thought his actions were justified. The vice director found it interesting when the student said that he acted to defend the academy's principles. The vice director knew that he was responding intelligently, knowing that there were many ears spread out. He noticed that the boy had a superior intelligence, as he had expanded the problem between two people to the whole school. Also trying to act intelligently, the vice director said that the student's words were correct. notifying that students who disregarded the match rules deserved to be punished according to the norms. However, punishing a student for a mistake was his and the academy's function, not something that a student like him could deal with. The protagonist noticed that he was dealing with someone of equal or superior intelligence. The assistant professor smiled upon hearing Ban's conversation, and the vice director thought that no matter the nonsense they said, his opponent was strong. With that, the student said that if the director was right, and if he had infringed on the authority of the professors, he apologized, and he concluded by saying that, in any case, he was willing to accept the punishment for what he had done. The vice director was satisfied to hear that. The director said it was all fine and that he wasn't asking to discuss punishment in the first place. Those words left the protagonist relieved, but the assistant professor was speechless. Zenon, thinking he had understood, believed that that young man had enough eloquence to win the favor of a constellation. He announced to everyone that he would accept Ban Yuan's self-defense as justified. Those words made Slight and Ruchel happy. The assistant professor even tried to argue with the vice director, who told him to stand still and stop that embarrassing behavior. In addition, the assistant professor also got a scolding for not having acted correctly with the students. He had not shown the necessary vigor during the match and said that the right arm was something easy to solve, ending the matter. A warning was given for the students who were watching the match to return to their places. While the warnings were given, Dako was relieved, as everything ended without further incidents, and Slight agreed with her. The director also said that the student band had dedicated himself a lot and could leave at that moment. Showing education, he bowed to the assistant professor, who was dying of rage at that moment, and left. He was turning to leave when he seemed to notice something. The communicator still said, "See you later." However, when he turned and looked, there was no message on the screen. Ban felt that it was happening again. After the incident, he joined his friends, who were happy for him to be back. Light said that the swordsman blows he used at the end were incredible. The protagonist said that this must have been because of the tower. Dako praised, saying she liked to watch. Since he had gotten stronger, she asked him what it felt like to gain a new power and if he thought it was useful. A little embarrassed, he put his hand to his head and said that all of that was because she had trained him very diligently. Dako made the protagonist awkward when she brought up the stone man's arm. She made him even more scared when she said she knew he had absorbed it. This made him remember when he was in the arena, and the message appeared. He didn't think that was possible. The system message showed several possibilities in which he could choose. For safety, he took just a little bit, and when it worked, he thought what was happening was unbelievable. He took a little of each, and saw that all the traits were incredibly strong. Until that moment, he could not manipulate the concept of living people at will. He told his friends that he could now take specific parts by cutting them. His expression became sad when he said that he ended up absorbing the strength of the opponent's right arm. Dako asked him if it wasn't a good thing and why he was pretending not to be. He said that at first he was happy to be getting stronger, but then, when he saw, he was not fighting with the monster from before. He shared with his friends that, after everything, he felt abnormal and uncomfortable. The white-haired young woman, screaming, told him to raise his head, because there was no reason to say such nonsense. She reminded him that that person had gone on top with murderous intentions all the time. She told the protagonist that, in a kill-or-be-killed situation, he should know what the choice would be. Those words from his friend brought a little comfort to the protagonist, hearing her saying that he shouldn't feel guilty for having made his choice. After he calmed down a bit, he said that he was overthinking things and apologized to his friends. Dako told him that he couldn't just go around cutting the arm off those from the so-called special class. While the girls were fighting, he seemed to have received a message that left him very worried, even shouting. His shouts scared his friends, who didn't know what was happening in the face of his shouting. There was a mandatory additional cost, which was the course on the constellations of Babylon taught by Professor Zenon. He taught how to get support from the constellations effectively and how to negotiate contracts with them smartly. This knowledge and preparation were useful to avoid the constellation's wrath. Now, that course was being offered to Class 11. Everyone watched when the people from the lower dimension began to pass. It was commented that the bargaining boy was walking around with his head held high, and the protagonist felt uncomfortable with the looks. While the protagonist and his friends went up the stairs, they heard several comments from people who were for and against them. He, looking back, saw that all his friends were upset and apprehensive about the comments. Making a mysterious expression, he told his friends that the more people were cursed, the more they lived. While walking, he was pulled by the wrist by Richel, who seemed to want to say something to him. She was worried about what had happened the day before and feared that more people would start to dislike them. Upset, she said that everyone said what they wanted without even knowing what kind of person person he was. Seeing the sadness in her eyes, the protagonist tried to calm her down, saying that it was all good. Putting his hand on her head, he asked her not to worry so much about these things, and he thanked her for all the affection she was showing him. However, those who were watching them were not liking that intimacy at all. Light and Dako thought it was unnecessary. They had already gone out together on the weekend, and now they were in perfect sync. Doko asked the pink-haired young woman if she had liked the clothes she received so much. Russell, who always kept quiet with the provocations, asked Dako if she was jealous, making the protagonist awkward. Dako got angry and mentioned to Rochel, asking if she wasn't tired of getting beaten by her. Rochel made it clear that she knew the young woman would continue to beat her one way or another. Standing at the door, they checked if that was the same classroom for the constellations of Babylon. Light was sure that there was a class last week, but he didn't know what would happen if people like them mixed with the others. He was afraid of what the senior students might think, but the protagonist asked them not to worry about that. Gathering courage, he held the doorknob to open and start participating in the course. He replied to Slight that everyone would think that talented juniors would join them, but upon opening the door, even the protagonist showed to be quite nervous about the amount of people. All the people looked back when the door opened, seeming to stare at each of them. Dako thought that, because they were older and more experienced, even she couldn't ignore their abilities. The pink-haired young woman was visibly intimidated, as was Slight. The protagonist also didn't feel comfortable with all those people around him. Zenon, as soon as he saw the students, said that they, from class 11, were welcome to his lecture. The protagonist, when looking at the vice director, couldn't understand what his power was. Nothing about him was revealed, and when the man spoke, the protagonist noticed that that voice was the same as in the duel. Zenon began by saying that the origin of his classes was to understand the tower and the constellations. He told the people who joined the class that day that he would first talk about the tower. He began by saying that, at first glance, it seemed like a huge structure, without descriptive principles or ends. He said that the tower was no different from a living organism. The class, for the protagonist, seemed to be a bit boring. He explained that it might seem that they were claiming rewards for clearing the rooms. He said that this was not what happened. It wasn't because they found some rewards that the tower would gladly receive them. It did this to separate the most outstanding climbers among all, and for these it gave better and more exceptional treasures. There were also the transcendents, like the mediums. That was a basic condition for any intelligent being to be able to reason like a superior. It was a fragile system that could be turned upside down by a single irregular intruder through non-standard routes. All that professor's talk seemed like nonsense. The protagonist didn't believe in anything. Although he remained silent, he was always thinking about something. That was the moment when the Chancellor's mass email was sent. The protagonist remembered that this happened shortly after the intruder entered the tower. What if he assumed that the irregular phenomenon with the spider swarm in room 4 had been caused by the intruder? The problem was that the difficulties seemed strange in room 1 too. Those things that were definitely elite monsters. It was strange if the tower had started in a strange way after they arrived in room 4 and the introduction began. With that, the strange things that happened in rooms 1, 2, and 3 could not be explained. Now, with the professor saying that the tower could be a living organism, things seemed to fit better. If you change the perspective, it could be that the tower didn't change the difficulty only because of the intruder. And yes, because everyone started climbing. This solution seemed easier. Now he didn't know if the insane difficulty was really the tower thinking for itself and putting difficulties. There was a moment when the protagonist's fight with his thoughts was so great that the friends next to him began to notice, as did the professor, who, although he didn't say anything at first, opened a smile, thinking that he was getting to his purpose. The protagonist was already sweating from so much thinking, but he still insisted, thinking that if the tower were a system, it would choose those people. As Professor Zenon was saying, with that, he looked to the sides and thought that there was no better place. He thought that his class had found difficulties in situations incomparable to the others. He thought that if so, the second phase would be even better, with more gold, more events, and magical items. He was reflecting on the concept of what happened in the tower room when someone asked if he had already found out. The professor, having caught the protagonist's attention, said that there was a barrier around and many students had not yet discovered it, and he congratulated Ban and Ruchel for finding an orb on the first day of class. With that, he told everyone present in that class that Class 11 was fully qualified to continue in the lectures. Zenon raised his hand up, throwing something into the air. Then, that poor violet orb landed. The professor said he had a question for the student Ban, and he asked what he saw when he looked at that sphere. Ban, even looking a lot, couldn't see anything, because it was immeasurable or unknown. Being honest, he said he wasn't seeing anything. The professor asked him to concentrate a little more and check again. Although the protagonist said he couldn't see anything, the professor insisted that he focus a little more, because there should be something there that he could see. Despite seeming to be gently trying, the words immeasurable and unknown were what he could perceive. He should try to discover the secret of that orb and, for an instant, somehow, his eyes widened. With that, he was able to see the central concepts of the orb: barriers, separation, and protection. He said that, besides that, there was something he couldn't understand. The professor asked him to close his eyes and rest. The professor just smiled and thought that that young student had discovered 3 main abilities of the orb, with the protagonist rubbing his eyes, looking tired, and Slight observing. Now he knew why the director was putting so much faith in him. Pointing to the orb, the Alita asked the protagonist if he had understood what it was. Being honest, Bon said he didn't understand at all, which made the professor say that he was very honest. Xenon said he wanted to highlight to everyone the importance of expanding thoughts and stimulating imagination. He also said that if they wanted to use the abilities in an advanced way, they should develop the power of thought. The driving force is behind this. Now, the protagonist didn't know what all that had to do with the orb. He wanted to know if someone with high cognitive capacity or imagination could control the orb. He agreed that yes, and said that if one day someone had the ability to understand, analyzing, and developing themselves, they would be able to expand that capacity. Smiling, and with the strange voice, the professor said that when that person managed to do that, the orb would turn them into a pseudo-god. Those words from the professor were exaggerated and scary, and the students were staring. But, for the protagonist, everything continued to be very tedious. The professor insisted, saying that at the moment it might be difficult to understand. He said that as the lecture advanced, everyone would gradually come to understand. Finishing the lecture, he said that their task was to try to imagine the possible applications of everything that was said, from the beginning to the end of that lecture. The protagonist found everything very complicated. He had a doubt. If God was God, what would a pseudo-god be? He didn't know if it was something similar to a god or a false good. His thoughts were interrupted when Slight called Ban to leave, while Ban was asking someone from his class to explain the lecture again, because he hadn't understood. Meanwhile, Slight said he thought the protagonist would summarize very well, but he had his eyes wide open ahead, seeing Ortima. After the scare passed, he managed to ask Ortima what he was doing there. The bad-faced young man said that he was the one who asked the questions. He wanted to know where she was, and Slight could hardly believe that he was talking about their colleague. Suddenly, Dako arrives, asking why everyone was grouped together. Smiling, she said in an ironic tone that she thought something serious had happened. The protagonist, awkward and not wanting things to get worse, didn't know what to say. Ortima approached the white-haired young woman and confirmed if her name was Dako. He said he had business to deal with her. She continued to ironize, and she asked if he was making another duel request, saying that if he wanted to hurt her, she wouldn't prevent it. He clung to her, saying that dueling inside the academy seemed like something difficult. While she was talking, the young man put one of his knees on the ground and told her that it was not a duel request. He took out a beautiful bouquet of flowers and offered it to the furious young woman in front of him. Leaving everyone scared, Ortima asked the young woman out on a date, while he was blushing with shame. The people behind, with their eyes wide, never imagined that that scene was possible. Just like them, the cold-hearted young woman also didn't show her expressions. Nobody could believe that the proud and arrogant Ortima had fallen for a woman who beat him to a pulp. Our main character wondered what kind of taste someone had to have for that to even be possible. Remembering that Ban himself had been beaten by Doko many times, Slight asked if he wasn't answering his own question. Being called a masochist in such a not-so-subtle way really got to our main character, who transmitted the same feeling to Rutal. Dako was surprised that Ban didn't understand another man's heart, since she was about to ask what kind of plan he thought Ortima was plotting. Hearing talk of a plan, the three of them stared at Dako with surprised looks, making her realize they really didn't seem to notice the situation. Dako was sure that Ortima was planning something, because his eyes had no trace of affection whatsoever. The main character had to disagree with Doko. No way. It doesn't seem like that's true. I mean, you're incredibly beautiful. The sudden compliment caught Dako off guard, making her blush. Trembling with anger, Doko questioned how the dense Ban could say that kind of thing so casually. Seeing that Ban didn't even understand what he had done, Slight advised her not to fall for his tricks. While Dako was arguing with Slight, Ruchel wondered if there really was another reason behind that confession. She was worried about a certain expression he had made at that moment, with Ortima kneeling. Doko crossed her arms to dismiss him, leaving Ortima behind. She called her group to leave. It was then that Ruchel looked at Ortima out of the corner of her eye, and was surprised because his face had a sad look on it. During training, our main character received some information. By exposing his presence to so many beings, engraving his existence in their minds, Ban had unlocked a new concept of language, charm, and honor, which were immediately elevated to 10 points. The protagonist was surprised, since he had only just published a new video on the channel. Looking at the concept info, he found that charm could captivate and influence others, while honor stabilized dignity by being recognized by many beings. Even though he couldn't complain, Ban wondered how these two concepts could help him climb the tower. Ruchel, who was in front of the main character, was startled to hear him ask if his own face had changed in any way. Shyly, Ruchel lowered her head to answer, well, I think Ban is very handsome." The main character choked with surprise, stating that he wasn't asking in that way. On the other hand, Dako, who was hearing the whole conversation with her super hearing, was starting to get annoyed. Suddenly, Ruchel heard Slight scream, who was training with Dako, and felt a strong gust of wind hit her back. Stomping on the ground, Doko got the attention of the two who were flirting. "Train, focus on training, and when you're resting, just rest." Poor Slight, who after a beating, was being carried by Doko. The main character also tried to ask Dako about his face, but the girl, in a hurry, slapped him on the face while blushing. "Seriously? Didn't you just hear what I said? Focus on training. If you keep it up, I'll make you two train until tomorrow." With Dako's threats, Ban and Ruchel went back to training, while the tired Slight cried for rest. Ban and Ruchel started sparring immediately. As they exchanged blows, the two moved around the entire training room, using all the space they could. Ruchel's claws hit the main character's sword, and after images of energy were left behind. Trying to rest a little, Slight commented to Dako that Ban seemed much stronger, and was curious to know if he shouldn't stop focusing on dungeons and go back to the tower. Dako thought Slight was being too hasty. In her view, even if Ban had improved, he was still way behind Slight and the beast Ruchel. She could tell that from the beginning, the sparring between the two was only working because one of them, Ruchel, was going easy on the other. Anyway, Dako remembered that the next day they would return to the tower. She wondered if Ban had already figured out how to deal with the beast inside Ruchel, because otherwise, nothing would be different from the last week. Ban was also aware that if they didn't find a solution quickly, they would end up repeating what had happened last time. In the middle of his battle, he activated his all-seeing eye. Over the last week, he'd been observing Ruchel, which had helped him discover a few things. Her violence was activated using any emotion as fuel. Depending on which emotion was used, her state changed drastically. When an intensely negative emotion was used as fuel, it burned until she lost control. But when positive and calm emotions were used, the violence inside Ruchel decreased and her emotions stabilized. Knowing this, Ban continued to fight Rochelle to observe her even more and learn more about how her power worked. In battle, intense emotions were naturally amplified, making violence something inevitable. The more emotional fuel was spent, the more aggressive Ruchel became. However, Ban wanted to try to change that fuel. He wanted to use something more positive. The sparring continued until Ban got an advantage and used the back of his sword to push Ruchel, whose hair was completely dark. The duo who weren't fighting watched the two's combat. Ruchel had been pushed, falling to sit on the ground, and due to tiredness, Ban fell to his knees. However, the fury in Ruchel was at its peak. Gritting her teeth, she refused to give up. Seeing that it had come to this, Ban realized it was time to try to use his plan. To show that he hadn't just been messing around these last few days, the main character held out his hand, creating a magic circle. He was going to prove that the time he spent with Ruchel served to collect parts of her emotions, whether she was happy, having fun, or at peace. Ban had not only collected these emotions, but copied them directly from their essence. Immediately upon releasing the essences of joy, happiness, and laughter, Ban moved toward Ruchel. Wielding such emotions he hoped they would work, he directed them at Ruchel in an attempt to make his friend absorb them. However, a blow prevented him from getting close to her. In a fit of rage, Ruchel managed to hit Ban's hand, which held the emotions. The main character was slightly startled. In front of him, Dako was graining her teeth hard. The girl got up instantly, grabbing Ban by the stomach like a rugby player, and with the inertia of the movement, threw him to the ground, falling on top of him. The main character felt the impact heavily. Mounting Ban, Ruchel had a demonic look. With a great roar, she attacked the main character with her sharp claws. Immediately seeing the danger, Dako and Slight ran toward them to prevent the attack. However, a chain was faster than the two. The chain wrapped around Ruchel's arm, preventing her attack. A second chain appeared, grabbing her other arm and immobilizing her so she couldn't attack anymore. Seeing Ruchel's expression, the main character was worried, but soon realized that the color of her hair was lightening. When Ruchel returned to normal, the main character asked if she wasn't moving faster after transforming. Finally, Ban could rest. relieved to see that the beast in Ruchel was calming down quickly. Still, it could be dangerous to have to tie her up every time they fought. He couldn't help but think if there wasn't a better method to calm her down, some condition for it. Pulling the main character out of his worries, Ruchel thanked him. Ban didn't understand why she was thanking him, since he hadn't completely solved the problem yet. However, Ruchel shook her head in a hurry and thanked him, because now she could at least fight a little. She already considered the improvement significant, and, because of that, was happy to have him by her side. Ban started to blush at Ruchel's words. Quickly, Dako approached him, staring at him. The main character was startled by Dako getting so close and had to make up excuses. "We were working hard here, didn't you see?" While Dako stared at the main character, Slight also approached, relieved that no one had been hurt. Dako, however, thought there was something more important. She started staring at Ruchel, getting everyone's attention, including hers, and worrying the main character. Dako analyzed Ruchel for a while, remaining silent, and then turned away. "No, it's nothing." She decided to end the day's training there so everyone could rest. Staying behind, Ruchel looked at Dako melancholically, with doubts and sadness. The next day, the group headed toward the tower. When they got there, Slight tried to ask Dako for permission to use the holy sword, at least when they entered the tower. He was worried about the difficulty they would face, since this would affect the fate of the four of them. However, Dako reminded him that everyone had agreed to create a solid foundation, without any rush. That was only their second exploration in the first semester as rookies, so she didn't think they needed to worry. The main character agreed with Dako, although Slight didn't seem so convinced. The more he used the holy sword, the more dependent on it he became. Faced with the concept of the demonic spirit imbued with the Holy Spirit, Ban was no longer sure that it was really a holy sword. Anyway, it would be better to keep Slight away from that negative influence. Slight understood that he couldn't use the sword, but asked her not to blame him if he collapsed in the tower. However, faced with the request, he met a demonic Dako, just like her. Ban also showed his cruel side. "We're not gonna blame you, but don't forget. Millions of subscribers are watching the video." While Slight cried, the main character accessed his internal codes. His stats appeared, as did the points of his skills and learned essences. With everything making sense, he also got his Snake Eve and the recorder Tyke ready. He would count on the two of them on this journey. Before they went in, Ruchel approached the main character. "I'll do my best in there, and I'll listen to everything you say." The main character thanked Ruchel for her dedication, asking her to believe in him, since he was also getting stronger in combat. With a bright smile, Ruchel was ready to count on Ban. Jealous, Doko looked down on Ruchel. "I just hope you last at least until Saturday night. If anyone gets eliminated, I'll punish them severely." While Slight tried to insist that they give him the sword, Dako called the main character aside. The main character was curious to know what she wanted. Dako wanted to clear some things up with him before they went in. Dako's words started harsh. "Today is the first evaluation. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in you two. You haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, right?" In one of the first times she smiled, Doko had promised that he would take responsibility if things went wrong. Ben tried to be positive. "Of course I haven't forgotten. Besides, both of us have already started to change. You don't have to wait for the results because they're going to happen exactly as I said." Doko got ready to change the subject and talk about Ruchel, who showed up hiding behind one of the pillars. Before Dako started talking, she snapped her fingers. As soon as the sound echoed, Ruchel felt a strong pain in her ears. Hearing her scream, the main character turned around startled. Seeing Ruchel trying to listen to the conversation, Doko got annoyed and continued to snap her fingers. "Trying to listen to our conversation, aren't you? You're getting more and more daring in front of Ban and Ban." The main character was surprised because Dako's finger snaps seemed to be at a frequency he couldn't hear, probably something only perceptible to Ruchel. Getting back to the point, Doko asked the main character if he knew the meaning of submission. The main character replied that it meant being dominated. But that wasn't the correct answer for Dako. From the perspective of someone who is being dominated, it can be uncomfortable, but some people find stability in front of strong leadership. In that sense, that beast seems to genuinely like someone who can completely dominate and control her. Since Ban didn't seem to understand what she was saying, Dako tried to explain better. In other words, when that beast becomes uncontrolled, trying to communicate without emotion is useless. Even with this new explanation, Ban's mind was full of doubts, which annoyed the girl. Gritting her teeth, she told him to stop trying to understand and just memorize her words. Sighing, the main character agreed to keep that in mind, and saw Dako turn her back to join Slight, who was already waiting for them to enter the tower. With the main character in the lead, the group approached the entrance. Putting his hand on the door, Ban asked if everyone was ready. Light was the first to nod, followed by Ruchel and Dako. With excitement, the main character started recording. "First years from the special admission class 11, the second exploration starts now." And so, he opened the doors of the tower, releasing a powerful light that enveloped them. Immediately, they were transported to a place where the floor seemed to be melting. A attacking the labyrinthitis crisis of anyone who had it. Looking at the northern lights in the sky and the various square walls, Ban wondered where they were. After being caught by so many strange situations, Doko thought they would start on the first floor, but realized that wasn't the case. If you could get a view from above, you'd notice they were inside a gigantic labyrinth. While Slight investigated the place, the main character looked at his pendant, checking that they were on the 5th floor. Slight was relieved that they were on a normal floor, which made Doko question if he had become complacent. While the two were arguing once again, the main character noticed something. Ruchel was staring fixedly at one direction of the labyrinth. From there, she was sure she smelled a monster. Hearing that instead of finding the way, she had found a creature, Ban felt a certain nervousness. But what happened the next moment shocked him. In the direction Ruchel was looking, something started to appear, as if computer data were being transported. Immediately, Slight grabbed his sword, asking Ban what that was. The main character knew that was something different from what they had found on the first floor. It emitted an unpleasant crackling noise and had a distorted appearance, almost as if it were breaking. Without hesitation, Ruchel revealed her claws and attacked the creature. She hit her target, which split into data. Immediately, Ban received a notification. From what Ruchel had hit, he got several concepts: 0.1 glitch and noise points, 0.2 demonic spirit points, 0.05 malfunction points, and 0.01 inversion points. As Van expected, that was a glitch phenomenon. When a signal was interrupted, both the graphics and the sound became distorted. This inverted force created a strange sense of fear, which turned into a monster. Since this was a completely different type of creature from the ones they had found before, there were many unknown concepts. He didn't know how the malfunction and inversion concepts worked. For now, glitch had inversion, so it seemed pretty useful. It would be interesting to collect it. Lost in thought, Ban didn't realize he was being attacked. But with a blow of energy, Dako saved him immediately. Frowning, she reprimanded him. Ban and Yvonne stay focused. Defeating these things while escaping the labyrinth is going to be quite problematic. With Dako in the lead, they moved through the labyrinth, taking care not to get separated on the complex paths. While the main character was running, he received a message. They don't seem like creatures that would appear in room 5, but it's not that surprising. Ban was already satisfied that he was able to get several fragments of inversion points while escaping. However, remembering that he needed 100 points made him wonder if it was even worth the effort. The main character stopped running when he heard Ruchel scream. The girl, who was confronting one of the glitches, was carelessly moving forward, but was stopped by the main character. Summoning the chain made by Eve, he didn't let Ruchel fight alone to prevent her from going into a berserk state. Hearing Ban ask her to stay by his side, Ruchel immediately agreed. While Dako defeated several other glitches, she argued with the two of them. Hey, stop flirting and keep moving. Protecting Ruchel, the main character and another chain. He was leaving the concepts on the walls aside for now to focus on the battle. With her keen sense of smell, Ruchel was able to warn the main character when monsters were about to appear. Using the chains, the main character managed to collect inversion points by defeating the glitches. After running for several minutes, they still hadn't found an end to the labyrinth. Dako then revealed that she had memorized the entire path they had taken while running, and both she and Ban felt that, although the place seemed different, they had been there before. She concluded that it wasn't a normal labyrinth, but one that modified itself in real time. Faced with this situation, Dako assumed that the only option was to destroy it completely. Seeing her take a battle stance, the main character noticed something with his eye ability. He was so focused on collecting inversion that he had ignored an important detail. Dako wanted to destroy everything to reveal anything that was hidden, but the main character interrupted her, passing her by. Placing his hands on the walls of the labyrinth, he explained his reasoning. Logically, a path that's constantly changing doesn't make sense. That means there must be some trick hidden inside the walls. The main character felt the entire wall until he found a spot that sank when pressed like a hidden button. Ban received half a point of illusion for discovering the secret button, a concept that couldn't be owned by humans. With the wall in front of him disappearing, the main character smiled, celebrating that he was right. His gamble had paid off, and a path in front of him was revealed. Ruchel was curious to know how Ban had done that, with Slight thinking it was incredible that he had discovered the labyrinth's secret. The main character scratched his nose, trying to hide his pride. In fact, he had noticed it a little earlier, but ended up not saying anything because he had forgotten while collecting concepts. To hide this fact, the main character made up an excuse. I don't like to waste time. I just noticed a part of the wall that looked weird after we'd been walking for hours. Dako found Ban suspicious but didn't say anything. She was more surprised by the fact that he had found a flaw in the magic that even her own power hadn't detected. Watching the main character take the lead to guide the way, Dako told herself that, as she already expected, Ban wasn't just a common talent. The quartet continued to move through the labyrinth while defeating the glitches. This time, they found a giant elite glitch, even though they were only on their second exploration. For Slight, this only confirmed that their experience was different from the explorations of the other groups. Rutal thought the same. Even after defeating the elite monster and gaining many concept points, the main character stood still, staring into the void, which worried Ruchel. She thought he might be injured, but Ban soon reassured her. The truth was that he was worried. He was 1,000th of a mana point away from reaching 200, but that number refused to go up. Even after absorbing more than enough concepts in the last 3 hours, his mana didn't reach 200 points, a problem that the concepts of life and body had never faced. Noticing his state, Dako Obstin whispered in his ear, "What's going on? What's wrong with you? You don't look hurt." The main character was startled by Dako's sudden approach, something he had already asked her to avoid. However, it wasn't just Dako who was worried, but everyone else too. The main character revealed the problem he was facing with his mana growth, which confused Dako. Suddenly, Doko giggled, as if she were happy. Hearing Ban ask why she was happy, Doko asked if he had hit a wall. Faced with Doko's words, the main character was shocked. She remembered that he was expanding his energy quickly, as if he were sucking everything around him, which made his growth rate gigantic. It would be like continuously watering a plant without giving its roots time to grow, causing him to hit a growth limit. Hearing Dako's explanation, the main character asked what he should do. Dako didn't think it was a good method to defeat monsters negligently, as he was doing. Thinking of a more efficient method, she looked around. Her gaze was directed at Ruchel, who was in doubt about why the girl was staring at her. Dako huffed, annoyed. That must be great for someone, getting some fresh air during the weekend instead of being locked up in school, eating delicious food and going to clothing stores. Seeing how Dako was treating him, the main character tried to convince her, "Hey Doko, if you teach me, I'll learn diligently. I'll think about the trip, the food, and the shopping." So Dako finally agreed to help him, just because he quickly understood the situation he was in. Looking at her companions, Doko asked if it would be okay, since it would take a while. Rachel didn't mind if it was to help Ban. Likewise, it was okay for Slight, since they had just fought an elite and hadn't changed rooms yet. Seeing how everyone was understanding, the main character thanked them. So, Dako explained that the best method would be for him to receive the basic transmission of the mystic body art. The main character was confused, so Dako explained in detail. Despite the big name, it's just a basic martial art, so it's not difficult. Even so, Ban was worried. So far, he had only learned the basic principles with Dako, but had never learned a martial art directly. This time, it would be a martial art. That's why he wondered if he could learn it properly. Before they started, the main character asked if he should perform something like the 9-bow ritual, a master and disciple ritual. Dako couldn't believe he was trying to cause a commotion with just a martial art that even children learned. She asked him not to worry and just get ready. While Ban took off his shirt to have more mobility in training, Dako was lost in some thoughts. She was surprised to see an outsider quote the ritual. She had acted as if it were nothing, but her mystic body art was something that couldn't be taught, even if the student venerated someone as their master, because that was a divine family art. Passed down strictly through bloodline, Dako knew how shocked her father would be if he found out she was passing on the martial art to someone, especially to someone she had met recently, someone from another world. While Dako was lost in thought, the main character called her. Having taken off his shirt and revealed his buff body, Ban asked if he really needed to take all that off. Dako couldn't believe she was teaching this shameless guy a secret technique of her family. She couldn't do that unless he became her husband. Oblivious to Doko's thoughts, the main character tried to hide his body. Embarrassed, Slight, who was looking at the main character's body with wide eyes, tried to ask Ruchel not to look. He thought that for him, as a man, it was okay to look, but not for her. Seeing the two gossiping, Dako shouted at them to be quiet. Starting the training, Dako instructed Ban to sit down and calm his mind. So, the main character did it. Going behind the main character, Dako extended her hand. From the moment she had met him until now, she had a strange feeling that kept growing, the feeling that she wanted to nurture this man with her own hands. Ban was different from any other man Dako had ever known. She didn't even need to mention Ban's exceptional talent for martial arts, but what surprised her most was the potential he had to possess the abilities. She believed that if he, who possessed great qualities and abilities, grew systematically, he could become something unimaginable. She wondered how fast and how far he could go. At the same time, she wanted to see his talent, feeling the desire not to let him be influenced by others. She wondered what was up with this man to make her go so far for him. While Dako was lost in thought, Ban felt the warm touch of her fingertips on his back. Getting back to paying attention, Doko asked the main character if he was ready, since she had taught him the basics earlier. The main character said he was ready, but asked if she wasn't going to recite an oral formula before doing something like that. Dako didn't know that Ban wanted an explanation of the technique, and started to laugh, finding his thought funny. Would you even understand if I recited the oral formula of a technique? Instead of explaining the details, it's better to imprint it on your body. Remembering Ban's thought about the master and disciple ritual, she couldn't help but laugh, asking where he had learned his knowledge of martial arts. The main character wondered if she would hit him if he said he had learned it in novels. Leaving the laughter aside, Dako got ready to start. Not being prepared, Ban tried to ask for a moment, but simply felt an energy reverberate in his body. A few minutes before, Dako had explained to the main character, "The divine manifestation technique I'm going to teach you now is going to completely alter the nature of your ki, magical power, and body foundation." Faced with such surprising information, Ban was shocked. Originally, he thought he would just be taught a basic martial art, so he planned to learn it calmly, but now he realized it wouldn't be that easy. Dako, however, reassured him, "Don't worry, when you train your kai, it's natural for its nature to change. The magical power altered by the divine manifestation stimulates the body, and the continuously stimulated body consumes magical power to create a pure ki. As long as both body and magical power are trained, the paths will grow naturally." Ban still had difficulty understanding, even after the detailed explanation, so he tried to simplify. Magical power is filtered and converted into a pure kai. While Dako passed the technique to his back, Ban felt his body burn. From the moment she touched him, the feeling of becoming a fireball ran through his body. He felt that the magical power in his veins was being devoured crazily. It was as if a path that didn't exist before was being forcibly created. While the main character gritted his teeth, afraid his body would catch fire, Dako placed her hand on his shoulder. "Ban, calm down." She taught him what he should do. "Follow the paths engraved inside your body and move the divine kai constantly. Move the flames. This is the beginning of the divine manifestation." Ban closed his eyes to hear Dako's last support. "If you succeed in this training, the next path will be found by you." Eventually, when he closed his eyes, Ban saw the blue flames inside his body moving constantly. In a lotus position, Ban made the flames flow freely under his direction, running through every vessel and concentrating on his heart. After some time, Ban sighed. He was starting to feel a little more comfortable. With the technique taught by Dako, he discovered that using raw magical power wasn't always the best way. When Ban opened his eyes, a notification appeared in front of him. He was surprised to read it. "You have discovered the new concept of martial arts, divine manifestation. The depth of the divine manifestation has reached 20 points. Due to the training in divine manifestation, some of the negative concepts inside your body have been eliminated. A positive excess of life was created. This potential excess will promote the growth of other concepts." Receiving the confirmation that he had acquired the ability was sensational. More than that, Ban also had the attribute depth of his soul increased to 440 points. In addition, the resistance attribute in his body increased, as Dako had said would happen after his body was filled with divine kai. The more Ban trained that blue flame, the more he felt the power of the concepts increasing. Next to the main character, since she had already finished passing the technique, Doko investigated. "And so, are you satisfied?" Ban couldn't help but give a thumbs up for the divine manifestation technique. "It's amazing! Now you can think about what gift you want to get." Ban almost regretted it when he heard Dako's maniacal laugh. "I am looking forward to it." However, Dako wanted something at that moment. Throwing Ban's shirt back to him, she told him to wipe the sweat and get dressed, unless he wanted to climb the tower alone. Ban hid behind a wall while wiping himself off. While getting ready, he felt something strange. He felt that if he focused a little more on the training, he could perceive the divine ki circulating in his body. Ban looked at his hand, being able to see the internal vessels. "The more the divine ki increases, the more my body strengthens and my senses sharpen. To think that such a martial art would be passed on without any cost." After a while, Bane reunited with his group. Remembering what had happened, Slate asked if he was also going to publish a video of what had just happened. Obviously, he wouldn't do that. While talking to Slate, Ban noticed that Dako crossed her arms in a strange way. Noticing his look, Doko asked what was going on. The main character quickly changed the subject, asking them to move forward. Ruchel and Slight couldn't help but tease him before they left. "Looks like the number of views is going to be high. A shirtless training art." While walking through the labyrinth, Slate asked if anyone was hungry because it must be lunchtime. Ban also realized that, I ended up delaying us, so it must be time to eat. Dako, however, didn't want to stop. Because they had stayed in room 5 for so long, she wouldn't be able to eat until they reached the next room. Slate didn't fail to provoke her. You're like a military person, imposing rules even for eating. Since Slate still had the energy to complain, Dako told him to spend it looking for the exit. As soon as Dako asked Slate to find the exit, the young blonde came across something. Right ahead was a large door. Apparently, he had really found the exit. Since that was the only door they had seen on the entire floor, the group thought it could only be the path that led to the next room. However, Ban asked them to wait a moment before moving forward. Ban's eye began to shine with a golden hue. For him, this was strange, as he hadn't activated any ability. However, from the grooves on the door, he could feel that there was another concept on the other side. Believing that the concept really came from the back of the structure, Ban started to walk toward it, surprising Slight, who wanted to leave to eat. Dako didn't contest Ban's decision and followed him, calling the others. Ban went around the structure where the door was, as did the others, but they didn't find anything. Approaching the main character, Slight asked if they had gone to the wrong place. Ban knew that, for the others, it might really seem like that, but to his eyes, that wall was completely full of illusory concepts. Ban held out his hand, approaching the wall. Halfway there, his hand touched a glass wall, which began to crack with his touch. The crack spread quickly, extending across the entire invisible wall. It was then that the wall completely fragmented, surprising everyone. Slate was shocked. What was that? What happened? The girls realized that Ban had found a new path. In front of them, through the wall that had been broken, they could see a spiral staircase, a shortcut to the upper floors. At that moment, Ban received a notification. You have absorbed 50 illusions. The absurd amount surprised him, as it showed how well that path was hidden. Although it was hard to believe he had found the place, Ban smiled forcibly. That was incredible. Showing the shortcut to the group, Ban asked what they should do. Slate couldn't believe Ban was still asking that question. Next to him, Dako had already made the obvious decision. As if they understood each other, the quartet ran into the shortcut area. While climbing the stairs, Ban fed his little snake, Eve, with the 50 illusions, so she could grow and become stronger. During the climb, Ban shared a thought. It seems that the floor change is happening around here since there's no exchange mechanism. Dako completed Ban's theory. Maybe the stairs themselves are the mechanism. She argued with Slight. Make sure you walk straight, going up sideways. Slight asked what would happen if a monster jumped on them. Dako didn't understand why he was worried about that, since they could simply fight. Using the identification stone, Rugal found that they were already on the 8th floor. Ban couldn't believe they had jumped 3 floors at once. But Dako complimented him. You found a great shortcut, didn't you? Ban couldn't help but reveal after the compliment. Actually, I didn't know so much about the shortcut either. Light, who read the manual, remembered that it said finding a shortcut was great luck. What made Slight afraid was that the more floors they skipped, the more difficult the next one would be. He didn't understand why no one was worried. Dako, for example, thought more about the reward than the difficulty of the next floor. In tears, Slight complained and pleaded, Ban! Don't find any shortcuts next time! The main character couldn't help but laugh as he agreed. Slight's complaints really stood out. Ban didn't understand why Slight was so scared, since he didn't behave like that on the previous expedition. Holding the spear in his hands, Slight complained sadly, if the difficulty increases more, it'll be dangerous. The holy sword. If only I could use it. Slight seemed mentally lost, mostly because he was extremely dependent on his sword. Seeing how much he complained, Dako asked if she should break the sword. This only made him even more nervous. While the two were arguing as always, Rochel found something from where she was. Looking up, she saw the end of the stairs, leading to an exit. As the student identification stone indicated they were on the 8th floor, Ban believed the exit led to the 9th. Since he was ahead, Rochel asked him to be careful. I feel a hostility coming from there just like that time. Hearing Rochel mention the feeling of when the irregularity appeared, Dako and Slight stopped arguing. Dako then did something unexpected. It doesn't hurt to be careful. Light, as soon as we enter that floor, draw your sword. Slight was surprised to receive Dako's permission. He immediately drew his sword, changing to a confident and excited attitude. Guys, leave everything to me. The instant change in attitude honestly annoyed Dako a little, although she couldn't do anything about it. As soon as they passed through the luminous gate, they arrived on a floor with stone walls and columns. Ban looked around and didn't see any monsters, just a high ceiling. This made Slide imagine that they were in a rest area. Ban doubted that, since there was no mention of this area in the guides. They then began to explore the place where someone armed was hidden. Suddenly, this person fired. Their weapon launched an energy explosion that created a magic circle. Hearing the noise, Ban was surprised. Suddenly, a gigantic sphere was fired in Dako's direction. When she noticed, the sphere was already glued to her. A strong explosion happened with the impact, launching debris and dust everywhere. Ban and the others had to protect themselves from the dust curtain, worried about Dako. However, When she appeared, she was simply stepping on that bomb, complaining to the main character. "Didn't you say that only you could use that kind of thing in the tower?" The main character, timidly, remembered that he had indeed said that, but this made him believe that it was a single-use weapon. Immediately, he looked around, looking for the bastard who attacked them. With his golden eye, he quickly discovered the enemy who was hiding. Ban pointed to one of the pillars. "Light, over there!" Before he could give the precise location, Slight had already moved forward. The hooded man looked in the group's direction, scared to see someone running directly at him. He couldn't believe they had located him. His stealth ability shouldn't be detected by rookies. Excited, Slight swung his sword, cutting the large pillar. The man, confused, tried to calm down. He intended to deal with the swordsman individually, and then blow up the three who were close to the sphere. Ban approached Dako, asking if she was okay. He knew how dangerous it would have been if that initial attack had hit anyone else. Dako acknowledged Ban's words. It was at that moment that, upon activating the all-seeing eye, Ban was surprised. Pointing to the sphere under Doko's feet, Ban detected a strong energy inside it. In fact, it was a level 30 magic bomb, incredibly powerful. While kneeling in front of the sphere, he asked everyone to step back. With effort, Ban managed to turn off the bomb's energy. He sighed, not believing that someone had used an artifact of that level, but was sure that this person would pay for it. He knew this because Slight was attacking the enemy intensely, with blows that flashed as they burst against the opponent's weapon. Needing to defend himself all the time, the invader gritted his teeth, seeing that the young man he was fighting was really good, but he expected something else to happen. The invader had already moved far enough away not to be caught by the sphere's explosion. He looked in the direction of the group around it, but was surprised to see a boy throwing something in his direction. He didn't care because the detonation would happen in 3 seconds. Saying goodbye to the group, the invader pressed the detonator. It was then that he noticed a sphere coming in his direction. With his jaw dropped, he wondered why the sphere was there. Slight also noticed the sphere and moved quickly. Desperate, the man screamed, waiting for the explosion. The sphere didn't hit him, but instead hit a pillar behind him, ricocheting. He, who was paying attention to the sphere, was surprised not to see it explode. It was then that he was startled. The boy's sword was approaching. Slight calmly warned, "I don't know why you're shocked, but you shouldn't look away during a fight." With a quick, unblocked blow, Slight won the battle. That man hadn't been completely defeated. Holding the wound on his shoulder, he commented, "That's weird." Light was the one who thought the situation was weird. "You're a human, aren't you? So why are you attacking us? How did you get here?" At that moment, Ban approached to retrieve the sphere. "Since I saw through your stealth, didn't you think I'd notice the bomb hidden in the sphere?" He revealed the man's mistake. "You were too confident in your tricks. That's why you're in this situation, betrayed by a defective product. Are you perhaps stupid?" The man, unable to retaliate, gritted his teeth, asking who those young people were. He became extremely furious. How do rookies who are still exploring the lower floors of the tower have so much power? While he was screaming his complaints, he was startled by an attack that hit the pillar next to him. Dako had caused the scare, launching an energy through her fingers. She had a sinister look, which could cause fear in the depths of anyone's soul who looked at her. "Before we talk calmly, I'll need to make sure your arms and legs don't move, so you don't try anything stupid." However, another person thought more aggressively. Ruchel. "No, we need to end him. We can't leave him alive." Ruchel's speech got everyone's attention. Her hair began to acquire a dark tone while she gritted her teeth, getting more and more furious. "If we don't do this, everyone will." Fury took over Ruchel, who moved forward explosively. Ban tried to act to stop her, but her claws quickly approached the man. But before she hit him, chains tied her body. The chains created by Ban with Eve made sure she was contained. At that moment, a somber voice reverberated along with a suffocating pressure. "A failure, idiot." Looking around, Ban wondered what that pressure was. Slight, however, had a suspicion. Dako knew exactly who was behind it. The constellation. That voice began to torment the defeated man. Observing the situation, it seems that your function no longer makes sense. The man, now hit by a dark energy, tried to apologize to the voice, begging for a new chance. "I can still do it," but the voice didn't believe him. "Give yourself up so that your companions get the spoils." Seeing the man being tormented, Slight asked what was happening. Immediately, Ban told everyone to move away. The voice continued, "For the Oshudos, sacrifice yourself," the man screamed, trying to avoid his fate. Ban tried to run away quickly, but faced with that energy, he realized it was too late. He couldn't avoid the explosion, nor get completely out of range. Once again, the explosion swept the air with dust and debris. Worried, Dako looked in Ban's direction. looking for him. Laughing, the main character sat on the ground. By a stroke of luck, the explosion had stopped a meter away from him. Almost fainting, he commented, "For a moment I saw the Samsara River." Worried, Ruchel ran to him. Light did the same. "How are you okay in this situation?" At that moment, Ban knew he wouldn't be able to dodge. It was then that he used the concept he had removed from the magic bomb, throwing the explosion against the ground to contain the shock wave from the other one. Stopping one explosion with another was new even to Doko. It had been difficult for Ban to do that. "If I had been late, it would have been a real disaster." Curious, Slight asked what had happened to the man. The main character believed that he was fine, probably sent back to the first floor, because they were in the tower. However, the somber voice disagreed. "He no longer exists. He definitely no longer exists. The tower accepted this end during the battle against you. You ended his essence." Ban frowned and smiled, questioning the voice. "What kind of nonsense are you saying? You caused the explosion. We just acted to survive." However, the voice sounded melancholic. "I lost a member, but I didn't gain anything. I should have taken precautions when the tower started treating you specially." Slight couldn't believe it, and Ban quickly interrupted him. "Stop beating around the bush and talk straight. What was that guy and who are you?" The voice fell silent until it decided to say only one thing to the group. "We are Exodus, your enemies." The main character was surprised and confused by those words, and by the mysterious voice's farewell. When the energy dissipated, Russo was relieved, although Ban was still grinding his teeth against the constellations. He couldn't understand how none of them acted normally. Despite that, Russo latched on to the important information. Had obtained the name of the organization, Exodus, which she remembered well. Slight knew that organization. Exodus is the most famous group of pirates in all dimensions. The constellation must be one of their investors. Ban remembered that Professor Yumina had already mentioned the Exodus pirates. Slight didn't understand what was happening, since these guys were after them. Dako found it interesting. We would eventually meet them while climbing the tower. Was having this experience now not beneficial? Ban ended up agreeing, making Slight frown. You guys really understand each other. However, Slight felt that there was something wrong with one of the constellation's lines about the tower treating them specially. Their speculation was now confirmed. Is anyone feeling something? Slight even looked worried. It was at that moment that Ruchel received a notification. Slight, too, as did Dako. The three, leaving Ban aside, gathered to see the notification, which worried the main character. "Did you guys get a message from the director?" Dako, in fact, denied it, but revealed that it was something that should have also happened to him. The three's level had increased, and, being left aside, Ban was scared. Doko saw her level go up for the first time since they entered the tower. Could this be a reward given by the tower for us dealing with the constellation's attack? She thought. Slight found it frustrating if that had really happened as Dako imagined. Ruchel, seeing her stats increase a lot, was visibly satisfied. The trio was sitting, watching how much they had improved, while Ban and Yvonne remained aside, a little annoyed, seeing his colleagues use status windows for the first time. The main character realized that they just hadn't evolved yet because their average was already too high. Going back to thinking about himself, he wondered if the tower was ignoring him since he hadn't received any notification or reward. To be sure, he activated the all-seeing eye ability. He then realized he was wrong. In the middle of the crater, left by the explosion, he saw a concept hovering between the smoke and dust. A strange concept was floating exactly at the point where that enemy had disappeared. The main character approached the concept with a gamble in mind. Believing that that was his reward, he touched the concept. Immediately, upon touching the spiritual item, a strong glow of energy spread. Words and more words ran up Ban's arm, transmitting him large amounts of stats. Ban was surprised to see himself gaining 79 life points, something insane. In addition, among the concepts, there were some he had never seen before. The first was the concept of metamorphosis, something that normally couldn't be applied to humans. The other was star scar, a trace of the brightness of a pure star that remained even after all individuals had been swept away. The main character imagined that the first represented a superior force of transformation, while the second was related to constellations. While Ban tried to understand how he could use these concepts, Ivan appeared, hissing his tongue at him. When Ban asked Eve if she wanted the metamorphosis concept, the little snake wiggled effusively with a happy look. Sighing, the main character recovered the concept. "Okay, it's not like I'm gonna use this anyway. Come on, eat Eve." With affection, the little snake devoured the metamorphosis concept, and immediately traces of energy began to run through her body. Ban's scream of surprise got his companion's attention, who soon looked in his direction. Ruchel was the first to approach, asking what had happened. Trembling, Ban replied, "Eve, she's turned into an egg." The main character was holding an egg with digital characteristics in his hands. A notification appeared from it. Object has mastered a lower tier concept. Origin mutation in progress. Worried, Rickle asked if that had happened before. Ban confirmed that it had, but explained that last time, Eve had hatched immediately after turning into an egg, which wasn't happening now. Slight imagined that this was happening because it was Eve's second evolution. Dako crossed her arms with a provocative smile. That little girl probably evolved too. Ruchel, who had picked up the egg, felt a warm energy coming from it. Trembling, Bane even bit his nails. What do I do? What do I do? We've lost the only way to calm Ruchel down in emergencies. Hearing Ban's comment about Ruchel, Slate was worried. However, as the next floor was a rest area, they were relatively calm. It was when they talked about the next floor that the change was activated. Seconds later, they appeared on a floor that looked more like a garden under a dome. A beautiful fountain with a water spout had been built in the center of that place, while stone staircases led to higher gardens. This was the 10th floor, about which they had only heard stories. It was said that sometimes there would be no food or drink if the climbers were unlucky, but that place was completely different. Walking through the place, Ban commented, "Actually, it seems like we got pretty lucky." Slight went to some trees and collected some fruits called Eden fruits. Fruits that could recover fatigue and increase each individual's potential. You absolutely have to eat them during the rest zones. Hearing his colleague's advice, the main character took one of the fruits and took a bite. As soon as he ate it, he was amazed by the sweet and citrus flavor it had. Next to him, Dako had also tried a fruit, and she herself almost melted with that flavor. Ban couldn't help but compliment. "It's delicious. I've never tasted anything so amazing." Dako followed his line of reasoning. "This is the sweetest flavor I've ever tasted. I can feel a slight increase in my internal energy." Sitting on a bench, Ruchel ate some grapes peacefully. Her hair had even lightened because of it. Provocatively, Dako asked if they should eat all the fruits on the floor before moving on, or even pack some. But Slight reminded her that they weren't allowed, and that the fruits would disappear when they left the floor. As Dako got frustrated with the rules, Ban tried to investigate if there was a way to take those fruits with him. It was then that notifications appeared. "You've eaten a fruit of Eden, and the unique fruit, the fruit of knowledge. From now on, the all-seeing eye can distinguish sins." The protagonist was confused. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he wondered if it was really called the fruit of knowledge. So this fig-like fruit is called that? Despite having gained a new power, he tried to imagine what exactly distinguishing sins meant. At that moment, Ruchel got everyone's attention, saying she had found a mysterious box. Dako crossed her arms, explaining right after, "This is a reward for achievements. Even on the lower floors, there must be something interesting inside, right? After all, we haven't gone through common experiences so far." Everyone finally remembered what they had faced in the last few days. They had faced constellations twice, besides several elite monsters in a trap zone. Ban, recalling those difficulties, thought that all of that had been packed and delivered to the group, which made him believe that the reward would be worth it. As he approached the wooden chest with golden details, Ban was impressed. "Wow, this must be the achievement reward we heard about." Since Ruchel wasn't well informed about the subject, he explained, "There's a treasure in each rest zone to reward the achievements you get. Since this is a wooden chest with gold details, it must be among the highest levels of the lower rank." Ruchel was confused about how the chests were evaluated, and Ban continued, "The treasure chests on the rest floors are ranked according to the material: wood, copper, silver, and gold. The better the material, the better the content." Excited about the reward, Slight wanted to open the chest immediately, but Dako stopped him. Confused, Slate asked why, and Dako was direct. "Let Ban open the box." Slate became even more confused, and was soon surprised by the explanation. "I feel like we'll have bad luck if you open the chest." Ruchel immediately agreed. Desperate, Slate wanted to know why he deserved that, and Dako was clear. He's unlucky. While the two argued as always, Ban opened the chest, with Ruchel peeking beside him. As soon as the two saw the shiny content, they swallowed hard. Surprised, Ban recognized the item inside the chest. A magic wand for a magical girl. The wand inside the chest was a short pink staff, with a bow and a large heart-shaped gem. Blight, who didn't know such an item, believed that there was no clear function for it, and soon imagined that it was a ceremonial tool. Picking up the wand, Ruchel commented, "This has a curious shape." Feeling the aura that emanated from the object, Dako imagined that it must be an artifact. A little more aware of what that item could be, the protagonist asked to borrow it from Roko. Just from the design, Ban knew that item was from his world, an item used by magical girls. Upon checking the object's attributes, he discovered that all its concepts were related to magic, besides having an incredible 200 soul points. Seeing how Ban looked thoughtfully at the wand, Dako approached. "Did you find out anything?" After analyzing the item, Ban revealed his thoughts. "I think it's a magical teaching tool for beginners. There seems to be an ego imbued in the item to teach its user." Slight was shocked to hear that an item could have an ego that taught people. Before their disbelief increased, the wand in Ban's hand began to twist as if it had a life of its own. As Ban recognized the item, he made a request. Guys, can I keep this? Of course I'll pay for it. Quickly, the protagonist's whole team agreed to let him keep the object. They recognized the efforts made by Ban until then, and felt the need to reward him. Putting the item in his inventory, the protagonist commented lightly, I have a feeling that this little guy will help me a lot. After storing the items, Ban began to collect countless fruits, and quickly Slight warned him. Ban, I already said there's no point in harvesting more. Ban created a basket with the fruits and handed it to him. Slight was tremendously confused. What for? Aren't they going to disappear as soon as we leave? Ban agreed that Slight was right. Taking out the golden jelly, he imagined he could try something, since he had nothing to lose. He did some stretches while preparing. Okay, I'll pay you right now. Dako was a little confused and asked Ban if he was paying with money. Grabbing a new basket, the protagonist shook his head and stated that he wouldn't pay with money. He threw the new basket to Slight, asking the confused young man to follow him. Dako and Rutil quickly realized what Ban intended to do, especially when they remembered how he had used the jelly a few days ago. The confused Slight approached the protagonist with the fruits. Ben sat on the ground while asking some questions. Don't you guys think it's weird how only one fruit can be eaten, or how they disappear when they're taken outside? But what would happen if they were fused with other items? What would happen after they were consumed? Holding out his hand, the protagonist began to separate the concept of the fruits of Eden. As soon as the golden glow came out of the fruits, along with their concepts, the protagonist moved his hand to the jelly. If no one has tried this before, then why can't we be the first? A strong magic circle appeared around the jelly jar, starting the transcendental fusion of the fruit of Eden with the basic elixir. Being illuminated by the glow of the magic circle, Slight and Rutil were surprised. In an instant, the jelly jar turned into the 30-point elixir of life, changing the aspect of the content to look even more like golden honey. Such an item now had the power to restore and strengthen the consumer's life and magic points. Infinite new possibilities were guaranteed. Long-term use could amplify the effects, but excessive consumption all at once would cause a divine punishment. Slight was shocked to see what Ban had created. Even the calm Dako was speechless to question him. Holding the new elixir, the protagonist stated that they still couldn't test it because of the room's rules. To check the taste or effects, they would have to leave first. Excited for the first time, Dako was the first to act. Then let's go now. Everyone agrees to go, right? She asked Rutil and Slight, who, being already rested, quickly agreed. Seeing how everyone was blind with the desire to try the candy, especially Dako, Ban couldn't reject the decision to move forward. Quickly, they were teleported to floor 11. As soon as they got there, Dako hurried to ask Ban for the elixir. Looking at his inventory and seeing that the elixir was still there, he gave a thumbs up. It worked! It's still here! Unexpectedly, Dako jumped on top of Ban, hugging him to vent her happiness. I knew you could do it, Ban. After Ban coughed to clear his throat, Dako realized the embarrassing action she had done and ended up blushing, as did Ban. More unexpected than the hug, she threw him away with an attack. You're too close! Slight tried to defend Ban, reminding her that it was Dako who had hugged him, but she quickly told him to be quiet. While Rutil was grinding her teeth with jealousy, the protagonist got up, scratching his sore head. I was even more surprised than you. Suddenly, Ban heard a hiss coming from a nearby place. When he realized, 3 shelled crabs had appeared. The monsters of floor 11 were there. Their bodies and shells were full of moss, and their numbers were as great as those of the tower spiders. Quickening his pace, Ban ran toward his group. Guys, they're here! Furious, the crabs ran after him. As soon as Ban got his friend's attention, 2 attacks passed over his shoulders, destroying the monsters that were chasing him. Furious, Dako had eliminated them. I was already sad that I couldn't eat the elixir because I was full, but you guys served to help me with digestion. Ban was scared to see that his teammate already wanted to eat again. Before he could say anything, Dako made a challenge. Let's move forward against the monsters until our digestion is complete. Knowing how long they would spend fighting, Ban blamed himself for not having done something else in place of the elixir. 10 hours later, the group had already reached floor 14. Furious, Dako hammered the wall with her hand while complaining. Damn it, why am I not getting hungry? Dako had dragged the whole group to floor 14, even though they were extremely tired from facing monsters for several hours straight. Ban ended up sighing just like her. He didn't expect his satiety to last half a day, even after so much effort. Light felt the same. To try to get hungry, we went through 3 floors. We must be the only team that has tried something like this. But I'm still full, although I can't take another step. Seeing how the 2 boys complained, Dako crossed her arms. She thought for a moment before asking, maybe we'll get hungry when we reach floor 15. The boys almost cried when they heard the suggestion. Ban begged her to stop, while Slight tried to remind Dako that it was already approaching midnight. The protagonist advised that they should stop there, even if they still had stamina for more. Dako, upon hearing the suggestion, questioned why they should do that. In response, Ban pointed to a direction. Enraged, Ruchwa scratched the walls with her claws. For having fought for hours, the girl was about to enter berserk mode. Dako, when looking at Rucho, understood that she could lose control at any moment. That was exactly why Ban didn't want to proceed. Since they no longer needed to have dinner, Ban instructed everyone to clean up and rest. The next day, they could move forward toward floor 15. Without anyone expecting it, Ban created a portable bathroom with a basket of shampoos and soaps. He asked everyone to use the bathroom first, which led Dako to ask what he would do. Showing excitement, he replied, "I'll clean up later. I want to focus a little more on the manifestation technique." Crossing her arms with a hidden smile, Dako was proud. "I'm glad I taught you. The level of mastery completely changes the manifestation technique, so keep up the effort." Immediately, Dako grabbed Rutil by the neck, pulling her to the bathroom. "I'll take the beast to bathe. That way we won't get in your way." The protagonist, seeing that Slight had stayed by his side, tried to send him to the bath, but that only made the boy nervous. "What are you saying? I'm a guy too. You want me to bathe with them? What kind of nonsense is that, Ban?" Ban was surprised by the reaction. He couldn't believe that Slight still hadn't realized that his true identity as a boy had already been exposed. Shrugging, Ban suggested another option. "Then, you can just take off your clothes and bathe outside." Such a comment only made Slight even more embarrassed. As Slight reacted so effusively, Ban decided to provoke him a little. "We're both men, so what's the problem? Why all the fuss?" Slight stammered, trying to find an answer. "Even if we're men, I can't do that in front of others." Rolling his eyes, Ban asked what they should do. Practically in tears, Slight asked him to turn his back. While taking off his armor, Slight argued with Ban, "If you try to peek, I'm going to get mad." While watching him take off his armor, Ban ended up noticing a necklace on his neck. But he didn't care much. After everyone did what they needed to, they slept and waited for the next day. When they woke up and started having breakfast, Slight was already agitated while talking to Dako. "Pick up the spear again? How did we get to this?" Dako calmly reminded Slight of how well he had fought without using his sword, from floor 7 to the rest zone. In the meantime, he would be getting more and more used to fighting. Ban also agreed with Dako, encouraging Slight to use the spear. The only one who didn't encourage Slight was Ruchel, who ate her instant noodles with her mouth watering. With a downcast look, Slight stated he couldn't use the spear anymore. Room 7 didn't have strong monsters, so nothing happened, but we don't know what will appear next. Elite monsters can appear at any moment. Fighting without the holy sword is too much. Something can definitely happen. Hearing Slight's words, Doko became thoughtful. Realizing that his words made sense, she agreed to let him use the holy sword. Receiving Doko's permission, Slight became extremely excited. In a second, he drew the sword and hugged it, as if it were his precious. "Holy sword! I'll never leave you again!" Worried, Ban approached Dako to ask if it was okay to allow Slight to use the sword. Dako didn't think she had another choice. He's already at his mental limit. We'll need to satisfy him for now. While the two were talking, the beast in front of them roared. Holding her fork, Rutel gritted her teeth with hunger. Even after having eaten so well, Dako didn't understand why she was like that, but Ban had a hunch. Maybe she's on alert because we're both too close? Shrugging, Dako moved away while complaining. First obsession and now jealousy. I'm starting to worry about the future of this group. Sweating cold, the protagonist asked Dako if she thought they could continue, but she returned the question to him. A few hours later, the group arrived on floor 15. There, they found an army of orcs equipped with spears. Raising their arms, the orcs roared their war cry and advanced toward the group. Surrounded, the students wielded their weapons, preparing for battle. The first to act was Slight, who with the holy sword regained his confidence. With a swing of the blade, he broke the handle of countless spears. "Who do you think you're attacking?" The protagonist couldn't help but be impressed by Slight's renewed attitude, something that also made him a little worried. While he himself began to fight the orcs, he commented to Dako that they could have had problems if they hadn't let Slight use the sword. Seeing Ban lose a little focus, Dako quickly warned him, "This isn't the time to think about other things." As soon as he was warned, a gigantic orc, several times bigger than him, raised its axe to attack him. Quickly, Dako got his attention, extending her arm full of energy. The energy attack passed beside the protagonist and hit the giant orc heavily. Rushel also didn't stand still and, with her claws, opened a path to the orc, finishing the job that Dako had started. As soon as the girls defeated the enemy, Ban thanked them. Dako wiped her hands, asking him to be more careful, while Russell showed her teeth in response. She continued to fight the orcs with such ferocity intensity that Ban realized she was close to entering berserk mode. At the same time, Eve still showed no signs that she was about to wake up. This meant that he would need to try again what he had failed to do last time. While thinking about how to contain Rukul, Ban didn't realize that a new orc was approaching from behind him. However, when the orc's attack came, he managed to raise his sword in time, defending himself by pure reflex. The hairy and bearded orc roared at the protagonist. I am Quainus of the proud legion of the rusted halberds. I will turn you into pate. Before Quainus could continue his speech, Slight attacked him sneakily, just like Kinos had done against Ban, to shut the orc's blabbering. Even so, the orc resisted the blow and remained standing, forcing its body to continue. Now, so close to Ban, he smiled. You seem to be the weakest here. Smiling through the dust raised by the attack, the protagonist showed no fear. And how do you know? Before the orc could answer, Ban saw it get eliminated. Light had attacked again, and with a sharp look, he huffed. You talk too much for a mere tower monster. After Slight's attack, what the monster had above its shoulders rolled on the stone floor. With a cold look, he stared at those who were on the other side of the room. To Bon Uwan's surprise, Slight advanced alone. While he shouted against other orcs, only small fish are left. With the holy sword, confidence came back into Slight's attacks, who gave the same fate to the other monsters. After dealing with the remaining group, he swung his sword, resting, while he sighed internally and commented to himself, I didn't think I'd find the same orcs I saw in my homeland here. But with the radiant sword, he was confident that such a savage race would not resist him. In the middle of Slight's thoughts, Dako shouted, Emergency! When Slight looked back, he saw Dako irritably complaining, What are you doing? Defeating everyone without saying anything. Clicking her tongue, Wan told everyone that the elimination of the last orc would trigger the floor change soon. Doko continued and questioned, Didn't we agree to regroup before the room transitions? Did you forget about that? Unexpectedly, Slight huffed in response, and scared both Dako and Ban with what he said. What are you worried about? As long as I have my holy sword, we'll be able to clear the next rounds easily. Slight was confident enough to state that they didn't need to waste time on such a low level. With a mocking look, Slight questioned Dako, Or are you upset because you couldn't do anything? Okay, I'll leave some for you this time. Slight's words instigated the fury inside Dako, who squeezed her hand hard, frowning and exhaling an aura of irritation. She was ready to fight. Noticing the hostile atmosphere among the team members, Ban placed himself between the two, calming them down. Looking at Slight, Ban wondered why he had changed so suddenly, saying things he didn't usually say. The moment Ban warned that they needed to prepare for the next floor change, the floor began to shake. A light covered the team members while the space began to change shape. Dako and Slight, surprised, also prepared themselves. Soon several giant chess pieces began to materialize, while the walls disappeared. When the quartet realized it, they were in the middle of a giant chessboard with several pieces scattered. Confused, Ban noticed that they themselves hadn't been moved to a new floor. The floor itself had changed. Suddenly, Rukul fell to the ground, getting everyone's attention. Ban ran in her direction, worried. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Heavily panting, Rukul exhaled hot air while groaning. She grabbed Ban's arm, grinding her teeth in agony and murmuring, No more. I can't take it anymore. I can't suppress this anymore. Ban realized that Rukul was on the verge of losing control, and that was exactly why she needed breaks before floor transitions. At that moment, when everything was already worrying, a being appeared, shouting with a thick voice. Was it you, humans, who eliminated my soldiers? The orc with a big axe presented himself proudly. I am Curus, centurion of the great legion of the rusted halberd. The great orc swore, with eyes that showed the fury for the loss of his men. I will honor my fallen companions with your bodies. Speechless, Ban realized that the subordinates of this orc must have been the ones they had defeated in room 15. Confused, thinking that they could still be in room 15, or that it was connected to that floor, Ban opened the tower's information window. A small phrase was described. Rule of the 16th room. The weakest soldier goes first. Unexpectedly, the orc Curus pointed to Ban Yuan. Come on, the weakest human, step forward. He called him with his finger, provoking. I, the centurion Curus, will teach you a lesson. Knowing that the orc was talking to him, Ban prepared to go first. However, Slight stopped him. Ban, don't worry about things like that. Taking a step forward, Slight declared confidently, You don't need to obey meaningless rules like these. Ban was surprised by Slight's actions, who used all the power of the holy sword, making fire wings appear on his back. Annoyed with the chief orc, Slight shouted, How dare a mere orc talk about rules to someone like me dressed in holy light? Slight's jump exploded in speed, moving forward against the orc, even though Ban told him not to do that. The orc watched Slight advance, and asked if he was the weakest human. Ignoring the question, Slight shouted with confidence, I will finish you off in a single attack. The orc, who was watching him, concluded, you are not the weakest. Slight brandished the holy sword, attacking the orc and hitting it on the shoulder. However, against the expressionless orc, the sword didn't even cause a scratch. A warning notification appeared. Rule violated, penalty applied, a decline in an ability. All stats will decrease. Slight's sword reverberated on the great orc's shoulder. In the young warrior's eyes, surprise was evident as the blade didn't advance, and an irritated smile formed on the orc's face. Before Slight could react, the orc launched an attack, ripping him in half. Light didn't even cough, and his look only revealed the great surprise he felt before being eliminated. Ban, speechless, saw the notification appear while Slight disappeared. Player Slight has been eliminated. Trick Room. Unlike normal rooms, it was governed by special rules and orders. Such rooms were more difficult than common ones, but if the rules were followed, it would be possible to conquer them, receiving great rewards. However, any step that violated the mandatory rules would result in severe penalties. In front of Ban and Dako, these penalties were revealed with Slate's elimination. Ban felt that they were now in trouble. The difficulty of the Tower of Babel always matched the maximum strength of the teams. When the difficulty value was set, even if the group lost members, it remained the same as calculated for the initial amount. Therefore, it was always crucial to advance to the next room only when the team was fully prepared. With Slight advancing hastily and being eliminated, Ban felt that the expedition in the tower was already doomed to failure. He even cursed Slight mentally. The orc put its hand on its shoulder because despite Slight's sword not having advanced, it had still caused a small open wound. The orc looked at its own hand, stained red. The Centaurian Kuras gritted his teeth while he laughed. You are an absurdly strong human. You went straight to take my life and still managed to wound me before losing yours. I liked fighting against you. The orc took a step forward and, overflowing with energy, began to grow while it challenged. Come, human! Face me! Face me, the Centaurian Kuras! I'm ready for anything you want to throw at me. Grating his teeth, Ban wondered if the breaking of the rules had also strengthened the orc. Dako sighed, not expecting things to get to such a point. I knew the sword affected his mind, but I didn't think he would become a complete idiot. Scratching his head, Ban ended up confirming Dako's words, which were unfortunately accurate. Ban hadn't known Slight for a long time, but he had never seen him so irresponsible and impatient. He really couldn't understand what had happened. The only possibility that Ban could imagine was that restricting Slight from using the sword throughout the expedition had caused a backlash in him. Dako didn't know if Ban was right, but she was sure of one thing. We can't trust that sword. He'll definitely make a mistake at a crucial moment again because of it. With a somber look, Dako swore, as soon as we get out of here, I'm going to make him go through some serious training. Ban then looked at the orc, asking Dako to also stay focused to clear the floor, but she refused. With one person eliminated, there's no reason for us to continue the expedition. However, Dako conjured her own sword. Advancing against the orc, she revealed her plan. Let's use this chance to break as many rules as possible and find out how heavy the price is. The orc laughed when it saw another human, not the weakest, advance. It pointed at Dako, shouting, just by looking at you, I know you're not the weakest. Are you ignoring the rules again? Dako, upon stopping, looked back at Ban and at Rutal. She gritted her teeth, as the decision was difficult to make. She moved forward definitively this time, while she spoke to Ban Yuan. I'll apologize first, Ban Yuan. Try to deal with this alone with the beast. While Dako placed herself in front of the orc, and it raised its axe to eliminate her, she reminded Ban, don't forget what I told you before we entered the tower, got it? Ban tried to stop her, but the orc, overflowing with energy, had already reached the young woman. Dako waited for the orc's attack, attentive. In the last second, she drew her sword. The notification of rule violation appeared once again, as did the penalty 1. At the same instant that the orc attacked Dako with the X, she, receiving the blow, counterattacked in the same way. Ban, speechless, faced the result of that confrontation. Dako began to disappear, while the notification that she had been eliminated appeared. Even having defeated the second human, the orc screamed in pain, because along with the axe its hand flew away, a result of Dako's attack. Gritting its teeth, the orc shouted, that scrawny human, how dare you take my arm? It fell to its knees in front of Ban. Realizing the boy's presence, the protagonist, while wielding his sword, commented, you probably got a good strength increase because of the penalties, but of course, you're not in a condition to fight now. With a cold look, Ban declared as he raised the blade, for the two who were sacrificed earlier, I will make sure to eliminate you and move on. Grinding its teeth, the orc asked weakly, is the weakest finally taking a step forward? However, lightly smiling, it concluded, no, I don't think so. Ban was shocked, because he felt the chaotic aura carried by Rukel, who jumped over him, attacking the orc. Ruchel opened her claws, holding out her hand while roaring fiercely. Ban looked back, seeing Ruchel's advance, speechless to witness that she had gone completely crazy. Quickly, Ban let go of his sword to be able to stop Ruchel. The protagonist held her by the wrists, preventing her advance. Ruchel gritted her teeth in the middle of growls, trying to get past Ban, who was stopping her. Stop, Ruchel. If you break the rules too, we won't know what kind of buff this guy will get. Ban was talking about the orc, the same one that Ruchel furiously wanted to attack. The protagonist didn't see his words reach his friend, and that only left him with one alternative. Raising one of his hands quickly, he created a magic circle. His intention, to plant positive emotions in Rukel's mental path. Despite having been blocked last time, Ban tried once again to push various emotions into the beast's heart. Confident that he would succeed, he made his magic circle shine incandescently. As soon as the circle disappeared, Ban checked if Ruchel had woken up from her madness. Unexpectedly, she fell to her knees, panting heavily. Ruchel put her hand on her throat, as if she felt a tremendous shortness of breath, screaming in pain. Ban, faced with that, didn't know what to do. Worried, he didn't understand why her condition was getting worse. While Ban tried to save Ruchel, the orc he had ignored smiled maliciously. It gathered all the strength it had left, enduring the pain, and with the hand it still had, it grabbed the lost axe. Ban tried to lift Ruchel, who had stopped screaming, asking if she could now speak normally. However, Ruchel continued to growl. Her fury and madness had not diminished. Unexpectedly, Ban felt Ruchel grab his shoulder. Before he could do anything, she threw him to the side, saving him from the Grey Orc's axe. Upon falling to the ground, Ban gritted his teeth, realizing that the Orc Centurion had attacked. The next thing he noticed was the notification that appeared. Attack failed. The rules are gone. Ruchel moved quickly, getting in front of Ban to protect him from the huffing orc. Damn it! I wanted to eliminate both of them at once. How frustrating! The orc, upon looking at the human woman who had appeared in front of it, was surprised and murmured, "This woman, don't tell me that. Even acting by pure instinct, she still protects him." The orc's gaze shifted to Ban, commenting unexpectedly, "Hey, human man, you're really lucky. You have the best possible partner." Before it finished, sharp claws silenced it. Ruchel didn't allow the orc to finish its words and destroyed its upper part. While she protected him, Ban put his hand on the right side of his body, feeling pain. If Ruchel hadn't acted as a shield, the orc's attack would have ripped Ban in half. Knowing that both of them would be in danger if that continued, Ban grabbed a healing potion and called out, "We need to heal wounds before the floor change starts." However, somberly, Ruchel didn't answer. A fierce and crazed look dominated her. Turning around swiftly, she attacked Ban unexpectedly. The protagonist fell to the ground, scared. In front of him, Ruchel put her hands on the ground, releasing an extremely evil and scary aura, showing that her berserk state had never been neutralized. Ban could see that the furnace inside her was burning feelings even more intensely. While trying to understand what was happening, a glow appeared around him. The room change started, and soon the duo found themselves back in a scenario like the one before. They weren't alone. Heavy footsteps caught their attention. In room 17, they found masked goblins, a tribe with countless members armed with clubs and axes. Upon seeing such monsters, Ruchel's loss of control increased, as did her fury. Worried, Ban frowned and held out his hand hastily to try to stop her. But before that, she charged fiercely. Upon seeing the beast woman attack, the goblins raised their weapons and advanced against her. Growling like a wild beast, Ruchel extended the claws that sprouted from her fingers and showed the fangs in her mouth. In front of Ban, the battle began, exploding in ferocity. Squeezing his fist in irritation, Ban punched the ground. He felt an immense sense of failure. He didn't know why, but he couldn't stop the furnace. Even having asked with a smile on his face for Rochel to trust him, without checking things properly first, he trusted too much in his own abilities with a completely careless mentality. Thinking about everything that had happened so far, Ban intensified his judgments against himself. Why didn't I think a little more? I judged and tried to deal with Russo's fight the way I wanted. Maybe I was just an arrogant fool. With a downcast look, Ban believed that nothing else mattered. Since Slight and Dako had already been eliminated, the expedition could be considered a failure. Ban lost the will to try to stop Ruchel. Being eliminated and sent back made more and more sense. In front of a goblin's bow and arrow, he didn't even move. The arrow was shot and he accepted his fate. However, another person hadn't accepted it. Unexpectedly, Ruchel jumped in front of Ban, taking the arrow for him. Seeing her between him and the goblins scared scared him. She pulled the arrow out and threw it on the ground, still prepared to continue fighting, getting up and grinding her teeth. Intimidating the goblins, she showed that she wouldn't give in. With all her instinct, Ruchel growled wildly, screaming at the top of her lungs and releasing all her feelings in the form of fury. Ban partially understood the feeling in her voice, the instinct of protection. While Ruthiel advanced once again against the goblins, Ban recalled the words she had said to him with a smile before they climbed the tower. "I'm counting on you in there, Ban. I'll listen to everything you say. I trust you, Ban." Despite knowing that the expedition had already failed and that everything was already a mess, Ban took a potion from his inventory. Upon drinking it, he recovered 2 life points, 1 body point, 2 mystic energy points, and 1 charm point. With the natural healing speed increased by the potion, Ban stated decisively, "I won't let things end like this." Despite not having given up, he didn't see things getting better either. Ruchel continued to attack the goblins with all her energy. Despite needing to make her return to normal, Ban didn't know how to achieve that. Besides, recklessly messing with the furnace didn't seem to be the answer. Ban tried to imagine what Ruchel was like when she wasn't in berserk mode because of the furnace. She seemed more like a puppy, completely dependent. However, the Ruchel that Ban was seeing now seemed like a beast advancing toward her own end. It was then that Ban realized something in his own thoughts. Ruchel being a beast. Just because she's a beast, it doesn't mean she can't be tamed. Only those born purely wild were like that. But Ruchel wasn't. Ban clearly saw Ruchel's normal side as the human side. He tried to imagine why Ruchel didn't understand him. If she wasn't wild from the start, maybe there was something wrong with the approach he was taking to try to get close to her. Ban remembered a question. "Do you know the word submission, Ban?" The word said by Dako brought an understanding to Ban. At that moment, he had questioned whether submission was linked to governance, but that had not been the answer that Dako wanted. Dako had explained point by point what Ban didn't understand at that moment. From the perspective of someone who is governed, it may seem unpleasant, but some find safety in a strong leadership. In that sense, that beast seems to want someone to whom she can submit, someone strong and dominant who controls her. Staring at Ban deep in his eyes, Doko had taught him how he should act. When she stops understanding your words, you must stop trying to talk gently to her. Ban hadn't believed Dako's instructions at that moment. However, now things seemed to make sense. He realized that Ruchel could still communicate, but that his method was being too weak. His voice wasn't able to reach her. It was then that he decided to follow the only path that could really reach her and make her stop fighting. Ruchel, still with all her fury, continued to advance against the goblins, oblivious to Ban's thoughts. At that moment, Ban jumped in front of her, blocking an attack by placing his sword in front of his own body. He brandished the sword, making Ruchel recoil while he shouted, "Ruchel, that's enough!" The last goblin was confused to be saved by the human, who was trying to warn him. "Ruchel, this is the last goblin. If you defeat it, we'll be sent to the 18th floor. If that happens, we'll be eliminated quickly. So let's stop here. Let's heal ourselves and get ready first." Ruchel, although gritting her teeth, didn't advance immediately. Upon seeing the humans stopped, the last goblin attacked with its axe. However, Ban broke its movement, as well as its teeth, with a kick. Annoyed, Ban snarled at the goblin. "I'm dealing with a serious matter. Shut up for a second." Fleeing to a corner, the goblin cried like a rookie. When he looked at Ruchel again, the protagonist noticed her movement. Ruchel had gotten up and attacked again. Seeing that she refused to listen, only one alternative was left for Ban. Taking out a rope and wrapping it like a whip, he snarled with eyes that overflowed with irritation. "Since that's the way it is, I have no choice but to use this." Ban threw the rope up, making it spin. Ruchel was attracted by the rope, which Ban pulled fiercely in her direction. The rope ripped through the air like a whip. As soon as it hit the ground, creating waves of energy loaded with Ban's power, he shouted, making Ruchel recoil. "Back!" Ruchel roared furiously at the attack, while unexpectedly, the tone of her hair weakened slightly. However, she was still annoyed, and she saw Ban pick up a chair. With a cold look, he placed the chair on the ground, while grinding her teeth with fear of the chair. Ruchel ended up hearing Ban's command. "Ruchel, sit." Hitting and pointing to the chair, Ban ordered. The command made Ruchel scream even more furiously. However, she was screaming while sitting in the chair, obeying. Ban sighed as if he were in front of an idiot. Annoyed, he hit the ground with the rope, shouting, "Quiet!" Faced with the scream and the sound of the rope, Ruchel, with tears in her eyes, recoiled. Ban unexpectedly held out his hand to her and asked, "Ruchel, give me your paw." Despite grinding her teeth, this time in frustration, Ruchel held out her hand, placing it on Ban's. When she touched his hand, he realized realized that she had retracted her claws. This made him praise her. Good girl! Very good! Extending his other hand, Ban touched Ruchel's head, petting the girl, who replaced her eyes of fury with eyes of surprise. To Ban's surprise, a glow appeared in Ruchel's hair, making her return to normal quickly. Feeling Ban's head pat, Ruchel, now conscious, blushed completely while lowering her head, upon seeing her speak once again. Ban, surprised, was relieved. Ah, Ruchel, you're back. You finally came back to your senses. In the middle of his sentence, Ruchel got up quickly. Unexpectedly, she hugged Ban, whispering a vow. You are the first and you will be the only one in the world, my master. Ban felt a strong shock hit his body. The protagonist fell, with Ruchel falling into his lap, and wondered what had just happened. Immediately, a notification window appeared for him. The concept of submission has taken root. Ruchel has become a being governed, solely and exclusively by Ban. Upon reading that, Ban felt that everything seemed insane. Sometime later, Ruchel woke up again, now lying with her head on a pillow, while a shirt covered her. Rachel got up hastily when she remembered what had happened, only to hear Ban's voice beside her, tying up the goblin. Oh, you woke up, Ruchel. Tears of worry ran down Ruchel's face, who quickly approached Ban to check if he was hurt anywhere. To reassure her, Ban showed her how the elixir had worked. He explained that he made her drink the potion while she was unconscious to heal her wounds. The goblin, ignored, heard the beast that had decimated his species state that she didn't feel pain anywhere. However, despite not feeling pain, Ruchel felt bad. You saved me again, Ban. I ended up being a bother to you again. Ban put his hand on Ruchel's head once again, petting her, while he asked her not to worry. Looking at her in a welcoming way, he remembered, I promised I would do everything I could. I'm sorry for being late. I didn't understand the messages you were sending me properly. If I had noticed a little earlier, we would have solved the problem more quickly. Ruchel removed Ban's hand from her head and held it. While guiding his hand to her own cheek, she showed a gentle smile, and, with her eyes closed, whispered with affection, It's okay. I'm grateful that you didn't forget and kept that promise in mind. Thank you for stopping me, Ban. No, thank you for stopping me, Master. Ban was shocked to hear Ruchel's words and blushed intensely. He quickly tried to correct her. That's not right, this master thing. However, as if she didn't care about anything else besides the love for her master, Ruchel contradicted him. What's wrong with calling my master master? Ban put his hands to his head. There was a big problem in that situation. They were classmates. She couldn't say things that sounded like master and servant so openly. He tried to imagine what his family would do if they found out that a girl his age called him master. He would definitely be hung upside down and punished. The family's disapproval was imminent. Oblivious to Ban's thoughts, Rachel asked if her master was okay. Stammering, he asked to talk after a break, but ended up screaming when he saw her try to snuggle up to him. In the end, Ruchel managed to stay with her arms crossed with Ban, and there she told her story. I was born as a half-beast, but I am different from the other half-beasts. My ancestors were great, and my father was a bearer of a contract with a constellation. Ruchel revealed that her father regretted having made that contract, but the constellation had no intention of letting go of the family that carried the blood of the great beasts in their veins, passing a kind of curse through it. She said that the curse made her body burn emotions to gain power, but also caused her to be governed by those same emotions. Since childhood, whenever her feral instincts awakened, the curse burned emotions as fuel, spreading fury throughout her being. As she inherited the clan's heritage, few people could stop her, and as people were constantly getting hurt because of her, Ruchel lived suppressing her instincts and hiding her feelings. The more she did that, the more isolated she became. Ban understood Ruchel's feelings as well as the reason she always seemed so passive. If any emotion served as fuel, she would enter berserk mode. Curious, Ban asked, is that why you entered the Union, to find the constellation that trapped your family in this? Ruchel denied, stating that neither her father nor she wanted to get involved with constellations again. Blushing slightly while lowering her head, Ruchel revealed that there was a much more efficient method to suppress the burning of emotions, something she was looking for. Curious, Ban approached the girl who, hiding, revealed. The method is to form a bond of subordination between master and servant, obeying the master's command. This is an instinct engraved in the soul of the beastmen. They become completely submissive to the chosen master, and the master's command takes precedence over everything else. Telling all the details, Ruchel revealed the reason why Ban managed to control the berserk mode, and at the same time asked, as long as you wish for me not to lose control, the synchro furnace will not burn emotions again. Changing the subject, Ban ended up asking why Ruchel had chosen him out of all people. The young woman had a clear reason for that. The master's soul rank must be vastly superior to the servants. Just the extra sublimation. Not wanting to brag, Ruchel ended up commenting, my soul rank is quite high, probably because I was born with the constellation's curse. Because of that, it would be practically impossible to accept any other as my master. Sitting next to Ruchel, the protagonist heard her talk about how she started the frustrated journey when she didn't find anyone strong enough in the Union, even with students coming from all dimensions. Stopping to think, Ban remembered that when he first awakened the authority, his value was above 300 points. At the current moment, Rusho's soul depth reached 200 points, while his reached 460. This perfectly fulfilled the conditions of the Beastman. After a brief minute of silence, Ruckle continued to surprise Ban. When I first saw you, I thought I could serve you, with you being my master. I've been thinking about that since we met. Hiding the shy smile which left her face completely pink, Ruchel thanked him. I'm so happy that you made this decision in time. Thank you very much. Laughing a little self-deprecatingly, Ban commented that this decision was a little heavy. However, Ruchel wouldn't let him go. Grabbing him by the arm, she stated, there's nothing to do. I've always held back until now, but I don't need to anymore. Now I can smile more, cry more, and act more bravely. Surprised, Ban saw Rusho express the most sincere smile, full of gratitude and affection. This is all thanks to you. Even if this is a little heavy, you need to take responsibility for me. Okay, master? Ban was silent for a moment, before finally agreeing. Rusho got up when she heard the answer, asking, should we go now? Confidently, she wanted to climb the tower alone with him, as much as possible, because she wanted to test what it was like to control the Sinro furnace freely, before they started to do something. Ban realized he should give something to Ruchel. Holding out his hand, he created the symbol of the savage instinct. Giving that power to Ruchel, he declared, this is the savage energy I've gathered so far, including the orcs we defeated a little while ago. It's not much, but I want you to have it. With her eyes shining from the light, Ruchel was impressed with the amount of energy she was receiving. Still surprised, she asked if Ban was really giving that to her. Smiling, the protagonist nodded. He took Ruchel's hand, passing the power of the savage instinct while thanking her. If you're okay with it, I'll gladly give it to you. So, a great incandescent glow lit up the room when the savage instinct was delivered to Ruchel. Soon, a small light connection was formed, going from the tip of Ban's finger to her finger. Looking at the mark on her finger, Ruchel was even more surprised. She smiled happily, holding her own hand, and shouted with confidence, let's hurry up and fight. I'm not scared anymore. After Ruchel regained consciousness, the duo advanced using all their energy, but in the end, they didn't get very far and lost in the 19th room. The biggest reason why Ruchel was frustrated wasn't for being eliminated, but for not being able to spend more time alone with Ban. When the two of them left the tower, Professor Yumina welcomed them, congratulating them on their hard work. Confused, Yumina commented to Ban and Ruchel, I tried to ask the two who left earlier for details, but they went straight to the training room before I could talk to them. By the way, Slate was being dragged. Did something happen between those two? Pressing his temples, Ban explained vaguely that there was no problem between them, reassuring the professor. Curious, he asked how much she had heard about the situation. In the middle of a snack with teas and donuts, Yumina revealed, still surprised. I heard about the part where you captured an intruder. When I found out about that and saw the images, I was really shocked. I didn't expect the attacks to continue week after week. No one predicted such a thing. It was evident in Yumina's sad look. How worried she was. Encounters with intruders had a much higher chance of being fatal than any other irregular phenomenon. This time, everyone had returned safely, but it wouldn't be a surprise if that didn't happen again. Attributing the result to luck, Ban questioned if the professor had any idea of the reason for the intruders' attacks. Thinking deeply, Yumina pointed out, he was definitely not affiliated with the academy, but he seemed to have some qualifications as a climber. Probably because you became promising rookies, they wanted to eliminate you before it was too late. Ban was surprised by the way the professor called them. Precisely, Yumina revealed that people linked to a constellation naturally attracted the attention of other constellations, especially in their case, which was unique. Refusing a contract with a constellation showed strong will, besides great potential. Leaving Ban speechless, Yumina concluded, many constellations want you, or at least are watching closely. Remembering the recording Ban had made, Yumina asked, to confirm if the one who had attacked them was part of the Exodus. The Exodus was a notorious group of dimensional pirates, and the largest to invade the tower, as it was supported by constellations. According to Yumina, the constellations that supported the Exodus were extremely radical, and known for being violent. The new information left Ben surprised and worried. Yumina was warning that they shouldn't make contracts with the Exodus, as this would only put them in the way of the monstrous potential he had shown. Sighing, Yumina felt relieved that Ban and the others had escaped, since the Exodus had gone so far to get rid of them. Initially, she had hoped that Class 11 wouldn't be noticed, at least until the end of the first semester. While the professor returned to silence, Ban tried to remember the methods used by the invaders. They had resorted to simple tricks, but which, if they hadn't been noticed, could have caused tremendous suffering. Ban knew that they had only survived the invader because of everyone's high stats. a group of common rookies probably would have been swept away in their place. This situation really annoyed Ban, who wondered somberly, how many people did the Exodus eliminate like this? And there are even constellations supporting them? They tried to interfere with us since the last expedition. Is it the constellation's fault that Rusho suffered so much this time, and now they're acting again? The unexpected fury took over Ban's expression, who swore not to forgive, whether the Exodus or the constellations, and to get rid of both. Yumina, who had been silent, frowned, worried about Ban. That's a really scary expression. Realizing that he had gone too far with his feelings, Ban apologized hastily. However, Yumina felt the same way. Downcast, Yumina expressed her concern about the situation. All of you were caught in this situation. As a supervisor, I should help you grow without interference. But it's frustrating not to be of much help. Ban reassured her, because no one could control what happened in the tower. Changing the subject, he asked what he should do about the tower video, which was already edited. Yumina was not intimidated and ordered, just put it online. Their plan failed, and as soon as the video comes out, they won't be able to do anything for a while. Let's humiliate them. After smiling at the professor's comment, Ban got up. Having already talked about everything that was necessary, he was preparing to leave. Before leaving, Ban commented, "Nothing good comes from getting involved with constellations. This only happened twice, but I'm already tired of it. I don't think I'll make a contract with them." Yumina found such a decision wise, but she still wanted Ban to take advantage of a good opportunity. So, she stated, "Among the constellations, there are those who care about their contractors." Confused, Ban turned, looking at the professor, who started to sweat desperately. She quickly changed the subject. "It's nothing, but before you go, I have a suggestion. Far away." Dako was frowning, annoyed. "No, you're absolutely not going anywhere. This worm still needs more punishment." Slate was on the ground, completely beaten down. Worried, Ban tried to calm Dako down, but punishing him so hard won't help either. Doko dragged Slate out of the destroyed arena, because Ban wanted them to debate what had happened in the tower. Before they went somewhere to get some fresh air, Slate in tears tried to get up. "Ban, was what I did really that bad?" Ban didn't even blink to answer. "Yes, you screwed up everything." Ban even pulled Slate by the cheek, giving him an extra punishment while complaining. "If you hadn't screwed up everything yesterday, we would have reached the 20th floor. Ruchel and I only reached the 19th thanks to luck." Upon hearing Slate state that he had made only a small mistake, Dako got annoyed again. She squeezed her fist furiously, forcing Slate to hide behind Ban. Avoiding hitting him once again, she shouted, "You're calling that a small mistake? It seems you haven't reflected enough." Trying to use Ban as a shield, Slate cried, No, it's my fault, it's my fault. Guys, I'm sorry. I was too overconfident yesterday." Seeing how regretful Slate was, Ban asked Dako to spare him a little. Huffing, Dako looked away and soon declared, "It's all right, but I want 2 outfits." Ban was confused, but Dako, who was hiding her blushing when she remembered Ban's body, commented, "You promised me in the tower, don't you remember, that I could wait for any gift?" While Ban accepted that Dako chose what she wanted, Rocha was jealous, and Slate felt left out. Sometime later, in the City of Flowers, Ronica, a group met in a clothing store. Dako placed a black dress in front of her body, asking Ban, "Do these loose clothes really suit me?" While Ban reassured her, stating that they suited her. Slate, who was also with them, felt that his combat clothes were even more flowing than hers. Dako wasn't sure what to choose, but decided to follow Ban's words, who asked her to try on another outfit. Rachel, who was watching the two, had somber eyes, as if she were seeing prey. Annoyed, she snarled internally, "How dare she treat my master like a servant?" Beside Rachel, Slate called Ban worriedly. "Ban, I think you should pay attention here too." Dako, who was blushing even without realizing it, was smiling, something she didn't usually do. In Dako's mind, although she wasn't familiar with the style of the chosen clothes, she had liked them because they had been suggested by Ban. It had been a long time since she had gone shopping freely, especially this way. While Dako smiled happily, someone was lurking. Ruchel, staring at her from a distance, commented out loud so she could hear, "Greedy pig!" Dako shouted at Ruchel irritably, making her run to ask for help from Ban, who didn't understand how they could start fighting. But she refused not to feed him. Crossing her arms, Dako questioned, We can assume that the problem of this beast becoming berserker in battles is solved, right? Eating the candy served by Rokul, Ban replied with a full mouth. Yes, that's right. Smiling and grabbing Ban's arm lovingly, Rokul rubbed against him, commenting happily. Yes, Ban took care of that perfectly. Despite the situation between the two, Dako called the result a victory, since Rukul would be under control. Upon discovering that Rukul's problem had been solved, Slight realized that he was now the only problematic one on the team. At the outdoor cafe, Ban asked Doko how hard she had forced Slight to train for him to call himself problematic openly. Doko corrected Ban's comment. He's not a problem, he's a ticking time bomb. Seriously, Dako called everyone's attention to her opinion. Slight's sword was a serious problem. Looking at the swordsman, she questioned, "Do you have anything to say about what happened yesterday?" However, even Slight knew that his actions had not been natural. Leaning back on the table, he sighed dejectedly. "I'll try to fight without the holy sword, if possible." Seeing him put that condition to not fight with the sword, Doko got annoyed, worrying even Ban. Upon seeing Slight lie down on the table, hiding his face, Ban wondered why he wasn't open to not using the sword. He thought about how long Slight would hide his own problems from the group. In the end, Ban could only sigh and enjoy his iced coffee because he wouldn't be able to force Slight to reveal everything. However, in the middle of the cold sips, Ban received a thought transmission from Dako. "How long are you going to just stand there watching?" Surprised, he looked at her who, intimidating, reminded him, "You share the same room, don't you? What's the point of having a handsome face if you don't use it? Flirt with him, just like you did with the beast." Ban almost choked on the coffee, coughing in a hurry at Dako's words, oblivious to the mental transmission Ban had received. Rochel asked in a hurry if he was okay. While Rochel tried to take care of Ban, Dako continued to send him thought transmissions. "If you keep walking on tiptoes near him, he'll keep being stubborn and hiding things, won't he? You managed to charm the beast, so why not Slight?" Ban finally looked at Dako again and replied, "I just wanted to get along with Ruchel. It's not what you're thinking. Besides, Slight is a guy. What do you expect me to do?" Dako looked away annoyed, avoiding facing him while she put him against the wall, reminding him that it was he who wanted to support those two. "I'm doing my part, but you also need to do yours, instead of just sitting there doing nothing." Almost rolling his eyes, Ban stated that he already planned to do something. Changing the subject and addressing everyone, Ban opened an information window while he commented, "Guys, have you heard about the special external activities next week? I'm sending it to you via message, so check it out." Rutel, upon hearing Ban's words, remembered that these activities were about trips to other dimensions. Ban confirmed the information, commenting that they were large-scale activities where students and teachers traveled together. Since it was the first time Dako had heard something like that, she asked if the union always did public services like that. Upon seeing the trip information, Slight began to get annoyed, changing his attitude. "What is this? Observing the lower dimensions in the name of the poor souls who cannot defend themselves? The goal of this special activity is to stop the wave of monsters? Why do you talk about the lower dimensions as if they couldn't exist without the care of a higher dimension?" Ban agreed with Slight, and Dako beside him commented, "If he wants to become a leader of all dimensions, I think this level of perspective is essential. You don't need to distort your thoughts so much." Slight, sighing, hid his irritation, frustrated because all these activities were just a preliminary education for those who wanted to become divinities. Ban remained silent. He'd been feeling something for some time, seeing how strongly Slight held resentments against higher dimensions. He was able to imagine that something must have happened on the planet where Slight lived. Leaving the subject of Slight's story aside, Ban stated that he needed to tell them something else. Ban shocked the three at the table with his words. "Starting this week, I'll be participating in Professor Yumina's magical combat classes. That's why I'll be training for now." The trio at the table screamed in unison. "Why are you only telling us this now?" A few days later in the training room, Ban found himself sitting on the floor. With the magic wand in his hands, Ban asked her, "You can speak freely now. I'm all ears." Seeing the wand in silence, Ban smiled somberly, intimidating her. "Hey, if you fail again today, maybe I'll need to break you. It's been 3 days since I got you and you still haven't given me any magic language concepts. Maybe it's because you have a strong ego. But what's clear is that you're not cooperating." Ban was seeing himself running out of time. Professor Yumina was treating him like a magic apprentice because he had obtained a magic artifact. So he couldn't allow himself to be humiliated in the next day's class. Ban threw the magic wand on the floor, grabbing a hammer while he sighed. "Time is running out. I'm still struggling with the concept. Is there no other way, is there? I just need to destroy you and absorb the concept from your remains." Ban raised the hammer with a somber look, saying goodbye to the magic wand. "If you end up breaking, it's your fault, not mine. Goodbye." However, the moment before the hammer hit the magic wand, she screamed. "Wait!" The magic wand revealed her voice in a hurry. "You human? You just looked inside me without warning and you think you can just talk to me now? Don't be ridiculous! Who do you think you are to try to break me?" Confused, Ben took the magic wand in his hand, asking what she meant by saying that he had entered inside her. "Are you talking about my Babylonian code ability?" The magic wand irritably shouted at Ban. "This barbaric power. Why would I recognize someone who uses such a brutal authority? Magic is the way of those who follow the noble, elegant, and absolute laws of the cosmos, and yet you ripped me apart without even asking permission. Someone like you could never become a wizard." Forcing him to cover his ears due to the magic wand's screams, Ban told her to be quiet. Holding the wand upside down, Ban stared at her with wide eyes, telling her to stop making a fuss and quickly hand over the concept she had, wondering how she had ended up with such a brute. The magic wand gave in. She swung in a hurry, throwing out of herself a small sphere of light with words around it. Upon collecting that concept, Ban received a notification, absorbing 1,100 units of magical languages. The depth of the all-seeing eye, all-hearing ear, and all-speaking tongue has reached 165. The wand, with her head down, commented that she always imagined she would create a wizard who would shake the world, but now she was being usurped, falling into a pathetic life. Reminding the wand that she wasn't even human, Ban questioned what life she was talking about. New notifications appeared. The complete transformation into kanji of the magical language is now possible. Besides that, an elemental notification appeared. Fire, water, wind, earth, and other attributes can now be artificially generated, amplified, and controlled. Holding out his hand, Ban created a magic circle with 5 elements. Now, he could understand the magical language and its structure, something that was impossible before. He could finally participate in Professor Yumina's classes without any worry. Looking at the magic wand in his hand, Ban realized that she was more impressive than he had imagined. Worried to see the young man's interested look, the magic wand began to tremble. Curious, Ban asked, "What is this? Surprisingly, you're more intact than I expected." Trembling, while her surroundings became somber, the magic wand cried, "This doesn't make sense. Why would they do this to me? Why?" Ban, very confused, faced the magic wand that entered a monologue. "I was never someone like the will of a tool." Worried, the protagonist saw the magic wand get closer and closer to a backstory. He didn't want to know, but he ended up hearing what he didn't expect. The magic wand screamed at the top of her lungs, I used to be human." A silence broke out in the training room due to the shocking revelation of the magic wand, who, seeing the disbelief in the boy's eyes, screamed even louder. "I'm telling you, I was human." Ban couldn't believe the magic wand, since her words seemed taken from a novel or a comic book due to the huge cliché. However, bravely, the magic wand stated that she wasn't making it up, and that she had really been a living being, a human of flesh and bone. While eyes appeared in the heart-shaped crystal of the magic wand, she shouted, "Those people, those I trusted, betrayed me and locked me inside this wand. They implanted false memories in me to even reduce me to a pathetic being." Confused, Ban questioned why her memories were coming back right at that moment. The magic wand, held by Ban, revealed that when he absorbed her powers, apparently the core of the spell that sealed her memories and powers had been broken. Still not fully believing, Ban asked if her memories and power had really been fully restored. However, the magic wand replied that she was not at her full power yet, as she had been sealed for a long time. Rolling his eyes, as if he didn't believe it, Ban didn't care much. Internally, he wondered, still skeptical, is she an object that needs to be sealed for ages? Well, from the moment we found her, this wand's stats were already impressive. The wand found in the room 10 zone had 200 soul points. Thinking about that stat, Ban realized that the magic wand was at the same level as Ruchel, who was born with a really high level among her race. While Ban was surprised by other things, an aura of revolt arose around the magic wand in his hand. Without him noticing, the magic wand was inflamed in somber flames while she shouted, "I will have my revenge. I swear, no matter what, I will regain all my power. I will track them all down." Ban tried to calm the magic wand until he heard what she was saying. He let go of the wand, which rose in full energy. While the wand made her oath, she began to change shape in front of Ban. Reformed in the air, the magic wand transformed, and with a glow of power became an imposing magic staff, like a spear holding a sun. The complete transformation shocked Ban, but upon picking up the staff, he saw the wand once again curse those who had trapped her in that form, as if it were her mantra, her reason for existing. Ban felt that a middle school student's magic wand had turned into a hemogothic teenager. Now the magic wand was called Ceylon's Tears, and her attributes were 350 points, both in mana and soul. The name caught Ban's attention. as did the stats that took off once again. After complaining a lot, the staff got tired. It had tried very hard but didn't remember the names of those who had trapped it in that staff. The memories it had unlocked seemed to be its limit. Surprised by the staff's comment, Ban asked, "So there's still room for more growth? This isn't beginner level stuff, is it? Being called a beginner." The staff was outraged. "What? A beginner? You called me a beginner? Don't say stupid things. Do you think I'm insignificant enough to only be able to teach basic magic? Don't even think about using me for low-level missions." Ban realized that the staff's Ceylon, upon regaining part of its memory, had changed its attitude. When he called the staff by the name Ceylon, Ban made it confused, but soon revealed that that was the name under which it appeared, and so he offered a deal. In front of the staff, he proposed, "If you help me properly, I will also guarantee you your wish. That way you can regain your power, your memories, and complete your goal." Hearing the proposal, the staff was silent. The next day, before the magical combat class, Ban met with Slight, Ruchel, and Dako. Ruchel quickly clung to Ban's arm, excitedly asking, "Can I really not go with you? I think just being by your side is fine, right?" "I'll be quiet, please." Slight clung to Ban's other arm, crying, "After thinking for a few days, not using the holy sword seems wrong, doesn't it? Why take that risk? Where would I find something better than my sword?" Ban quickly pushed the two away, angry. "No. That's not going to happen. Absolutely not. Dako, take them with you." Dako smiled maliciously behind Ruchel and Slight, snapping her fingers while she commented, Hey, I didn't like how these two were acting lately. Maybe this can make them better." Grabbing Ruchel and Slight by the collars of their shirts, Dako dragged them, while they cried an appeal for Ban to save them. Having been left alone again, Ban sat on a sofa, being able to rest in peace. Opening a number window, the protagonist began to study the structure of the student's teleport card, the one present in the necklace given when they entered the Union. The binary number codes represented concepts related to spatial movements. To use them, Ban would need to extract only the variable element, the coordinate. Feeling a little smart, Ban smiled internally. With the current understanding he had, as well as Ceylon's power, this combined quite well with the generation of coordinates. Spells he didn't understand before could now be deconstructed and reconstructed easily by him. Setting up the information on the teleport device, Ban inserted some pre-memorized coordinates, besides adding an activation point. In the end, a magic circle appeared around him, impressing him with the result. So, he disappeared, teleporting instantly. Ban reappeared in another place, scaring a young witch who was resting there. She watched him celebrate. A little speechless, curiosity forced her to ask, "Teleportation?" Ban, upon hearing someone's voice, turned around. The blue-haired young woman, wearing a pointed hat with a buckle, got up, looking at Ban while she asked, "Right now you use teleportation?" The protagonist smiled, stating he had used the function on the students' IDs. However, the girl questioned, as if she knew the truth. "You changed the coordinates, didn't you?" Despite being surprised, the protagonist confirmed that he had, walking forward and staring at Ban in the eyes, leaving him a little uncomfortable. The girl asked how he had done that. Shyly, Ban replied, "Well, with mana, obviously." This left her even more curious. "You read and deciphered the entire vast code of the student's identification?" The girl grabbed Ban's shirt, questioning firmly, "How did you manage to change only the coordinate needed for spatial teleportation?" As if it were an interrogation, she pressured the protagonist. "How did you interfere with the code created by the director?" Scared, Ban wondered why he was being interrogated so suddenly, wondering if he had done something wrong. More importantly, he wondered who that girl was and if he had seen her before. Scaring Ban, Yumina appeared behind him, making him shiver completely. Ban turned around in a hurry, seeing the professor. The professor standing there commented calmly, "You found the way to get here very well, Ben." "Oh heavens. I told you to join the magic class, but I forgot to say where the classroom was. I thought I would have to go get you, but you found the room by yourself." Hearing the professor's words and the student who was interrogating him, the young mage looked at them with a curious look. Yumina noticed the girl's presence and greeted her. "Oh, Aira, you're here too. Well, should we start together then?" Bowing in thanks, the young Era agreed with Yumina. Ban stood beside Yumina, who was smiling in silence. Sighing, Ban thanked her. "Thank you for intervening, Professor. It's the first time I've seen anyone be so aggressive in this way since I met Doko." Smiling in relief, Yumina commented, "Well, I also prefer not to have any events that add other heroines." Leaving Bond a little confused, Yumina prepared to start the class. On a plateau in the sky, in a covered arena where a few selected students were, Yumina at the podium got everyone's attention. "Guys, a new student is joining our class. This is Ban from class 11. Please, everyone give him a warm welcome." Seeing some people clap for him having joined the class, Ben introduced himself with a slight nod. "From now on, I hope to learn a lot from all of you." Somehow, Ban was already in that situation. All the students there, although they clapped and greeted him, burned with hatred for him having talked so happily with their beloved Professor Yumina. Looking around, Ban only found 9 students in total. It seemed that only a few could really use magic, as well as their innate abilities. While looking around, Ban ended up finding the mage who questioned him earlier. Thinking about the girl, he tried to remember her name, Era. She was sitting alone, which left him confused, making him wonder if she and the other students were on bad terms. However, Ban noticed something that rejected his initial thought. In Era, a large amount of mana exploded like a sun, while in the other students, this aura was just like a light breeze. There was a big barrier between them, the same one that distanced them. Ban remembered that Dako in the special class had said that there was someone possibly stronger than Ordima. Looking at the blue-haired girl with the pointed hat, Ban wondered if that person could be her. While Yumina prepared for the class, a girl with short golden hair raised her hand. "Professor, I have a question," Yumina asked Misty to ask the question, and quickly the girl questioned if this student could also use magic, because he hadn't been participating in the classes until now. Yumina didn't hide the truth, and told what surprised everyone. About that, he obtained an artifact during a recent exploration. The artifact chose him as its owner, making him awaken his talent for magic. Hearing about the artifact, everyone was speechless, and their eyes were wide. The surprise and confusion of everyone made Yumina realize something, allowing her to make an advertisement. "Oh, it seems you haven't subscribed to the channel yet." Seeing how even Yumina promoted his video channel, Ban was speechless. Some students, however, were confused about the information that an artifact would awaken the magical talent in someone, as well as choosing such a person as its owner. Something they had never seen before, Yumina heard everyone's comments and kept a smile, as well as a silence, leaving her comments only to her own mind. "All of you are incredible enough to be selected by the union, but you have probably never heard of cases like this before. After all, being born with magical talent is extremely rare. It's understandable that it's difficult to accept its situation, but for students with hidden talents, things like these happen all the time." Misty, after hearing the clarifications, raised her hand again. "Professor, so can we ask him to show us some magic?" Of course, without using the artifact, Ban was surprised by the girl's request, who wanted to see what the awakening of a latent talent meant. Yumina defensively tried to protect Ban, but he spoke up. "I'm fine with doing that, Professor." Even Yumina was surprised by Ban's words, as she knew he had only obtained the artifact a week ago. Ban, upon getting up, asked for the girl's understanding. "I just started learning magic, so keep in mind that I'm not ready for anything complex." Despite the calm words, Ban kept a smile on his face, leaving Misty suspicious. Ban walked to the center of the classroom arena while thinking about spells. There were several spells he still couldn't do, so he decided to use the most basic one. For the selected spell, Ban would use the air element. Holding out his hands, he summoned the element. Thinking about the form that appeared in everyone's minds, he changed the format of the magical attribute, making it spin like a tornado, expanding. The next moment, Ban used fire, surprising many as they saw him use elemental magic. Combining the wind with the fire, Ban created a tornado that furiously rose in the center of the arena. Many students ended up backing away in fear of the flames that grew under Ban's command. Most were shocked and commented out loud. "He doesn't even use an incantation? This is more like a physical ability than magic?" However, Misty, who was watching carefully, knew that that was definitely magic. That was a type of magic that didn't need an incantation. Era watched Ban's magic in silence while many were making a fuss. With several thoughts in mind, she didn't comment on anything. After Ban demonstrated the magic, Yumina asked him to finish it. Quickly, clapping his hands, Ban extinguished the flames in the wind. Yumina clapped her hands with a smile, praising. That was an incredible demonstration. The lack of incantation was surprising, but the power was just as impressive. It's hard to believe that he just started learning magic now, isn't it, guys? Faced with Yumina's question, everyone was silent. While Ban was climbing the stairs of the bleachers, he heard some frustrated people. So that's what a special admission talent looks like? Damn, he might be better at magic than even me." Misty, next to the frustrated young man, reassured him. "It's just stupid elemental magic. Don't make such a fuss." Curious, Ban looked at a point in the arena. He looked at the blue-haired young woman to see if she expressed any reaction, but upon seeing her maintain a blank expression, he ended up huffing. Ir had looked away, thinking mentally, "This kind of thing is boring." "Is that all?" Finishing the welcome, Yumina asked everyone to prepare for the beginning of the class. Joking internally, since the girl was strong enough not to care about his abilities. Ban sat down. At the end of the class, when Ban was preparing to leave, someone held him by the shirt unexpectedly. Upon looking to the side, he realized that Era had stopped him. The girl was there to question him once again. "You still haven't answered the question I asked earlier." Upon seeing Era talking to the special admission student, some students were curious, oblivious to being watched. Ban tried to get away from Era. "I thought I already answered you earlier." However, she still insisted, "You analyzed and interfered with the entire code that the director designed?" Confused, the protagonist asked if that was something very difficult to do. Ira was quite invasive in her questions. "I would understand if you had obtained authorization to edit teleportation coordinates, but how did you do that?" Seeing Ira once again pressure Bon, Yumina approached them, calling the girl. Still holding Bon so he wouldn't run away, Ira asked Yumina if she needed anything. Denying normally, Yumina revealed that in fact, she needed Bon, since he had a counseling session scheduled. In addition, Yumina guaranteed to Era, leaving her surprised. Ban never received any kind of permission for modifications. "These permissions are only granted to tenured professors." Hearing the professor, Era commented frustrated. So he really did it with his own abilities. Confirming the girl's thought, Yumina asked if her answer clarified the doubts she had. So she said goodbye to Era, asking Bon to follow her.